and that will take us into a short break. We'll return from that break and listen to the technology lead of Seplat talk to us on nurturing technological advancements for sustainable energy transition at Seplat Energy Plc. That will be followed by a few more presentations, a panel session, a few more presentations, then lunch, then a panel session. We'll take a short break and interact with our exhibitors. And thereafter, a few more presentations and one more vendor interaction, exhibitors interaction will round up the day one of this summit. Just a quick rundown I give you now of what is happening in the next couple of minutes. So into the business of the morning now I go. What Seplat is doing is of great national importance. May I ask that we please rise and take the national anthem? Technical, if you have it, on cue. If you don't, we'll sing it. It's our country after all. Nigeria, may be seated. Thank you very much. Because safety, health, safety and environment is a key part of the process, business processes at Seplat Energy Plc. It's pertinent that we always try to tell a safety story, if you like, to kind of advise us on how to carry ourselves when we are in a work environment or in a public place like this. But today we'll just play a short video before I walk you through the housekeeping announcements. Technical, can I have the short video, please?
Most of us don't go to work intending to get injured. Yet the attitudes we bring to work on any day can have a large influence on our safety outcomes. You see, the way we think about safety, our attitudes, will influence our decisions and working behaviours. And it is these actions that can then influence how likely we are to be involved in a workplace incident. We call this the Attitude Behaviour Results Model, or ABR for short. Consider the following scenario. Mark and Sean attend their daily pre-start and are assigned to a routine task they've both completed many times before. Soon after commencing the job, Mark looks up and watches as Sean takes off his gloves. Wearing gloves is an agreed safety requirement for the task. Mark asks Sean, "Is there a problem with your gloves?" Sean replies, "They just get in the way and it's easier without them." Even though Mark agrees that the gloves can get in the way, he understands why they're required on this job and he doesn't want to hurt his hands. Mark tries to convince Sean to put his gloves back on, but Sean refuses. A short time later, there is an unexpected movement which shakes the equipment they are working on. Mark looks up startled and checks himself. He seems to be okay. He looks over at Sean, who is rubbing one of his hands. Sean has a small cut to his hand. Mark asks if he is okay. Sean says it's no big deal and continues to work through the shift. After a few days, Sean notices that the wound has not healed. The pain has been getting worse, and now he's not feeling very well at all. He takes himself to the local emergency department and is diagnosed with sepsis, a potentially life-threatening infection. After 2 months of treatment and sick leave, Sean is finally back at work. Both Sean and Mark had the goal of going home uninjured that day, but their attitude towards that goal was very different. Mark's attitude was, "I choose to do things the right way because I don't want to get hurt." His behaviour was to wear his gloves, even though it made the job take longer. And as a result, when the incident occurred, his gloves protected him from injury. In contrast, Sean's attitude was, I just want to get the job done in the easiest possible way. His behaviour was to remove his gloves, and we know what result Sean got. A different mindset could have made a big difference for Sean that day. We all have the ability to take control of the results we achieve in life, at work and at home by taking control of our thinking, our attitudes. Are your attitudes towards safety driving the results you want to get?
Are your attitudes towards safety driving the results that you want to get? Of course, at Seplat Energy Plc, the attitude for safety is never compromised across operations, whether to the environment, to host communities, or to the businesses itself. We keep safety top-notch. Okay, so making progress now, I'd like to just acknowledge the presence of some of our leaders who've joined us here. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our COO, Mr. Samson Ezugwori, who is representing the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Roger Brown. A very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for being here. Let's give him a warm applause, please. Thank you very much. We're also joined by our senior joint venture partners this morning. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Executive Director Planning and Commercial at NEPL, Madam Adetutu Olukomi. Good morning to you, ma'am, and thank you for being here. Executive Director from NEPL as well, Mr. Yakubu Abba is here. Executive Director of Gas Development, good morning. Our regulators are in the room as we acknowledge the Senior Technical Advisor and to the Authority Chief Executive of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Mr. Steve Zakia Ayuba. Good morning, sir. Now, for those who may not know, NEPL is NNPC's E&P Limited, and they are the senior JV partners with Seplat. And I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of our GM Corporate Production, Mr. Erome Utunedi. A very good morning to you, sir. Always nice to see you. To the leaders who have joined us virtually, we welcome you. To those in the room, we welcome you. It's a bit of formal, informal in terms of introductions. So as we progress, I will do some more acknowledgements as we move on. But we welcome all of you. We welcome Seplat member staff from outside of Lagos, from the operational base. We welcome young professional students. I'm delighted that students have been invited to this particular year's summit. Now, it was Abraham Lincoln who said, and I quote, "Always bear in mind that your own resolution to succeed is more important than any other." End of quote. Seplat Energy Plc has remained resolute in her pursuit to deepen homegrown innovative technologies to drive the success of our energy transition through STEM education, town and gown partnerships, and these technologies summit. The summit seeks to discover and utilize technologies that makes our processes cleaner and more sustainable, with greater attention paid to homemade solutions. Now, all of this is anchored on vigorously embedding and implementing the United Nations SDGs into all spheres of our business practices. And of course, when you look at technology and the SDG, we're looking at SDG 17.6 and 17.7 thereabout, which deals with how we can use R&D and deepen technology innovation and utilization to achieve sustainability in this energy transition journey. And Seplat has been leading the way. So without much ado, I will make progress into the agenda for the morning, having done all of the formalities. As I did say, our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Roger Thompson Brown, is unable to join us, but not to worry. The Chief Operating Officer is here to speak in his stead. Let's welcome Mr. Samson Ezugwori.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And let me start on the protocol already established by Richmond to say a very big welcome and good morning, dear friends and colleagues. I also note that a number of us have joined this session virtually, so I also welcome you. I would like to do the honor because As of yesterday evening, Roger was meant to be here. But due to business exigencies, he had to travel on a very short notice. And he has handed some piece of paper to me to relay his message, which he would have loved to do personally in the room. But never mind. Before the 2 days run out, he will still join us. So that's the commitment that he has also given to me. So you will hear a hybrid of a message, partly mine and partly his, but is all for Seplat. And I would like to say, distinguished colleagues, senior partners in the room, regulators in the room, and in the virtual room as well. Colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to Seplat Technology Summit for 2023. I'm especially pleased that I have been given the exciting role to do the opening of this summit. I would like to extend the deepest gratitude of Seplat to every one of you for gracing this occasion. Your decision to be here today, whether you travel from far or near, or you are joining us virtually, is a testament to the fact that you also have an unwavering commitment to energy transition, and you believe in the collective power of action. We have the honor of hosting not only our dedicated Seplat staff, but also representatives from our regulators, our senior partners, and people from across the industry. Okay. All right, thank you. Someone is just saluting us. Energy transition is not just a buzzword, colleagues, or a passing trend. It is a clarion call for action. It is an imperative born out of necessity for us to find for ourselves pivotal crossroads in the history of our planet. The world is changing, and is changing rapidly. The once dominant reliance on fossil fuels is giving way to a new era of cleaner, more sustainable resources. Why is this transition necessary, you may ask? The answer lies in the consequences of our actions, or rather inactions. Climate change looms large on the horizon, with its effects becoming increasingly evident. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and devastating impact on our fragile ecosystems. You must recognize that the choices we make today will determine the world we leave behind for future generations. Let me be clear. While the energy transition may pose challenges, as we may see today, with all the pushbacks between shareholders, returns, and the economics, I will also say that we need to pursue this opportunity vigorously. It is a chance for us to reimage and reshape the ecosystem that we live in. Like I hinted earlier, economics has become the long beating heart of our global society. It drives our industries, shapes our markets, and influences our decisions. The realm of the energy transition, economics serves as a powerful catalyst for change. Yet, we must not overlook the role of policy as well. That's the bedrock on which sustainable transformation is built. Effective policies will create the necessary framework and regulations that guide our actions towards a sustainable future. And I'm also delighted that our regulators are here in the room partnering with us in this energy transition journey. So, if you look at it, dear friends, the golden trend that weaves through every aspect of our energy transition journey is our own personal compass. It encompasses not only environmental considerations, but also social and economic dimensions. A sustainable future demands that we strike a delicate balance ensuring that our energy choices are not only ecologically sound, but also socially inclusive and economically viable. And then you can still see the tension when you talk about and underscore the economic viability. Because today, you will see people redefining their journey towards the energy transition. And that's because we need to find an economic viable solution. It is also a commitment on our part to leaving behind and creating opportunities for everyone, preserving the richness and the diversity of our planet for generations to come. Now, let us all gaze towards the transformative potential of technological innovations. In the face of the energy transition, technology emerges as our most potent ally. And that is also one of the essence of today. We're now trying to leverage technology, excuse me, as much as possible to drive our energy transition. Please, I think, should I continue? All right. So in essence, from renewable energy sources, smart grids to energy storage solutions, digital transforms, technology offers us a pathway to a sustainable future that is both ambitious and achievable. We stand on the threshold of a new era, a time of immense challenge and boundless opportunities. The energy transition calls upon us to harness the interplay between economics, policy, and sustainability to embrace the transformative potential of technological innovations. I hope that by the end of this summit, we will all be armed with the required technology to create a world where brilliance of human ingenuity converges with the beauty of our natural environment. In the ever-changing landscape of the global energy sector, Seplat Plc has emerged as a trailblazer, leading the challenge in navigating market dynamics, spearheading the energy transition in Africa. Seplat Energy's transformation, symbolized by its change of name from Seplat Petroleum Development Company, signifies its unwavering resolve to adapt and thrive amidst the evolving energy landscape. Seplat Energy's commitment to the energy transition extends beyond global considerations. It encompasses the dynamics of the regional and Nigerian energy markets. The company recognizes Nigeria's immense potential and strives to facilitate the country's transition to sustainable, affordable energy. With a focus on gas, Seplat aims to convert existing energy generations from imported fuel to cleaner and locally sourced gas. The strategic move not only reduces cost, but also minimizes environmental impact, supporting Nigeria's journey towards energy self-sufficiency and diversified energy mix. However, Seplat's dedication goes beyond merely transforming the energy landscape. It actively supports Nigeria's socio-economic growth by increasing energy access. Recognizing the transformative power of the energy in unlocking entrepreneurial potentials, Seplat Energy endeavors to provide universal access to reliable and affordable energy. By doing so, the company contributes to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, empowering Nigerians to thrive and prosper. This summit provides a unique opportunity for knowledge sharing, and I'm very delighted that we have stands already set up, collaboration and fostering partnership, offering attendees the valuable insights that extend beyond the confines of their own expertise and organizations. The wellspring of aspirations and inspirations, and an unparalleled networking opportunity. And I think the networking has actually started. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the profound significance of the energy transition and the collective responsibility that rests upon our shoulders. The journey we embark on today is not a solitary one. It is a shared endeavor that requires the commitment and collaboration of every one of us in the room and in the virtual room as well. The decision we make and the actions that we take and the choices we champion will shape the future of the planet and the well-being of the generations to come. Energy transition represents an opportunity to redefine the way we power our world. embrace cleaner and more sustainable alternatives, mitigate the impacts of climate change. It is a call that arms, a call for us to rise above the challenges and seize the immense potential that lies within the grasp. Embracing technology, innovation, and collaboration will be the driving forces that propel us towards this journey. Technology has the power to unlock new frontiers, disrupt established norms, and unleash the transformative potential of a sustainable energy solution. It is through innovation that we will all discover breakthroughs, develop scalable solutions, push the boundaries of what is possible. And collaboration, my friends, in the glue that binds us together, enables us to pool resources, leverage our collective knowledge, and amplify our impact. So let us leave this summit at the end with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. Let us also embrace technology as a tool for the progress, harness innovations as a catalyst for change, and prioritize and collaborate as driving force behind our collective success. Together, we can navigate the complex interplay between economics, policy, and sustainability, and steer the course towards a brighter, greener future. I would like to express the deepest gratitude of Seplat Energy to every one of you for your active participation in this summit, and your insightful contributions, and your unwavering commitment to energy transition. The journey ahead may be challenging, as I said, but I am very confident that with your passion, with your expertise, with your collaborative spirit, we can overcome any obstacle that comes our way. We would, at the end of this summit, live and carry the fire of inspiration within us, igniting the positive change in our organizations, our communities, and the world. Let us continue to be the catalyst for the progress, driving energy transition forward with an unwavering determination. Together, we will create a sustainable future where commitment to our economic prosperity, policy innovations, environmental stewardship intertwine harmoniously. I would then like to thank you very immensely for coming out here today and for being present, and together we will shape the world for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Samson Ezugwori, Chief Operating Officer, Seplat Energy Plc, speaking on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Roger Thompson Brown, laying it down for us, the theme of our discourse this morning, the role Seplat is playing, and the charge to this summit to even deepen that role that Seplat is playing, leveraging technology for sustainability. Let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you. The Technical Director of Seplat Energy Plc, Mr. Gary Thompson, is unable to join us this morning for his opening comments as well, but representing him is the General Manager Projects. Let's please welcome Mr. Square Ebuchua.
Good morning, everybody. Unlike Sam, I don't have a long note. So I bring greetings from Gary. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it today, and he asked me to deputize for him. So I asked him, what do I say? He says, this technology you should know. And I'm like, okay, age is relative. I learned computer with magnetic tapes and started my AutoCAD programming with DOS software. So you can imagine that in today's world, I'm probably a dinosaur already when it comes to technology, but Gary thinks I'm too young not to be a technology guru. So I said to myself, I'll just come and listen to the CEO and do what we used to do. I'll just come here and say, my senior colleague has said it all, and I can take my seat. But unfortunately, I must say something, otherwise my appraisal will be poor. So I have to do something. So I said, okay, I've always been hearing of AI, ChatGPT. Okay, I'll go there and I'll ask AI to do the speech for me. So, unfortunately for me, the person I asked about the access to AI sent me to a traditional AI. So, with such a short time now, I don't have any option than to read to you, for you, what the traditional AI said. So please pay very prompt attention. These Seplat people, they be ogbonge leaders for energy transition. Anytime you talk of energy, especially transition, their body go they do ginger. Them understand, say, to succeed in this energy transition, them need to be innovative and must make sure, say, the transition makes sense. That means it must be economical, sustainable, and it must be powered by good policies. And because Seplat people know they carry last, they don't package this gathering, come bring their partners and sabi people to peruse how they go make sure, say, last, Seplat and Nigeria go win for this energy transition. Well, you can see from your reaction, our traditional ChatGPT is also working. So as a young engineer, when I joined the industry, one of the most exciting things was the future, not the present of the time I joined. Because when I joined, it was all about exploring oil and flaring the gas. And every time I look across the bow of the flow station and I see the gas burning, I was pained, and I was eager and anxious as to when we begin to explore the maximum opportunity of the diverse energy sources we have across the globe and the ones we're flaring. And so when I joined Seplat, it's such an exciting space, because here we have a company that is deep into not only exploring all the energy resources with the massive gas projects and potentials we've been developing across all our areas of operations, but also in our commitment to even renewable, sustainable energy. And we can say for sure in Nigeria, Seplat is a leading player in the transition energy process. And so this is an exciting time to be in Seplat. This is an exciting time to be in the world and in Nigeria. And so my career is making a different sense. Because now, unlike looking across and seeing energy burning away, being depleted, not used, I can see us exploring all energy. In doing so, we are creating a world for the future of our children, because we're using cleaner energy source. And the beautiful thing is that Seplat is not stopping there. We're not just talking about being a leader in that transition, but being a leader also when we arrive at the sustainable energy level. And this is not just Seplat, it is our partners who have been with us all through this journey, and also our regulators who make the right framework for us to succeed in this direction. So, at the technical department, how does energy transition come to play for us? First of all, exploration. We need new technologies, new ways, new means to be able to succeed in this energy transition process. So you look at Nigeria as an oil company and you ask yourself, where are we in that phase of development? So we see today, primarily we just simply took out the crude, flared the gas, dumped the water, and then we just look at our reservoir, take the creamiest part of it, and they become tighter. Some of the reservoirs we have now are not as easy as the ones we used to find. You just pick them, you drill, and you get your production. So for us to be able to supply the need of the world for the future before we transit to a fully sustainable model, we need to have the right technology base to be able to explore effectively. And we can look across our shoulders and look at what we see with the way the United States explore their tight energy resources to get back into the mainstream of the energy industry. So for us, it is something we need to look at when we look at the fields we have right now. They need us to be very innovative. They need us to be able to have policies that support how we exploit those, because as it goes smaller, the incentives to explore some of those reserves become less and less. and policy must support how we encourage us to exploit what is left in whatever reservoirs we have, both from the oil side and from the gas side, and even in disposing water, because this is not 1970, dump it across the bowl doesn't work anymore. We now need to be injecting our water in a safe reservoir. We need to be disposing them right. All this costs money. The economies begin to come to play. How does the energy available help us? And so for us in technical department, this is a key summit for us. Not just in looking at our reservoir, in our wells, and our surface facilities. What sort of surface facilities do we put in place today? And how are they energy efficient, and how do they help us to win? So new energy is key to us. And so for us in the technical department, we are very excited at this summit because it gives us opportunity to interact, to meet industry leaders, and to meet our regulators and partners, and explore ways we can forge ahead in looking at how innovative systems that are being deployed will help us to be very, very efficient. This is not a well-beaten path when we talk about energy transition. It's just evolving. So from the 80s, when I used to listen to BBC radio, and what we used to hear in the 80s was they hold this summit, and you have professors from Harvard, MIT, and everywhere. They are debating on radio in BBC. That's what we used to hear. They talk about global warming then. And today is a different landscape. So then we used to hear the two sides of the argument. Today there's no argument anymore. It's about just go do it because there's danger. That is what we have today. So when we look at where we are today, as we begin to move forward in this direction, it's not a well-beaten path. It's a path that is not set. And so in traversing such a path, there's need to be sufficient flexibility. Not just flexibility in terms of which direction you want to move towards, flexibility in terms of being able to quickly adapt and utilize new technologies in achieving our objective. And that is what is key to us in our technical department from all the departments represented there. How do we do that to make sure, like my native technology said, we win at the end? So we need to be innovative, and we need to be collaborative with policymakers. That will be key for us to succeed. So having said all of this, you can be rest assured that for us in the technical department, we are very excited to be here, and we are very excited to be part of this workshop, and want to thank everyone who is here, and we are looking forward that this discourse would help us to be able to unlock new potential, explore new technology, collaborate with ourselves, and look forward to ways in which we can transform our country, our company, and create wealth for everyone here and for future generations. Thank you very much. My native technology said I should tell you, well sailed, do more, now do well. Thank you very much.
That your native technology. Now, on to say Seplat believes, say we need them to take move forward for this country. Now make we organize this kind of summit. So we believe your technology, that native one, we like them. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay, so we make progress now to our senior JV partners who would also be making a partner's remarks at this time. The Managing Director of NNPC E&P Limited, Mr. Mohammed Ali Zara, is unable to join us, but we need not worry because a reputable representation is speaking on his behalf. Let's welcome Executive Director, Planning and Commercial, Mrs. Adetutu Olukomi.
Good morning, captains of industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the MD, Mr. Mohammed Ali Zara, MD of NNPC E&P Limited, who is not able to attend this program because of work exigencies. So it gives me great pleasure on his behalf to welcome all of us to Seplat 2023 Energy Summit, which has the theme Technology Innovations in Energy Transition, the interplay between economics, policy, and sustainability. We've all been hearing about energy transition, energy affordability, availability, and also sustainability, right? We've heard so much about it. But for me, I think it's time we have an action plan to see what we can do and contribute to that journey. And I know that's why Seplat has organized this summit. So I'll just read the address of my MD very quickly. Thank you. The world has transited from one energy source to another in the past. Like we see shifts from wood to coal, that was in the 19th century. Also from coal to oil in the 20th century. Historic energy transitions typically are often brought about by the ingenuity of man, discovery of new or efficient and sustainable way of doing things, which leads to another alternative source of energy or alternative resource. Now, the current quest for this energy transition is as a result of climate change. We all know that. And is different as growing concerns over global warming and the environment have caused an urgency to replace fossil fuels with cleaner, renewable energy sources. Yes, we know we need cleaner, renewable energy sources, but for us in Africa and in Nigeria, we still need our fossil fuels, right? However, we need to join the whole world because we're all living here and we know that the global warming will eventually affect us. So we see gas as our transition fuel. And that is where we're going to concentrate our efforts to ensure that we increase gas production in this country and also be part of the journey to transition. Now, energy transition, as we know, involves the accelerated deployment of energy efficiency and renewable energy technologies. And to achieve this transition, several barriers need to be removed, including one, transmission limitations, financial limitations, which is key, market and legislative regulations that are not favorable. Thus, the interplay between economics, policy, and sustainability is crucial in driving technological innovation and facilitating the energy transition. Technological innovations, we'll be hearing more about it in this discourse, such as smart grids, DERs, distributed energy resources, peer-to-peer energy trading, demand response programs, and energy storage technologies have revolutionized how energy is distributed, generated, distributed, and consumed, leading to more efficient, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly energy systems. The adoption and deployment of clean energy technologies is influenced by market forces. It has to be acceptable. For example, it has to be affordable, like we say. If you are trying to introduce a particular alternative source and it's too expensive for people to reach out to or to get, of course they will not, even if they like it, they may not accept it. So renewable energy technologies will be embraced by the market when they become economically viable compared to fossil fuels. So technological innovation in the energy sector must be driven by the objective of reducing costs. This cost reduction makes clean energy more economically attractive, fostering its wider acceptance in our community. Now, there's a need for governments to implement supportive policies such as renewable energy targets, tax incentives, and grants to encourage the deployment of clean energy technologies. These policies will reduce investment risk and incentivize technological innovation. Additionally, initiatives focused on clean energy technologies should be developed and supported through research to spur innovation and help drive advancements in areas such as energy storage, grid integration, and efficiency improvements. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also ponder a few important issues here. One, energy transition is not a novel concept as the world is in a state of constant evolution. Therefore, energy transition and the transition and the energy transition are way overused, misunderstood. Energy transition as a concept is in itself in need of transition. Secondly, we must approach energy transition with pragmatism. The energy trilemma of energy trilemma, affordability, security with low carbon, as well as talk of there being multiple transitions going on currently, differences in approach for developing versus developed world. Will the concept of energy transition to one that does not drive a macro backdrop of price spikes followed by price burst, economic damage, and no real change in world's GHG trajectory? Can institutions and governments be allowed to transition at pace relative to their level of development? That is key for us in Africa. Yes, there are the different, there's a whole global demand for on climate change, for energy transition. But if we come back home in Africa, can we be allowed to transition at our own level of development? Because we still need the gas, right? And we said that is a cleaner source of energy and fuel. And so can institutions and government be allowed to transition at pace relative to their level of development? For us, how do we strategically ensure reduced cost of funding and manage risk without overburdening our operations and dwarfing returns? How do we take risks and invest for the future while avoiding or sidestepping any groupthink associated with energy transition? Is gas the transition fuel or the growing energy source to drive future sustainability? What is the role of the industry in driving just energy transition? These are some of the issues we need to ponder here today, and we need to find answers to these questions. The urgency to address climate change and reduce environmental impact is a key driver for technological innovation in the energy transition. Sustainable technologies that generate clean energy, reduce carbon emissions, and minimize environmental harm should be prioritized in the pursuit of long-term sustainability. Sustainability in technological innovation should be extended to the entire life cycle of energy systems, including the extraction of raw materials, manufacturing processes, deployment, operation, and end-of-life disposal. Very key. We are talking about cobalt, we are going to need lithium, some of these minerals. And their prices have really gone up. But have we thought about the end-to-end process, even as we transition, and the end-of-life disposal, so that we don't create another problem by solving one? Attention to these life cycle stages ensures that the energy transition is not only focused on cleaner energy sources, but also considers the broader sustainability implications. Therefore, as partners and co-venturers in the house, in this room, it is imperative that we continue to collaborate to unleash the abundant oil and gas reserves in Nigeria and support the government to chart a way forward to guarantee affordable energy through innovative solutions and in a sustainable manner that will drive the economic growth of the country and, of course, our profitability, which is the bottom line. In conclusion, the interplay between economics, policy, and sustainability is critical for successful technological innovation in the energy transition. A supportive policy framework and market incentives driven by the economic viability of clean energy technologies can foster innovation, drive down costs, and accelerate the adoption of sustainable energy solutions. Ultimately, this interplay helps create a more sustainable and resilient energy system. I would like to say thank you, and I wish us fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adetutu Olukomi, speaking on behalf of our principal, Mr. Ali Zara, the MD of NEPL. Thank you very much, giving us our partner's take on the theme and why it is relevant and taking us on that journey. of the life cycle of transition minerals. Can we please give her one more round of applause? Thank you very much. Okay, onwards now we go to our regulators. As the Authority Chief Executive, Mr. Ahmed Farouk, is unable to join us. Representing Mr. Ahmed Farouk, I'd like for us to welcome his Senior Technical Advisor, Mr. Steve Zakia Ayuba.
So once again, good morning, everybody. And I also want to stand on the already well-established protocol. And firstly, to congratulate Seplat for convening such an important event at such a time like this. Clearly, the theme of this summit is a theme that is very well thought of, because you're going to find that in the course of everything that the industry that we operate in, which clearly is a critical industry in any climate that we find ourselves in the world, because this industry is then critical to ensuring that everything around our lives, economy, our well-being, safety, security, all requires energy to ensure that those aspects of our lives are adequately sustained. Now, when we talk about energy, clearly you'll also find from the preliminary remarks that has been made that energy, it's then an aspect of our lives that must then be provided in a manner where we are assured that energy will always be available. So we talk around energy security as a very critical aspect of this business that all of us undertake. But then not just ensuring that energy is made readily available at every time. The world has grown into new times where the way energy is provided needs to also has to be critically looked at. And that is where the concept of sustainability has then evolved. And then for this conference or this summit, the choice of having to look at how energy can then be provided in the new global discourse that energy is being looked at anywhere, which is energy transition, and how it plays into economics, policy, and sustainability is then really, really very important for us. Engineer Farouk, the Authority Chief Executive of a leading regulatory entity in this energy value chain, has then asked that firstly I extend his apologies for him not being able to make it here personally. But then he also asks that I should come and really remain with the team for these 2 days. Firstly, to listen extensively, because a lot of what we do, you're going to find that it requires collaboration from engagements like this to then take far-reaching insights into the policies that we use to provide regulation. Clearly, we'll also understand that in the evolution of energy transition, the industry has then grown concepts which has become strategic area of focus that everyone that is involved in energy business must then always pay attention to, including the regulator. Now, what are some of those concepts that I'm talking about? So the ESG concept is clearly a strategic area of focus that any strategy of anyone that plays in the energy value chain must then always ensure that your strategies are taking very adequate consideration of how optimal ESG performance must be guaranteed. For us in the NMDPRA, so NMDPRA is Nigerian Midstream, Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. We have also, in the last few years, particularly into the declaration of the new regulatory regime that we have, which is the PIA. We have mainstream sustainable development as one of our strategic focus that we've chosen to ensure that as a regulator, we must be seen to be providing leadership to the industry to then guarantee that everyone that plays in this energy value chain space, that you'll be doing that environmentally, you will be doing that in a manner where social impact is optimized from how your business is done. And then you'll be doing that within governance protocols that then are consistent with what is expected of you. Fair enough, from the last 1 or 2 years, the Petroleum Industry Act has then created a clear framework for us where all of this regulatory emphasis can then be championed. We are working through all our regulations and working with all our strategic partners, including very well Seplat, to then ensure that we emplace an environment where our industry for supplying gas does that sustainably. At this point, I want to especially really thank Seplat for then choosing. I was telling the COO that the A's actually asked that we declare this. I want to thank Seplat for then actually choosing to then be one of our very prominent partners in ensuring that all the regulatory duties that are expected of NMDPRA in implementing the PIA fully in its scope, that Seplat, it's almost technically really taking a lead in that space. In the course of our discussion, in the course of our presentation, you're going to see that. So daily, weekly, monthly, we've set targets on how PIA implementation must then be guaranteed in the NMDPRA. And when you look at some of the key performance indicators that we're constantly looking at on how we're faring in the implementation of the PIA, you'll find that in one of the provisions that we have, where we're expected to begin to create a new set of more of key players in the midstream sector, one of the entities that has begun to play in that ecosystem is Seplat. And I want to say thank you very much for then having chosen to really work with the regulator all through in ensuring that the PIA is fully implemented. Regulations are already in place to ensure that some of the critical areas of our operations that need to be guided by clear and effective regulatory frameworks that will then support our business growth are already in place. 12 regulations have already been gazetted. We're working on another 8 regulations to then just ensure that every aspect of the midstream and the downstream sector that we regulate, that clarity of regulation, it's absolutely available. So for us, in these 2 days, we'll be doing a lot of listening, doing a lot of learning as well, and then taking, hopefully, some key strategic insights that will then go into helping and further shaping how regulation will then be used as a clear enabler to ensure that economics is supported optimally as we transit through the use of policies and then policies that the regulator is effectively implementing. Thank you very much, and then enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steve Zaka Ayuba, Senior Technical Advisor to the Authority Chief Executive, Engineer Farouk Ahmed. He was full of commendations and praise for Seplat's willingness to comply with regulatory policies and the authority itself. And I didn't see anybody saying Seplat well done with an applause. I was wondering whether I was the only one hearing that, right? When regulators come and tell you that a particular operator is technically meeting what is expected of them in terms of obeying regulatory policies, they deserve to be commended, they deserve to be appreciated. So please, one more time for Seplat Energy Plc. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Ayuba. Thank you so much for those kind words and for committing to sit here with us for the next 2 days, hearing what the technologies are, where the areas of partnership and improvement will be. We thank and we appreciate you. We're making progress now to a keynote presentation where we are looking again at the theme for this year's summit, and who would walk us through that presentation other than the Director New Energy for Seplat Energy Plc. Let's welcome Engineer Effie Okoye. Effie. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Richmond. You know, it's our global brand. Everywhere we go now, Richmond is a brand of its own. In Nigeria, the US, everywhere. So thanks. So good morning, ladies and gents. Again, I'd like to stand on the existing protocol. I was quite happy to hear the few comments when I came in by the NMDPRA reps. That's very happy because, you know, we're going through some issues in the industry with the NMDPRA and NUPRC overlap and challenge. But I think there's been some bit of presidential directive to try and sort out that sort of difference. But I would just like to say a big thank you to, I can see NEPL. Thank you very much for making our time. NMDPRA. Do have NUPRC as well, just checking. And then our vendors, you know, this business is about vendors. Vendors deliver the business for us. I always say, fine, we, as operators, we try to pull financial muscle, raise finance, and then get all our technical expertise internally to execute strategy and program. But at the end of the day, it comes down to contractors doing all this work for us, whether you're looking at drilling sites or project sites. So I want to a real big shout out and thank you to our vendors also that are here this morning. We have people online, just checking, right? Yes. Okay. And the last thanks for me before I run into my few slides is Aroma here? So can you stand up, please? So we kicked off this initiative in 2021. I was operations director then, and it's under this guy's leadership that we kicked off the technology week. It wasn't something that was in Seplat. Seplat started 2010 till that was 2021, right? So why I had to use this window to say a big thank you is Aroma is also retiring this month. So I'd like us to give him a round of applause. To say, so thank you. Thank you, Aroma. Thank you. And lastly, the planning team. Can you all just stand up where you are? I'd like to say a big thank you for, you can see how we've improved over the years, 2021, 22. And I walked in this hall this morning. I was really inspired looking at the setup, the layout. So again, real big thank you to you guys. Thanks. Okay, I mean, it takes a lot of effort to pull things like this together. When you come in and you show up, you probably underestimate how much work that's gone in. It's like when you go for a wedding ceremony, you go in there, the hall is set up, the MC and all the food. It's a lot of work, and it's very critical that we appreciate the brains behind this. Okay, I think I'm told I'll run for about, 20 minutes? I have some slides to share, and then at the end, I'll just close. So can I go to the first slide? So what I'll run through pretty much is around, okay, I can use this. First, technology in Seplat, the case for deployment, and I'll run through a few part of our business. We have restructured our business into 3 pillars: upstream, where we make a lot of money now, and then in midstream gas also, we make lots of cash, and then the new energy pillar where, like you know, every energy company, every oil and gas company is transiting to become an integrated energy company, whether it's Seplat or it's Shell or it's Total Energies and all that. So we're all going through that sort of transition, and I'll just talk to you about how this is critical to how we deliver on that ambition. And then I'll wrap up. Next slide, please. In terms of technology, just as I walked in, the earlier speaker did talk about how it fits in. For us, it's very much aligned. Tech remains core in terms of how we deliver on our key expectations. Whether you're looking at our purpose or vision or mission, or our strategy, the 3 pillars, or how we become competitive. We all know we're in this business to play, and if we're not competitive, we cannot remain in business. So it's quite critical that tech remains the key element that drives that outcome. How we solve today's problems, the future challenges. I mean, if you look at Nigeria today, I'm sure all of you are groaning. I know you're all privileged, but when the fuel price went up to 6.17, you can see how, I mean, life is getting really, really hard and difficult. And I strongly believe technology is going to be core at how we now drive down costs, energy transition, and also the bit of a conundrum where, you know, the world likes to get more energy, population is growing, at the same time we also need cleaner energy. So it's a bit of a challenge, but with technology, I think we're very optimistic that we'll surmount it. So next one. So again, just to summarize, as Seplat, what do we stand for? There's the view about purpose. It's not about making money every quarterly calls. We're declaring profits or dividends. Companies are now held accountable around what impact can you really make to the society. And for us, our purpose is how do we deliver sustainable energy solution to society, whether it be our gas business to Nigeria to support power industry, or oil, whether it's done locally to the refineries or export. So that's pretty much why we exist. Next one. It's always good to try and wrap to start up by this few slides. What's our vision? We'd like to transform lives through energy. It's still a bit of a challenge in Nigeria. Nigeria is still one of the energy poverty capital of the world. You know, over 100 million people do not have access to grid electricity. So it's a bit of a challenge, but we're doing our best as a company to see how we can actualize that vision. Next one. And it requires collaboration across the portfolio, NOCs, IOCs, independents, service providers like yourselves here today. And then our mission is to drive or lead that transition. You've seen the Vice President, the former VP launch of the Nigeria ETP, Energy Transition Plan 2060. It requires a lot of work across all the stakeholders. We need about $1.9 billion, if I remember correctly. So it is massive capital that's required in a country where there's so much to do around the social space. And it's got to be, you know, the trilemma around being accessible, affordable, and also reliable so that we can drive prosperity, so we can lead people out of poverty. I know sadly the case is we actually move people a lot into poverty so far. We hope at some point in time we start moving people out of poverty like the Chinese have done very well. Next one. So in terms of our framework, this is what the framework looks like for Seplat. Overall, we strongly believe we'll have a strong governance and risk management framework. On the left-hand side, you see the ambition about how do you build a sustainable business based on driving the social development from what we do in our communities, focus on environmental care, where we keep hydrocarbons in the pipe and not in the environment, and also maximize returns to shareholders. If we cannot maximize return, we really cannot earn the right and privilege to get capital into this business. And then on the right side is how we drive that transition and the 3 pillars I talked about, midstream, upstream, midstream gas, and new energy. And then the bottom line is how do you drive access to energy, especially in an energy poverty country like Nigeria. And that's underpinned by integrity, partnership, ambition, agility, and safety, so we do not kill people in our assets. Next one, our business. Next. So if you look at the global energy outlook, I think the last speaker talked about, it's a bit of a mixed message here. On the left hand, I don't know if it's clear, if you can see, sorry, it's quite sad, but if I look at the demographic outlook, on the left side, population is going to increase. We're going to be heading up to 9.2, depends on what extrapolation you're using, almost 9.2 billion people on this planet, which is why sustainability is becoming a big issue. That's massive, and Nigeria will be one of those, you know, big population country. Depends on what forecast you believe in. The view is Nigeria about 400 million people in the next 20 years. Is that scary or is it an opportunity? Hello? I understand that every day we have new babies in this world. There's more babies born in Nigeria than in a number of other countries, which it could be an opportunity, really. If you look at Europe, Europe is shrinking. People are no longer making kids in Europe. The Western world is shrinking. In fact, if you look at your kids, I don't know about some of you who have children, and you ask them about family and kids, you see that there's a bit of a mixed bag. Some people still believe in large number of kids, and some believe, they want to pursue career and live a better life and not work like us. We work and pay fees till we die. So it's a tough one, but it could also be an opportunity. And Africa is going to account for that massive increase in population. The only sad part is, in terms of GDP growth, Africa has the lowest GDP growth, and that's where it's a bit of a conundrum, really. But still, emerging economies will drive a lot of that population growth, especially India. Clearly, I think the Chinese are shrinking now as well, but you still have that growth coming from Africa and India. And then if you then look at the world outlook, the demand for energy is going to grow, and that mix will change. I know there's still a bit of a debate on whether some part of the world believe in climate change or not, but at Seplat, we strongly believe in climate change. You can see our strategy, capital allocation, and how we're driving the business takes cognizance of that, and we're consciously, deliberately driving that energy transition. But long term, it's going to be a mix of renewable energy, fossil fuel, and country like Nigeria with massive oil and gas resource base. We sit on 40 billion barrels of oil, 200 TCF of gas proven, and 600 TCF of gas yet to discover. It just shows that we got to really move very, very fast to monetize our option resources so we can then develop the new energy space. Next one. So quite great opportunity. So how does tech fit into this whole picture? And that's what I tried to capture in this picture. So if you look at evolution of tech over time, whether you're looking at the fossil fuel path, which is the top slide or the top trend, or you're looking at the non-fossil fuel path, which is the lower one, we've actually been going through transition over time from the days of coal driving the bulk of the energy mix to when oil came in, and then there's been all this peak oil up and down, and now we then see natural gas pretty much coming in very strong, and Nigeria is pretty much positioning itself strongly in the natural gas space. The government has done massive investment in the AKK, the OB3 pipeline connecting the east and the west, and a lot of more expansion on gas pipe infrastructure in the country. You've seen all the announcement by NNPC Limited, how they want to grow that portfolio with all the lines going all the way to Morocco. So natural gas for us is one area we're very strong. And I know some of you are very green mind. We're not saying natural gas is green, but natural gas takes at least over 60% roughly of the greenhouse gas emission out of when you compare with what you get from diesel or oil. So overall, by 2050, the view is going to be mixed, and how that changes rapidly will depend on technology. I saw some new innovation around solar panels, becoming very flexible. You can deploy solar anywhere. So that's an example of how that would change. Same with wind energy, hydrothermal. So quite a lot of changes we'll see with technology becoming the real disruptor. Next one. So for us, we have been on this journey, like I said, for several years, and the case for us is very clear. Technology has a role to play in HSE, production, how we drive down emission, and then how you then optimize on your production, and then going through that value loop. So overall, we believe in this climate change. That's why we're working on decarbonizing our business in line with the Paris Climate Change Accord. And this will require a lot of thinking. So today, if you look at our assets, it's quite brownfield, right? Whether you're looking at the investment we have in the west or in the east, or hopefully even with the MPNU asset coming on at some point in time. These are all brown assets, brownfield, which comes with all these kind of challenges as well. And that's why we need to really be focused and sharp in terms of how we deploy technology. And that's the key. And for us in Seplat, our vision is very clear. Tech will drive integration, will drive value delivery, and maximize all stakeholder returns going forward. And that's why we're very, spending a lot of time in looking at technology. We're not like the IOCs. IOCs will have a large R&D team, either locally or in the headquarters. We don't have that kind of privilege. And I think it's a great window for vendors like some of you here today online to look at how can you come in and deploy fit-for-purpose, off-the-shelf technology. We don't have 5-10 years to go through incubation and all that long process in terms of delivering new technology. Next one. So that for us is clearly our case. So what have we done so far? Just a quick snapshot. I know Sam may have covered this, but I just want to just summarize where we are. On the upstream business, we have, of course, the big challenge for us is we've got viscous crude, high water production, vertical lift issues, Lots of these surface facilities are pretty much brownish with a lot of challenges, reliability, availability, obsolescence, quite a number of things around equipment as well. But so far, we have been able to deploy a number of technologies. The first one there is Smart Well, where you're able to access small pockets of reservoirs. All the big reservoirs are gone with the IOCs. So what we have left are small pockets of reservoirs, and we need to make those economically attractive to develop and put in CapEx. So that's one thing we're doing, we deploy Smart Well. We also tried where you have viscous fluid with vertical lift performance challenges. We've deployed a gas lift and also put in some bit of ESP. And then I think a couple of years ago from the Eastern asset where we deployed GLCC, poor boy gas lift technology that's also coming to the West. It just shows on how we're leveraging fit for purpose, and that's delivered quite a material value to our bottom line. Next one. Furthermore, I think Hawk is something we've also done some work on here, and I think AMA is here. Lots of work. We started this about 3 years ago. Same with the cement packer technology for zonal isolation, and also putting sensors on all these locations so you can remotely monitor your wells, your facility, right in your office, so we don't have to send people to the field all the time, especially with all the HSC and security exposure in our area of operation. Next one. So if you then come into midstream gas processing, this is also one area, as we're going through, that's why I was quite happy to see the NMD period. We're working towards spinning off our midstream gas business from the upstream business. But today, we have done a lot around in terms of technology. Sevan was deployed to help monitor, as you go through, monitoring your gas molecules from reservoir to export to the market. We started working on Sevan about 3 years ago as well. Now we're seeing value in terms of how that's being used to optimize production across the gas plant in Oben. We've also deployed simulator, which is quite critical to training operators, so you can simulate and model different operating modes and then decide on selectivity, and we see that value coming in now for our gas midstream business. We're working on a brand new gas plant that's going to be, we're actually going through construction. Square is here, who's the project GM. All equipment are in country. We will be deploying the MRU, the mechanical refrigeration unit technology, which has never been done in our portfolio before. What's quite traditional in Nigeria is the Joel Thompson technology, because for some of the reservoirs, they're very low pressure system, and therefore the inlet pressure is actually very, very low compared to JT, where you have a high inlet pressure design. And that's where we see Seplat making a difference in terms of looking at late life of how you deliver brown assets. Next one. So if I then go to decarbonization, which we've always said, if you cannot decarbonize, then you really can't continue the upstream business. There's nothing wrong with the upstream business. Let's get it clear. The issue is we're damaging the environment. If you can keep all that in the pipeline and stop flaring, and then even where you get CO2, capture the CO2 and put it somewhere like CCUS, then we're good to go. So that's what we'll begin to look at. For us, we have a clear plan to end routine flaring next year. So, well, we've made a lot of big investments. So that for us is going to be a key one. I think we're probably going to be the first operator in Nigeria to end flares. And again, with all sense of humility, we're not saying we're a pride company, but sometimes we also have to speak and sell what we do. We're investing over $300 million in this whole decarbonization plan. And so that helps us to drive down our Scope 1, Scope 2 emission. And then, so from installing compressors across our flare center to what we're doing with solar panel, to what we're doing around incineration technology as well, and also stopping all the leaks from flange-to-flange connection or venting gas to the atmosphere. Inshallah, by God's grace, all that is going to be ending next year. This is from a routine operations point of view. There's going to be time you have process offset where you might need to bleed down your process vessels or pipeline to avoid having a catastrophic process safety incident. But those are going to be one-off incidents. But clearly, we will be ending all this historical GHG into the atmosphere problem by end of next year. Next one. And those are the kind of technology we're deploying. We're looking at a number of new technology as well, but it's going to be fit for purpose, it's going to be competitive, it's going to add value to our bottom line. We will not deploy tech for the fun of deploying tech. These days, I was at the panel yesterday and people were talking about, all this augmented virtual reality. And Nigerians, anything we hear, we just jump on the banner, we just keep speaking grammar, digitization, all this nice talk. Sometimes we don't even have a clue. We just watch the internet. Google has released a new search engine, or Microsoft ChatGPT, and then we start talking. People don't even know what they're saying. So we're not in that space to just talk. But clearly, the business is what drives what we're doing in new technology. We want to meet our ESG aspiration, ensure our business is sustainable, safety. We don't want to kill people or hurt people, drive efficiencies and drive costs down, which is quite critical when you're in a brownfield asset space where you're battling with cost and making the right decision so you don't, your business doesn't go under. So AI, machine learning, big data, predictive analytics, all sort of, we're looking at all kinds of technology coming in as far as it's going to help drive value in our business. And then hopefully we'll be delighting our stakeholders, our investors who will continue to invest in this company, so remain in business. So that's a whole lot of work going on in that space. Next one. So for the young people who like all this AI and ML, I always tell people, what is AI? There's no big deal in AI. All you're doing is looking at data, training data to predict, right? And it's something we started even 30, 40 years ago. If you're a petrophysicist or you're a geologist, you know that we can't drill well everywhere in the delta. You drill 1 or 2 wells. Based on what you see in that well, you train the data to predict rock properties beyond where you can't drill wells. So you reduce, for example, the number of appraisal wells you have to drill before you develop a field. It's simple. It's taking data, understanding it, training it, but it's become a lot easier these days with big progress with HPC, high power computing, or cloud, and that's what wasn't there 30 years ago, where we have to do it the difficult way. So the advances in technology has made it a lot easier now. When you watch your kids, how they learn these days with access to the internet, which we never had in our days. Remember how you used to do four-figure tables? I don't know if we still use four-figure tables, or programming in Fortran, right? Does Fortran programming still exist? Huh? It's now Python and all sorts. So I don't do all that again anyway. For now, I look at the cash, and where the cash goes to is where we focus on. So we're doing a lot in that space of how do you bring AI and machine learning, and then this, what I think excites. And this, I think, because the younger generation, the millennials, always like to the iPad sort of syndrome, I call it, just to touch and tap. And that's what you see playing out to say, we hope we get to a world where people don't have to go and turn valves in flow stations. You can just tap on your iPad or device, and that then sends a signal, controls to the logic processor, and that then triggers an operation. That's what we're trying to do when we look at how we drive improvement in our operation. Next one. So decarbonization is a big one. So I did mention that first is to start, keep it very simple, take the flares down, stop all the emissions. Then the next phase then is what we're doing with around how do you do carbon capture. So we've been following the carbon capture events in Nigeria. So IFC is funding a big study with Halliburton, looking at first where all the emission sources in the country, where can we have pilot sites for CCUS, which is going to be a pilot, and when that's mixed. So as an independent company, we just don't pour capital where we're not sure of. So IS is trying to see if there can be a business case. For me, I found it actually interesting, one of the workshop where I just discovered that we're actually not the worst polluters when it comes to industry. The cement manufacturers are a big CO2 source. So, and they've done this cluster analysis by Halliburton, and the plan is by Q4 this year, there'll be a decision to have a pilot site to try CCUS. And for us, we are very much in that space to follow development and see how Seplat then comes in, which is just capture the CO2, which is what that picture shows there, which is something everybody's doing globally, and then inject that whether for EOR or for storage. Then gas to power, we're pursuing a number of investment in gas to power. We're looking at a number of opportunities based on combined cycle, open cycle, steam and gas turbine combinations. There's quite a lot of potential in there. Again, this is to drive power, because if you look at the whole energy transition, you're looking at what? Either mobility, transportation, or you're looking at, industry. So that's something we're looking at. At some point, Seplat will be making some decision about how we support CCUS, because we strongly believe, when I show you our roadmap to net zero emission, we need to be quite bold and ambitious in this space to have the license to operate our midstream, our upstream business. And that's how we're approaching this whole space. Next one. On the renewable energy side as well, we have been looking at technologies to help us with the investment we're pursuing in the renewable energy space. We've done some work with, over the years with McKinsey, Woodmark, to tell us from a helicopter point of view, where do we see potential for renewable energy? And this is where I think Nigeria is really blessed. Whether you're in the south or in the north, east, west, the whole space has got huge potential for renewable energy. The only problem is policies are still being developed, and then the investment you then need is got to be a long-term investment. It's still not very profitable for now when you look at the numbers in terms of return on average capital employed or what kind of IRR you're looking for, and that's what's holding this business back. But as a leading company and thoughtful leadership-led organization with a purpose for us, which I shared earlier on, we are doing a lot of work in this space to see how we can take some decisions at some point in time around the most promising, which seem to be solar at this point. The government ETP also, we align with the government 2060 ETP framework as well. And my view on this is where we'll have to change our DNA and our thinking in terms of returns, because returns on renewable energy is quite not as attractive as what you have in the traditional upstream business, which is why you see a lot of countries are taking a different approach. Europe has been quite bullish when it comes to green energy. You see they made a lot of subsidy. If you fly between London and Aberdeen, you see massive wind farm, but those were enabled by lots of subsidies. The US as well, Joe Biden did approve what's called the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, which has about $362 billion there to just drive R&D innovation around the new energy space. That's another thing we're looking at. You see lots of companies are actually leaving Europe now because they feel Europe isn't giving those kind of, will I say, privilege. And Americans are driving that very, very hard. And you see a lot of research into hydrogen, for example, green hydrogen. So for us, we're keeping a very close tab on that as a company that's pretty much forward-thinking. And at some point in time, we will be making some investment that's shown in renewable energy. Next one, please. So I think I'm almost through with my slides, so I'm just... So pulling all that together, we have walked through what we call the Seplat Energy Plc net zero emission. And if you pull all what I just ran through earlier on, how we're decarbonizing our upstream business, all the investment we're going to be making in the midstream gas business, which will put a lot of cash in there, and then what we're looking at in terms of the new energy portfolio, all that come together to now drive what you see. Sorry, it might look like it's a cartoon, but if you walk it from the left-hand side, it just shows our carbon footprint 2020, if you go back 3 years, yeah? And you can see that progressively we've been driving our carbon footprint down from 1.4 million tons CO2 equivalent down to 21, we're down to about 1.26. Then 2022, we'll pretty much almost have that now. Between 2023 and 2024, we'll have taken out the biggest part of our greenhouse gas emission, which is the flares, and then we then walk through that to sometime in 2026. We start tree planting sometime in 2024, 25. And what you see on the lower part is worth, because no matter how you do it, you need a different approach in terms of how you abate this difficult to abate CO2. And that's where tree planting comes in. And then if you then flip on the top side of that chart, our new investment in green energy opportunity, whether it's gas to power or renewable energy, all that pulled together shows that Seplat Energy Plc will be sometime between 2030-ish net zero emission company. So that for me is a really laudable ambition, and we're pursuing this vigorously, and we are optimistic and confident that we will deliver on this ambition. Quite a lot of you are going to be part of this journey. Some may not be part of the journey, you know, but the train has left the station, and we all get off on the right stop. But there's a very strong commitment to this, right all the way from the board to the executive committee level, to the SLT, down to the entire organization. Do I have anyone more? Okay. So if we just put all that together, stepping back, we think technology is going to be key, not just in our industry, but every sector you can imagine, whether you're in manufacturing or you're in wherever you are. So, and we think it's going to be helpful in driving this energy trilemma, population growth, the desire for, you know, affordable energy that's got to be cheap, so that fuel doesn't remain at 600 or go to 1,000 naira per liter, or the issue around environmental sustainability, which is a bit of a lot of emotional thing around not heating up the climate. You look on news today, you see, was it California where they had 55 degrees Celsius temperature rise, right? So it is really disturbing, and all over the world. I mean, I worked in 60 degrees Celsius environment in Qatar. Middle East is where you have some of the hottest temperatures in the world, but we're hoping that that will help us stop this trend. And then how we manage our greenfield business and also deliver on our ESG commitment, environment, social, and then governance. And I think what you can see from what I've talked through, how we're consciously not just talk. We are a talk and do company. So we're talking and working at the roadmap. And I'd like to count on your support, your commitment on this journey. It's not going to be easy, but we're very optimistic that we will get to that outcome that I just shared earlier on. That's all I have for this morning. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Ogefi. Okay. It's all part of the business, Ogefi. Thank you very much. Giving us quite a detailed presentation there as to what the company Seplat Energy Plc is doing. We'll get to talk a bit more about some of those points when we get to the wrap-up for today. But we need to move swiftly now to our next presentation. And our next presentation is on driving the energy transition through environmental sustainability and collaborative partnerships. Executive Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, is not able to join us, Ms. Chioma Afe, but representing her is the General Manager of Sustainability for Seplat Energy. Please, let's welcome Madam Grace Amadi.
Good morning, everyone, seated here physical, and to our participants online. I wish to bring the greetings of the Director, External Affairs, Chioma Afe, who is unavoidably absent, and I also wish to extend our thanks to the team, the IT team that has put up this session on the Technology Week. I'll move straight into the presentation. Could I have the slides projected, please? Thank you. So we've been asked to discuss driving energy transition through environmental sustainability and collaborative partnership. All right. This is very apt in view of the times we are in now. Next slide. So we'll start by what's really energy transition. Transition means movement or shift. So we are actually discussing how do we move away from the fossil fuel that we are used to now, that is the oil, the coal, the gas, to the renewable energy, essentially having a decarbonization process. And that's why we have the ball would have to shift. And I think Effie said we've actually started the movement. For us today, we have high carbon society. We are largely dependent, especially in this side of the world, on fossil fuel. And we are now required to move into that decarbonized society for the future. We would not achieve this without technology. We would not achieve this without infrastructural development, policy, regulatory frameworks that are environmentally friendly, and expansion of the business, ultimately to bring market competition, liberalization, and the needed expansion in this space. So a lot of discussions have been held, and based on that, we have the global energy transition timeline. I think Effie had made my work very easy today. There's a lot happening in that space, but essentially we can see that today we have 19% of the energy mix is non-fossil. That means the renewable. And by 2050, we are expecting that the energy mix will be 50% from the non-fossil. This is actually telling us that the journey is no longer as fast as we initially envisaged it, so we need to actually devise all additional methodologies. And that brings us to using cleaner alternate fuel as an energy transition. Next slide. What are the major drivers for the energy transition? Primarily, we have the fossil fuel, which is the coal, the oil, and the natural gas, are the mix of the bulk consumption for the energy, global energy. And we need to now move away from this because they are causing a lot of environmental damage. We have emissions, we're flaring from those, we're burning them, and then we also have greenhouse gas emissions arising from that. And greenhouse emissions has carbon dioxide, methane, which is even more potent, hydrofluorocarbons and all that. And that is beginning to bring about issues about global warming, climate change. We didn't used to have the type of drought, the type of sea rise, rise in sea level, but recently we saw a lot of climate refugees from the Niger Delta because they had to be displaced due to flooding. So other things that are driving this is the fact that the world has met and there has been resolutions arising from the COP21, popularly called the Paris Convention and the Paris Agreement, wherein we are now required to reduce global warming to 2 degrees, preferably 1.5 degrees when compared to pre-industrial levels. And we can see that if we do not take these steps towards these commitments, as well as the COP27 that talks about climate financing and all the strategies that we have to put in place to implement this, we would eventually have a world that is a potential threat to the existence of people, to the continued existence of our biodiversity and the planet in general. So it's very important that this is no longer a nice to have, it is indeed a must to have. Energy transition. Next slide. Pathways to energy transition. We have a couple of them there: natural gas, carbon capture, utilization and storage, the low carbon hydrogen and renewables. But guess what? We are really blessed in this country. Natural gas is one of our abundant resources. In fact, we had from the regulators, the NUPRC, very recently informed us that 33% of the total natural gas reserve of Africa is contributed by Nigeria. That means that we no longer have to waste this gas because we can turn them to value-added products. We not only can re-inject the gas if we can. Effie talked about the reduction process in flaring and our targets for 2022 for non-routine flares. But we are also in the space of gas to power, which he also addressed in his presentation. So this gas is something that we can't continue to waste. It is actually going to even improve infrastructural development when we have all the pipelines laid, have the LPG gas terminals, we have the CNG stations. It will boost the job. It will boost economic development for our country. It will also, most importantly, achieve the goal that we are here listening to, which is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the global climate change that we're talking about. The CCS or CCUS, it's a good way of capturing the CO2 that is also a major greenhouse gas that is causing all the climate or environmental related ESG issues that we are all talking about here. So CCSU would help us store. Some companies have started that, but it also involves a lot of finance. It also involves identifying suitable reservoirs. There's a lot of technology transfer that has to be done. Then we also have the CCUS, wherein you don't keep the carbon capture for life permanently. You then utilize it. You can make it into plastics. They can also make it into e-fuels. So it's an energy transition pathway. The low carbon hydrogen, there are two folds. We can have the green hydrogen, which we get from the renewable energy fuel, or the gray hydrogen, which we get from the fossil fuel. But essentially, the game changer is to make sure we use that of the renewable energy, which is obtained through electrolysis of water. And that would help us eliminate drastically the CO2 that is causing a lot of environmental issues. There is a lot of market for hydrogen. As we can see, the market has set to reach 130 billion by 2030. So there's a lot of capital to tap into for investors in that regard. And we can see that this could account to 20 to 50% of energy demand in transportation. For the renewable, Effie has also talked about that, but I will just add a few things. It is the mainstay for energy transition, is the future. The benefits are enormous. It will reduce the global warming, improve public health, and this would also ensure we have 2/3 of the global energy demand that is required. Let's move to next slide. Now, I'll just look a bit at the natural gas and renewable energy. For the natural gas, it's a game changer, no doubt. It's now a cleaner alternate fuel, having less GHG emissions and the likes. It is actually also has advantage of the energy savings and energy reductions and switching with existing infrastructure. So let me come back home to energy reduction for Seplat. Currently, in our 2022 report, we did mention that we were able to achieve 11% reduction of greenhouse gas for our scopes 1 and scope 2. We also reported that we have leak detection and repair systems that has also helped us to capture fugitive gas, and that is actually a way that we are trying to make sure that we remove greenhouse gases that are damaging the environment and posing threats to continuity of the future generation as well. And like we can see, so statistics have it that when we have coal to gas switching, that's meaning you're just moving from one dirty fuel to a lesser dirty fuel. It reduces your emission by 50%, and that's very important that we continue to have systems in place, technology to drive those systems to reduce the emissions that are very detrimental to our health and safety. Next slide. Renewables. Wind, solar, and all that we have there, they constitute the renewables. Nigeria also can tap into solar. Seplat has actually done a pilot with the Amokwe warehouse, where we have a combination of the solar, the natural gas, and solar to power that warehouse. And upon the successful completion of that, we intend to also progress into other facilities within our areas of operation. Again, we are seeing that there's a lot of capital required in this space. Up to 2050, the US, 120 trillion USD will be needed to be invested in this renewable space. So it means that we need the capital, we need partnership, we need rights, regulatory frameworks, incentives that can drive this business. Next slide. Now, on environmental sustainability, it's very important because if you do not take that seriously, investors would no longer support the business. We can't do it alone. No one company can work in the oil and gas alone with its own funds. We need to get the funds. And it's a big drive now, not just from investors, from multiple stakeholders, including the NGO, the communities, the regulators, etc. So it really deals about how we conduct our businesses in a responsible manner, not to impact the climate, deplete the resources that is in the environment. For example, when we have the oils in the pipelines and then they will begin to spill, it would cause environmental damage and biodiversity issues related to those, high costs of cleanup, regulatory sanctions, etc. And eventually making sure that the communities in which we operate are also living in a sustainable manner. We do not endanger the farmlands, etc. And also the Gen Z would actually have, or the millennium generation would have a business to come into and do their own bits of that. For us to have environmental sustainability, there are 3 pillars. It looks at the environmental protection, that's the conservation of the ecosystem, the people, the planet, and ensuring the health and safety. It looks at economic development pillar, which also is very important because in this kind of business, like I said, if we have all the pipelines, we have all the storage facilities, for example, for natural gas, build our CNG stations, LPG terminals, and then have a policy that would help us in that business, would open up the market, there will be jobs, and there will be economic development and growth in our nation. And this would also assure the social development that would drive zero poverty, zero hunger, which is one of the primary goals of the United Nations SDG goals. If we don't do this, there are enormous danger. That is, we continue to have depletion of our resources. We would have continued rise in energy crisis. We want to have energy security and not energy crisis, and would emit the global warming gases that we have seen the impact. We used to think it was a mute, it's no longer a mute. Next slide, please. What are the enablers of energy transition? In no particular order, we need the capital, we need investments, we need the right regulations, the policy, and the political commitments. When we say we have a net zero of 2060, it's not say it is about walking the talk. So we need to put those projects, the initiatives, and all the plans into proper perspective to achieve that. I think we should actually also assess ourselves at some point on how well we are doing with that. We need, for example, to streamline the licensing processes, not to make them cumbersome, so that there would be more people, investors coming into that space. Technology and innovation is very important. It drives a lot of things that we do in order not to expose people to health and safety and environmental issues. As you know, we work in very remote areas, the operational fields, sometimes in the offshore, and sometimes like the North Sea, it's not somewhere that you want to compromise the health and safety of people. There is a lot about institutions and governments, what can they do in terms of providing the necessary support, in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of skills and development. Thank God we have the local content development. We need to build skills because we don't have those skills, and we need to begin to engage the right parties to have those skills developed locally. Partnership, of course, because of the nature of the capital-intensive nature of the business, we need to have the right partners. Next slide. So that brings us to responsible financing. So what's happening? We work in a company that uses a lot of capital, and we're not talking about thousands or tens. We cannot get this capital unless we demonstrate to our investors that we are taking ESG, environmental sustainability matters, very seriously. We are even beginning to be rated by the ESG rating companies and comparing us with our peers. And there can be divestments. They can begin to lose the confidence they have and then take their funds elsewhere. Then we are in a problem. So we don't want to have that. In fact, apart from financial institutions, there are non-financial institutions that have the resources and are beginning to divest from companies that are no longer taking environmental sustainability or the energy transition very seriously. A couple of those, as it may interest you, are the non-profits making organization. We have the NGO, we have educational institutions and the likes in that. And you can see that about 1,593 of these institutions are really committed to divesting, and is all the funds that they are looking at is over 40 trillion US dollars. These are not nice to have. So we are now forced to start looking, whether as governments, as institutions, on green financing. And what green financing means is that you have to do projects that are environmentally sustainable, projects that would not damage the environment, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, projects that are looking at biodiversity issues and gas flaring or solarization, renewables. Those are what are the interests as we speak right now. A couple of examples of the finance that we have in that space, where the International Finance Corporation has that. We have the Enova has 541 million to construct solar plants in Mexico. That was given, and that eliminates roughly 79 100,000 tons equivalent of CO2 per year. Also, we have the United Nations Green Fund, Green Fund and the Green Loan as outlined in this space. Next slide, please. This is looking at the energy transition investment versus the fossil fuel investment. And for the first time in 2022, it was recorded that energy transition investment equals that of fossil fuel investments. And this is also going to increase as we go on because this is the future. And there is a lot of investment. The investors are very keen to support this process. Please, let's now go to the next slide. We have partnership. So there's a lot of partnership. I will not bore you, but take a few examples. The IRENA is supporting the shipping industry, and that is to bring down the emissions. As we know, they also use fossil fuel in that space. The ADCOR and the BP are looking at partnership for green hydrogen, and this would for the aviation industry, and a couple of others as outlined in this presentation slide. Next slide. These are more global partnership. We can't achieve energy transition without global partnership and programs. The World Economic Forum, the Clean Energy Transition Plan of the IEA, and the United Nations program are a couple of these. Please, next slide. Yes. Doing this, the energy transition, driving it to environmental sustainability and collaboration cannot be done without talking about the frameworks that we need and the guidelines, the regulations that we need to ensure we comply with. And this brings just a snapshot of some of the jungle of frameworks that we are forced now to look at, either from a mandatory lens, because, for example, TCFD became mandatory for London-listed companies. The NGX has made sustainability reporting mandatory, or from industry best practice. The United Nations Global Compact is also looking at things around human rights, climate change, labor practices, etc. And some of these regulations, like the IFRS, is going to be coming in a couple of months. We need to just work out how we ensure we comply with this and drive transparent reporting disclosure in terms of environmental stewardship and energy transition. Please, next slide. Okay, this brings to, this is my concluding slide. We are in an energy week. We would definitely cannot do this business, like I said, without using the available or emerging technologies that are out there. For example, the Internet of Things, Effie talked about sensors and staying in a place to, so they help us to collect those data. They help us to eventually analyze those data real time and avert some of the incidents that would have occurred if we did not use those technologies. We are looking at robotics and automation. This is also used in our own industry. We have places where we have underwater vehicles, because we cannot go into such terrain. We even have fully automated rigs as we speak for regions of the world where it is extremely environmental hazard to have people, and they go once in a while, or maybe once or twice in a year, to visit such location. Leak detection technology, recycling technology, all this can help us. I know that Seplat at some point also had an agreement or partnership with the University of Aberdeen in terms of ensuring that we use virtual reality and AI for drilling and getting efficiency in those regard. It helps us to know the volumes of the volumes that we're expecting from the wells, as well as assess the potential risk instead of having the actual implementations without these technologies that could lead to loss of capital, incidents, etc. So there are a couple of advantages and impacts as outlined here. I guess my time is up, but eventually all this, the drive, and particularly the technology that is required now, would help us achieve the needed energy transition. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Ms. Grace Amadi is speaking on behalf of Ms. Choma Afe. Ms. Choma Afe is the Executive Director, External Affairs and Sustainability. Okay, so by my time, before I go on take this break, I want to appeal to the speakers for the rest of today to please very kindly keep to the time that we've allotted to them. We have a lot to unpack today, from the Seplat Energy Plc subject matter experts, some of whom you've listened to those who will talk to us about the technology they have on display. We have a lot to unpack. So if we can please help us to speak within the time we've allotted to you, we will definitely achieve all that we set out to achieve today. That said, can we give all of our speakers a round of applause for this first session? We will go on a quick break. It's just a 15 minutes break. It's 10:55 by my time. So at 11:10, I expect us to be seated back here. If you want to grab a bottle of water, is behind you. Tea and coffee is that way. You want to use the restroom, as you exit, just go all the way to your right. Straight down the walkway, you find the toilets for both men and women. And please, those of you who own phones that ring when they are off, remove the batteries. Thank you. Let's not distract one another. See you at 11:10. Enjoy the short break. Thank you very much. Please make your way back into the room. Thank you very much. Our tea break is officially over. Thank you, Technical, for that music. Please make your way back in this way. We need to continue the program. Again, we appeal to all of our speakers to please speak within the allotted time. Welcome back those of our distinguished participants who've joined us virtually. Welcome back from the break. We hope you were able to grab a cup of coffee or tea or water yourself, or perhaps some juice or smoothies, whichever works for you. Please make your way back into the room. Thank you very much. Make your way back into the room. We have to continue the innovation journey. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Algo, can you please tell those in that way to make their way back in? Thank you very much. Agatayo, please, sir. Can we take our seats? Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. Thank you. Please, let's take our seats. Our speakers are ready. We're going from the innovation journey of Seplat to the NEPL short presentation from the COO of NEPL. And then we'll take another short presentation from NMDPRA. We move on from that swiftly to Ayo's presentation. So please make your way back. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Innovation journey, nurturing technological advancement for sustainable energy transition at Seplat Energy Plc is the next presentation that we're going to take for a maximum time of 15 minutes. Maximum time. Okay, so to all the speakers, once you start speaking, I would mind my business on the chair in the audience. Once you see me stand beside you this way, and by that action saying, you have no more time left, please round off and let's invite the next speaker. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding. All right? On your marks, ready, set, go. On the innovation journey, nurturing technological advancement for sustainable energy transition at Seplat Energy, let's welcome the technology manager at Seplat. Please join me with a warm applause and welcome Mr. Omotayo Omidiji, who is also the team lead for this summit. Can we make the applause better, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much.
No wala. All right. Timer. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'll stand on existing protocols. So I'm trying to run us through what we have been doing in Seplat. As the leadership have mentioned, we started this journey some time ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, and we have been taking it one stride at a time. So I want you to look at this slide. We'll come back to it later. But just try and picture, okay. It's not on the screen yet. Let's just give them a few seconds. Okay, so let's look at this slide. It's courtesy one of our vendors, and keep that in mind. Next slide. So simply put, innovation is practicalizing our ideas. It doesn't have to be new ideas. We can improve on old ideas. We can suggest new ideas, but until it generates an effort and it becomes an action, and we actually have a deliverable, we have not innovated. And innovation has to have value. We have to deliver value at the end of the day. And those items on my right are what we as Seplat look at as critical success factors in our innovation journey. We want better HSC performance. We want enhanced production, which obviously drives improved revenue, reduction in our deferment. We want process optimization. We want to reduce cost where OPEX comes in, and then we want to reduce emissions. Next slide, please. Is innovation necessary? We might ask ourselves. The problem is when you start doing, you can fall into this path where all you do is just keep recycling, and somewhere along the line, innovation dies out, and all we are doing is operating. But in the energy space, where price is quite volatile, you need to keep yourself consistently on that edge where you are meeting your targets that have been set, and ensure that we remove all the complexities and ambiguities as much as possible. And that is why we keep driving innovation in the organization, in Seplat, as it is. Sometimes the regulators, we have NMDPRA here, we have NUPRC tomorrow. They help us drive innovation. We have a project that we are piloting, which we'll get to, the incinerator technology, that was driven by the regulators and the existing policy that came up. And that is why we talk about removing emissions and flares by 2024. It's a target we're actively working towards, and it's driving many of our projects. So innovation doesn't just come because we want to try new things out. We have a goal in mind. Next slide. So our innovation journey, this is where we started from, analog instruments. We all know the story. Way back in 2010, we got assets from Shell, and they were at a certain state. Right now, if you go to the field, also in the offices, assets at a certain state. All we are trying to do is ensure full integration of data, our analytics tool. We want to integrate it into our data source and bank. We want a central command and control center. So most people visualize Saudi Aramco. We don't have to be Saudi Aramco. We can just size it, scale it to what Seplat wants. We don't have to be like anybody else. And that is where our innovation comes in. We want continuous improvement in everything we do. On a daily, in our assets, in the offices, we are continually improving. Because, again, we need to drive down cost, we need to reduce deferment, we need to maximize revenue. Next slide, please. To do all this that I've been talking about, I think this is a good place for me to state how we go through technology in Seplat. So we have a maturation process that has gone through several iterations. It started with my predecessor sometime 2020. I came on board into the team in 2021, and we have improved on it. So I'll just share the maturation process with us. Next slide, please. So this is what we do. We go through a cycle where we carry out a business to technology mapping, try to identify the opportunities in the business, going by those key criteria that I talked about earlier. We discuss with our JV partners, because obviously we are running this for everybody's profitability. we develop a project charter, which we call a technology charter, and then we share with the different end users, because we see ourselves as a service unit trying to achieve value for the organization, and we work with people and through people to ensure that this value is derived and delivered. We go through the implementation plan, and what we do as a team is to ensure that we run a pilot or a proof of concept, and it is until this generates value, at least through a first cycle of production or operation, that we now deliver it back to the team or the end user to run with. And then the end user goes ahead and does the replication across the business. So in a nutshell, we look at where the business need is, we develop a business plan, we discuss with the partners for alignment, and then we run through a process to generate value. You see me keep talking about value as we go along because it is very important. Again, we are not doing innovation for innovation's sake. We are not a university or a place of learning. Before a DRB sits, that's a decision review board that is led by top management, sits and agrees for a project to go forward, we have to show value. It is very important. It could be HSC, it could be cost reduction, it could be improvements in revenue. Whatever it is, it has to be apparent to management before the project can go ahead. Next slide, please. After I've talked about the process, what have we done with this process? We have some selected business cases. We are working on solar panels in some of our facilities. We've talked about emissions reduction. This is one of the ways we are achieving that. The incinerator technology in Amukpe, we've talked with our regulators several times on this project. It will go ahead by the end of the year, or hopefully next year, early next year. And we hope this will reduce our emissions greatly. We are running a pilot in Amukpe, one of our facilities in the Seplat area. And hopefully it goes well, knock on wood, and then we can replicate across other facilities. Next slide, please. There are sensors, leadership talked about earlier, I think Effie mentioned it. There are sensors on many of our wellheads now. That does a lot for us. It reduces travel time. What our guys used to do was, because I used to be in the field myself, what we used to do was every morning we wake up and then we drive all around our wells, checking them daily. We've cut that out now. We've reduced man-hours spent just driving around. What we do now is do some analysis and surveillance on our laptops and check which wells are not performing as they should. And then we go check those wells. We reduce exposure to attacks or unwieldy people. A lot of things have happened just by installing that, those sensors on our wells. Fugitive emission leaks, we've done a campaign late last year, early this year, just to reduce these emission leaks. And we found a lot in our operations, and we are actively trying to close them out. Next. This was a good one for us last year. So because of the operations that we run, we built a produced water management plant in Amukpe. For that to run very well, we use chemicals, inject at our various assets, and these work over time, over the travel time, before it gets to Amukpe, where the separation is done. But many of these pumps just die off, and because our people are so busy with the nitty-gritty of the day-to-day running of these assets, somebody needs to check these pumps every time, every once in a while, to ensure they are running as they should. This system has helped us automate that process. So now our guys in Amukpe sit down, they see all the pumps in the different assets. They can tweak them to increase injection rate based on how much we are producing, and this helps our process a lot. We can tie a lot of value to this, reduced produced water that we send to the TFP, which reduces our cost, the man hours, again, that we use to check all these pumps from time to time. So technology has really improved our lives, and it is apparent in what we do. Next slide. So what are we trying to do going forward? I've talked about reduction in cost. Majorly, we want to get down below $10 per barrel operating costs. That's for all our assets, for Seplat as a whole, which involves the eastern assets, the western asset, and all other non-operated assets. We want to apply technology not only to the downstream, but to the upstream. Also, all our assets, the asset work that is done pre-drilling, we want to use technology a lot more. We want to resolve a lot of our emissions with the application of technology. We want to ensure we are best in class in our asset operation and asset integrity. This is not only what we do or we expect to do by word of mouth. It is what we are actively doing already in our operations. Apologies for that. I think that shows that technology can also fail once in a while. But we are improving on it. We hope that we will get to that point where at least we ensure 95% uptime. If we can ensure 95% uptime in technology, delivery, and operation, I think we would have achieved a lot. Produced water management is also one point that we have improved on, and we keep improving on with technology. So at the end of the day, what do we need? We need support from the different end user teams. We need support from management. So what happens most of the time, as I have said, is we try to show this technology that delivers value. But sometimes it's not that easy. Or we might need to show that value ahead of actually operating or doing that project, which is not always easy. So we need management to sometimes understand that it might not be in dollars and cents, but in improving the lives of people that actually work in the field and the guys that work on the coalface in the front end. We hope that there will be more technology ownership and value tracking, that we can show that value more easily. And a key part for me is that we hope that we can work collaboratively, not only within the organization internally, but also externally. Because I think there is a lot of opportunity there to leverage across organizations. And I think that is also ongoing now with the OPTS function. And that will help the entire upstream industry a lot more. So, unfortunately, my last slide is that first slide. Sorry. That first slide I showed us that talked about integration of every part of the business to give us that Saudi Aramco-esque operation. It's a nice to have, and everybody likes it. But we need to understand that it doesn't just come in one day. It requires a lot of planning. It requires a lot of money. And that is why we talk about scalability. We need to scale to the magnitude that is just right for the organization. And so you might need to strip down a lot of parts, but then we will get that value that helps us integrate the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream of the business. And I hope that going forward, we'll all be able to collaborate and ensure that that value that we are delivering for the company is very apparent for both us and our JV partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Omotayo Midiji. Your use of technology perhaps has also allowed you to use time well, so thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to make progress. We're going to make progress to the next presentation. I did say that we're going back to our senior JV partners, NNPC E&P Limited. This time we're listening to the Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Nicholas Foucault, who is not able to join us, but the Executive Director, Gas Development, is here. Let's welcome Mr. Yakubu Abba.
Good morning, everyone in the room. I will stand on the established protocols. Just like Roger did, and I think following or towing that line, my MD did, I was equally handed a piece of paper, which I will try to present to us. The only difference is that mine happened to be a couple of pictures. So any mistake I make on these pictures, purely my own responsibility. But if there's any credit, of course, it goes to my CEO, Mr. Nicholas Foucault, who is unavoidably absent. So the title of the presentation today is Exploring Investment Opportunities in Innovative Energy Technologies in Nigeria's Energy Transition. Next slide, please. Okay, the outline of the presentation is as shown. We start looking at what energy transition means on a global level, and then we'll narrow in down to Nigeria. We'll look at innovative technologies that are adaptable, very applicable in our own space, and then we'll look at very quickly investment opportunities that exist, and then we'll use this opportunity, of course, to share a little of what NNPC is doing in that energy transition space. Next slide, please. I think before we start, it's important to understand what transition means. Transition is actually defined as structural change in the energy systems, and this could be at the demand end or at the supply end. So I just want to ask, if anyone in the room knows the penetration at the domestic end, in terms of percentage, assuming we are 250 million people, what percentage of Nigerians actually employ or use renewable energies in their houses? Okay, I think we have a good number of students here. I will leave that to you, but at the end of the day, I will tell us how meager that number is. Looking at this slide, the chart to the left shows how, over the last 200 years, the mix of energies have actually evolved. Starting at the base, you'll find biomass all the way from the 1800s, and you'll find a spike in the use of oil with the advent of steam engines. And I think at about 1930 thereabout, there was a spike in the use of PMS. That was when the internal combustion engines actually penetrated the world. But the discovery of the internal combustion engines was sometime much earlier, I believe in the 1870s. If you look at the stack, up until 2000, oil, coal, and gas actually contributes up to two-thirds in the energy mix. We're still struggling as our 2020s with barely 30% across the world in terms of renewable energy utilization. So you will see also that through the industrial revolution, the most recent driven by computing, data analytics, and also other forms of innovation. But it's important that as a nation, we understand the mix of the energies available to us, and that will also help us in ensuring that whatever commitments we'll make, we do it very deliberately and in line with the opportunities in terms of energies that are available to us. Next slide, please. There has been a number of global treaties across the world, and I'll speak specifically for Nigeria. As early as 2021, at Glasgow, the COP26, Nigeria actually joined several nations to commit to reduction of our energy levels in terms of greenhouse gas emissions to 30%, reference 2020 levels by 2030. And then in 2017, as part of the SDGs, Nigeria also committed to affording or providing affordable and clean energy. Very sadly, across Nigeria, we still have about half, or more than half the population, about half the population, 90 million, without access to clean energies. The Paris Accord 2015 actually allowed countries to come together to commit to limiting the increase in global warming to a limit of 1.5 degrees centigrade. We all understand we cannot afford to get to the levels that will increase the global warming to more than 2 degrees centigrade. That will cause catastrophic events that will be irreversible. The Kyoto Protocol and several others, most of these are committed or non-binding obligations, while others are actually binding. Now, I will just digress a bit. The US, very sadly, walked out on the Paris Accord 5 years after being a part of it. It may interest us to know that the US actually, in the last 150 years, has emitted more than any other country, a combined carbon emissions into the atmosphere, over 500 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. If you pile that stack with China and Russia, it's over 1 trillion tons of CO2 equivalent. The US walked out on that accord, the Paris Accord, barely 5 years later, has never been a party to the earlier accords. For example, the Kyoto Protocol of 1997. Next slide, please. Okay, so zooming into Nigeria, for us to understand efforts that Nigeria is making towards energy transition, our most important policy, the ETP, actually has a phased implementation that will allow Nigeria, in line with our commitment in Paris, to reach a net zero of greenhouse gas emission by 2060. And then the pathway to that is ensuring that we achieve that net zero. In terms of budget, it's estimated that Nigeria will require about 410 billion US dollars in order to achieve the net zero by 2060. To appreciate that number, when you consider our year 2023 budget, we will need about 10 billion US dollars until 2060. 10 billion US dollars against our 2023 budget is about 25 to 35% of that budget, depending on the exchange rate you need. So it takes a lot of commitment for us to be able to attain that net zero position by 2060. Gas, like we've heard from many speakers here, is a transition forward. And ensuring that we transit, the gas will continually be the transition forward. There are two things involved, or two steps involved in ensuring that we achieve the net zero. First, is to ensure that we decarbonize. Gas actually has a much lower carbon content by way of emission compared to other heavier fuels. I believe diesel and other heavier fuels contribute in terms of carbon factor twice what you emit when you use gas. So gas will continually be that transition fuel. We're blessed to be holders of very significant reserves. We heard today over 200 TCF of gas was declared by the Commission sometime earlier in the year. We also have a P1, I believe, of up to 200 TCF of gas. Next slide, please. So coming back to Nigeria's energy mix, in terms of installed capacity, natural gas is number one, with nearly 73% thereabout. And like I started earlier, you'll find that in terms of renewables, especially solar and biomass, it does not even shift the needle at all. Just to go back to the question I asked earlier, that number is actually 2 in 100. So in terms of end use, domestic use for renewables in Nigeria is barely an abysmal 2%. The main challenge with the gas utilization in Nigeria, particularly in the electricity sector, is not about the installed capacity. It's about the evacuation as well as the feed gas. We have a number of IPPs that have not taken up to today. I believe, I'm careful not to be specific, but if you look at the Egbema IPP and several others, the facilities are nearly completion, but sadly, we still do not have a good understanding of where those volumes that will fire up those turbines will come from. Next slide, please. Now, zooming in on Nigeria's energy transition enablers, very importantly is to ensure that we continue on our route to literally extinguishing flare gas. As promised, by 2030, we will have eliminated entirely our gas flares. By 2021, it is important to note that Nigeria's total greenhouse gas emissions had 5% from flared volumes. That was about 255 BCF across, and with a domestic value of almost 900 million US dollars. Other transition enablers include energy efficiencies. At the Center for Renewables and Energies Commission, there's a commitment to replace by 2016 40% of our inefficient appliances at home, leading to a 100% replacement rate by 2025. Our feed-in tariff will support cost recoveries, and the carbon pricing mechanism, as stipulated in the Nigerians Climate Change Council, that will also ensure that our emissions are properly curtailed. For the year 2020, it was estimated that Nigeria emitted 275 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. This means that Nigeria is potentially a market, in some sense, for the carbon trading. Next slide, please. Now, speaking to the current energy transition challenges, first is the cost of financing, particularly for renewables energy. The initial investment capital is usually high. Infrastructure development, our grid suffers from transmission losses, inefficiencies, and lack of maintenance. For human capacity development, it's clear that we need to improve by providing skilled professionals across the renewables or low carbon intensive sector. And for policy regulations, it's important for government to continue to promulgate very clear policies and regulations. And for market structure, there's a dominance of decentralized power. Luckily, there's an act that was passed, the Electricity Act 2023, I believe, that brings some succor to that. So what is Nigeria specifically doing to address some of these challenges? Next slide, please. As a government, typically will be policies that will ensure that innovative technologies available are actually deployed. Looking at the 2005 Electricity Power Sector Reform Act, that ensures that cost recovery to the investors is guaranteed. The National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Policy of 2015 also aims to increasingly harness renewable energy and energy efficiencies and driving sustainability across the country. More recently, the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 actually prioritizes gas usage. And then, like I stated earlier, the Electricity Act of 2023 actually liberalized the electricity sector that will ensure that electricity generation, transmission, and distribution at the state levels are enhanced. Next slide, please. Now, speaking about the technology available to be utilized through the transition, gas technologies, gas will continually be a transition fuel. We have technologies available, for example, FLNG. Speaking about FLNG, there's current discussions with some vendors, deployment of 2 possible FLNGs across the country. Other technologies include carbon capture and storage. Carbon sequestration is something that NEPL or NNPC as a company is looking into, and I'll speak on that a little on the next slide. The main issue with renewables, particularly wind, solar, is about intermittency. You can't call these energies on demand, so energy storage technologies will support that energy transition. Smart grids will help to integrate renewable energies into the grid to improve efficiencies and reduce carbon emissions. Electric vehicles, one can argue that you cannot call electricity on demand, so it's much more efficient to focus on gas utilization through gas stoves or possibly car conversion kits. Very familiar for those of us that live in Benin. You'll find that most of the taxis in Benin, I'm sorry to digress, actually use these conversion kits. They use gas as their fuel for those vehicles. The next slide is on investment opportunity areas. It looks like you have skipped one slide. Next slide, investment opportunity areas. Can you go back one slide, please? Investment opportunity areas, gas infrastructure pipelines, gas to power project, gas-based industries, hydro on small scale, and also geothermal, amongst several others. Key to mention is the last item there. To eliminate waste, efficiency improvement could be necessary. 4 major benefits: saves money, reduce greenhouse gas emission, create jobs, and meet the growing energy demand. Next slide, please. So now, back home, NNPC Limited is doing a lot in terms of sustainability. First, it was talked about much earlier, expanding gas network on the AKK and Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, for example, increasing domestic gas sales now to over 2.2 BCF of gas. Gas processing facilities, this is more of oilage filling. We have more of oilage than utilization. So currently, as NEPL, we have an oilage that exists of over 60%. So our efforts are focused towards more of filling those oilages against new gas facilities. The decarbonization roadmap, NNPC actually adopts the CRISP approach to decarbonization. And of course, NNPC is investing heavily for the next 10 years in biofuel and solar projects. Next slide, please. NEPL investment outlook in the energy transition March 1st, gas flare commercialization. Complementing the NEPRC's gas commercialization program, we're also employing every effort to ensure that we flare our gases down. We're also deploying an ELDA project, leak detection and repairs technologies across all our facilities to ensure that fugitive releases, methane and others are usually curtailed. Gas infrastructure project, we currently as NEPL has an active gas plant or gas project ongoing, 200 million scope in Nobel 34. Methane emission baselining is ongoing. We have some pilot assets where we're taking baseline surveys of the carbon emissions. Then next, carbon capture and sequestration. We're working very closely with LLNG to ensuring that we are able to provide some reservoirs that are depleted within an asset at Bonny for sequestration of CO2. And then finally, we are working to ensure that across all our locations, we are able to replace diesel-fired engines with gas. And like I said earlier, gas actually emits half in terms of carbon emission factor compared to what diesel emits. Next slide, please. So my slide, I know my time is up. It's a triple or helix approach to ensuring sustainability. First, governments are deeply involved in terms of propagating policies, and then the energy operators like Seplat working very closely with research bodies and academia to foster knowledge sharing, innovation, and transdisciplinary collaborations. Next slide. I think next slide is just the references. Thank you very much for listening. "15 minutes is a short time to present this, but thank you so much."
We know that 15 minutes is a short time, but we are also confident in the fact that you do the business way more than 15 minutes, which is what is important to the country and the industry. So thank you for doing the best you can in the time that is allotted to you. Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause. Mr. Yakubu Abba is the Executive Director, Gas Development at NEPL, speaking on behalf of the COO. Thank you. Onwards, without much ado, we'll go back to our industry midstream downstream regulator, who would come talk to us on technology and Innovation, Enabling the Implementation of Petroleum Industry Act. Let's welcome back Mr. Steve Zaka Ayuba, Senior Technical Advisor of the ACE NMDPRA, the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Welcome, sir.
I know. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So once again, good afternoon. Oh, we're still in the morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to interact with us again in this very important engagement that I think the industry needs to continue to have progressively. So to project my presentation, we've been invited to then talk about how PIA, which is the Petroleum Industry Act, it's being enabled for effective implementation through the use of technology. And I have very few slides to then share with us. And this few slides will then be taking us through what we consider as a compelling business case for us as regulators. So for any of us that are here, I see some young people here. So in the business of oil and gas, let me be specific to oil and gas, there are so many players in that ecosystem, but one of the very important enabler that the business of oil and gas needs is effective regulation. And because effective regulation is then so important to the business of oil and gas, you will find that in every clime where oil and gas business is undertaken, you will then have an institution that is given the responsibility to ensure that regulation is effectively administered. And that is what we do in the oil and gas industry, particularly in the midstream. So I'll run to the next slide to again say what has been said severally here. So for us as regulators, clearly, we are led, we are driven by the clear mandates that our regulatory instruments have defined. Now, when you take the regulatory instrument that the NMDPRA is clearly governed by, and then you look at the very extensive dimension of what the strategic objectives of those documents are, you're going to find that for us, as the regulators of the midstream sector, midstream and the downstream sector of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, we see ourselves faced with another type of trilemma in energy supply, which is, number one, energy has to be secured. So for Nigeria, we clearly have a responsibility to ensure that energy security is guaranteed. But then number two, in guaranteeing energy security, using all the available energy sources that we have in the oil and gas sector, we have to ensure that we're doing that by providing fuels that are clean. Now, there could be many sources of fuel, but the current times that we're in requires that fuels that we use to provide energy must be clean. Now, when you're able to do those two, you will then now have to add the need to ensure that the global aspiration, which has been very well defined in the previous presentations that has been made, you must then ensure as a regulator that you're providing regulatory oversight in a manner where energy security that is providing clean fuels is working within all the global aspiration of energy transition. Now, if you put those three clear requirements, which practically everybody that works in this industry is faced with, including the regulator, you will find that for us as regulators, we then have a leading business case where in every outcome of regulation that we provide, we must ensure that security of energy, is driven through optimal sustainability strategies that eventually must lead to clear economic development. And we see the PIA as then a tool that has clearly given us an opportunity to do that. And if that is the case, for us as regulators, implementation of the PIA must then be done optimally. Can we go to the next slide? Now, if you take the PIA, so the PIA is a very robust document. It's very well established and defined. And if you take a major aspect of the PIA, you'll find that the major aspect of the PIA actually provides clear regulatory frameworks on how the midstream must then be regulated. But then to then make it very simple and very easy to assimilate what the implementation of the PIA from the perspective of the NMDPRA is, you'll find that for us in NMDPRA, we then see 4 clear areas where the implementation of the PIA must guarantee value for Nigeria. Number 1, as regulators, the PIA must then be implemented to ensure that there's optimal compliance of all the provisions that we have. The PIA is very strong on collaboration, and we're using collaboration very strongly to then ensure that our PIA implementation is stakeholder inclusive. And then very importantly, it's been emphasized here very well, the PIA is strong on requiring that our markets here means all the commodities that we produce from the oil and gas industry, all those commodities go into markets. Now, if we are going to be able to derive optimal economic value from those commodities, then our markets must be growing structurally and sustainably. Now, at NMDPRA, you'll find that a lot of our roles are being expected to ensure that we remove barriers to energy market growth in Nigeria. And if we're able to do the first 3, then you'll find that the NMDPRA is then actually looking forward to ensure that with very robust markets, investment in Nigeria is then going to continuously be enhanced through regulation to then grow sustainably. So if we keep this 4 in mind, how do we then apply technology to then begin to help us to achieve some of these leading performance indicators? The next slide will take us through that. So for us, what are some of the key innovation outlooks in NMDPRA? Number 1, and very quickly, we want to then build a regulatory institution in the midstream sector that is using data highly. And then we say we're looking at creating a highly data-driven regulatory system where a lot of the regulatory decisions that we take have a lot of input and very well-informed input from the data that exists. Now, the interesting thing about regulation is that a lot of what we do generate extensive data from the licenses, from the permits, from the approvals, from the different levels of technical approvals or commercial approvals that we grant. A lot of data is generated. Data is generated across practically every aspect of the value chain. We want to begin to then use data to really upscale the quality of regulation that we bring into the midstream sector. Now, in doing that, you'll find that our business processes must then clearly be upgraded in such a way where digitalization is then being used as a tool, where regulatory service is being provided on an optimum scale. Again, coming back to markets, you'll find that market development is clearly one of the key mandates that we have in the PIA. And then NMDPRA is then looking and deploying ways using all form of available technological solutions, as you see in the next slide, to then ensure that we implement all our market development base provisions in the PIA. Very clearly, again, one of our strategic instrument or tool that we're using very well, which is also an area where innovation is then going to continuously be deployed to ensure that our business is being done well, is to ensure that stakeholder inclusive PIA implementation that we've started. And at this point, again, I'd just like to say that with Seplat and our colleagues from NEPL, we have continued to work very closely on practically everything that we have achieved so far in the implementation of the PIA. One of the key and almost very immediate expectation that is been placed on us around implementation of the PIA is to ensure that we produce regulations that can then guide all the aspects of business that is done in the midstream and the downstream segment. If you go to our website, you're going to find all the regulations that have already been issued in that respect. Now, we didn't do that exclusively on our own. Those regulations that you can clearly interact with now to guide you in practically any aspect of business that you want to do in the midstream and downstream sector were done on a highly exclusive basis with all our stakeholders. And then lastly, because our role or work or the value that we're expected to create is driven by people, you will then find that deeply within the ingrains of our innovation outlook, the need to upgrade our human capital asset base in NMDPRA is key. Now, what's some of the progress? My second to the last slide that I have. What are some of the progress that we've made so far, particularly on the aspect of our digital transformation journey? So we're coming as NMDPRA from an organizational structure where we were pre-PIA 2021 actually operating from 3 different organizations. So a lot of us that know the industry know that there was DPR, there was PPPRA, and then there was PEF. Now the composition of NMDPRA now is made up of a portion of staff from DPR coming together with all the staff that we had in PPPRA and PEF. Now when we came together, all of these institutions had different types and levels of digital solutions that were already being introduced into how they work. So if you go to stage 3, you'll find that where we are currently is then ensuring that all of those applications, all of those business solutions that have been automated, we're working very, very closely and very, very assiduously to then ensure that all of those business solutions are integrated in a manner where, as a regulator, we'll then continue to use digital capabilities to continue to interact with our stakeholders and then to continue to provide value that is expected of us. Now, if you move from 3, where are we then looking to eventually get to? We're looking to get to a point where, as regulators, digital transformation, that it's then practically sustaining how we do business. The NMDPRA is looking to then use all the available proven technologies that we have in the marketplace to then ensure that regulation is being driven optimally by the use of all the available and intelligent digital solutions that we have in the market. I was just discussing with my friend here, Autodex, and already I can clearly see some of the very well advanced solutions that they have, which can almost easily be adopted into how NMDPRA works. And we'll continue to take further discussions in that line to then see what can be translated into our further operations. I can discuss some of these details maybe after this session if you then want to get further deeper details on all the applications that we have. And then going into the last slide, You then find that because for us, we work with everyone, that it's then looking at creating any kind of value in the sector that we regulate. Stakeholder alignment is very key for us. Core to strategic focus is a need to then ensure that our stakeholders are optimally supported. Optimally supported in what ways? In investment, and in investment for them, which will lead to industry growth for us. And then how do we do that? You'll find that our collaboration mechanisms, our collaboration strategies will then just continuously be evolved. That's why I'm even here, number one, because we then just need to be engaging with the industry. And at the core of everything that we do, like it's been discussed today, energy transition, you'll find that we're then guided by the need to then develop this industry sustainably. So for the NMDPRA, we are open to providing every kind and every dimension of support that is needed by anyone that seeks to play in this industry. And you don't have to be the big IOCs. No. If you look at the value chain that we operate from, you will then find, particularly from the downstream, you will then find that there are business opportunities that almost everybody can really play in to then help to ensure that Nigeria becomes energy sufficient and that everybody is drawing value from this industry. Thank you for inviting us to make this presentation, and I'll be available for further questions.
And thank you very much, Mr. Ayuba, for regulating time very well. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Okay, so he has been speaking as Senior Technical Advisor to the Authority Chief Executive, Engineer Farouk Ahmed. He's walked us through what they are doing as the PIA has enabled them in our energy transition journey. Thank you very much. Please let's give him one more round of applause. Leadership and innovation in energy transition, forging the path to a sustainable future, is our next presentation. And this time we're going to the Managing Director of Seplat West, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, who has joined us virtually. Because of the challenge of network where he is, we will not be taking his video. He will not turn on his video pretty much, but we would hear him live. He's not recorded, he's live. So we'll just put a holding slide, a holding photograph of his. When you see that, just know that it's intentional because of network challenges. It's over to you now, sir, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, MD Seplat West. Can you hear me? Confirm by saying hello, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. The stage is yours. 15 minutes is the time. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, apologies for speaking on here. I'm actually right on the field, and I thank for the privilege to chime in to this workshop. So it's my utmost pleasure that I welcome everyone to this 2023 Technology Week. And I will say thank you and well done to member of the Technology Planning Committee, Erume, well done, Technology Manager, Amotayo Midiji. Well done for bringing this workshop to fruition again this year. You know, the value of this Technology Week, actually we always cannot overemphasize it as it concerns its contribution to the body of knowledge, to the industry, to Seplat, and to the oil and gas body as a whole. And I believe this is our third edition of this Technology Week. And this indeed shows our utmost commitment to learning and continuous improvement, and also towards deploying mature technologies that add value to the bottom line, which will enable us to maintain our competitive edge. So we know what it is, helping us to improve on our efficiency and then cutting costs. So the technology that we deploy emanate from our 8 key strategic themes. One is health, safety, and environment, our production, emission reduction, process production optimization, ensuring a single source of truth, which is in our enterprise data warehouse system, and then improving collaboration, operational excellence, and reducing our OPEX. That was just the whole reason why, which is around technology and deploy it. We first ascertained that what are the needs of the business, and can this be met by deploying fit for purpose energy technology solution? Can it take us into the future? What is the need for it for now? That indeed is the always a real question anytime we look forward to deploy into our operation. So we're not deploying technology just for technology's sake. No, not at all, not in Seplat. We have a technology maturation process to see that the right technologies are deployed to meet our business need now and for the future, which we always look forward to. So the vision from the technology standpoint remains integrating technology, workforce, and processes just to maximize value and boost the competitiveness of Seplat, while the mission is to deploy the right production operation technology, right from reservoir to our production facility. Having said that, the assets that we are operating today are brown field, not just brown field, brown and brownish field assets. So majority of the issues that we face are asset integrity related. One of the ways of addressing our pain point is utilizing a technocentric approach, which will improve the reliability, availability, and maintainability of the assets to achieve that top quarter performance that you always see and produce the oil and gas in a safe and responsible manner. Our deliberate and collaborative efforts have seen us through this year, and now we continue without looking back to thank our senior partner, the JV partner, NEPL and WIMS, for that support. And for Western Asset, we will always give a big hailing to our senior leadership teams for the kind of support we get from them, the operation team, and all our staff. Seriously, to the regulator, NUPRC and NMTPRA, our local community and our contractors, who are truly our partner in this journey, including our vendors, who we see as a partner and a stakeholder in our business, for helping us to sustain the production of our oil and gas. If I will emphasize it, I will say many thanks for your commitment, and I greatly appreciate it. Just to mention quite a few, we were formally issued with ISO 55001 certification, which is a milestone achievement and another first of many firsts, becoming the first African E&P to become ISO 55001 certified. On the other hand, in our well reservoir facility management space, we have equally also deployed technologies such as the cement packer technology, the silver hub, GLCC technology, and utilize tools such as high fidelity intelligent remote sensors and Seplat virtual asset management system that we call SIVA to enhance and optimize our production. So the question is, having done all this, so what next? What is next is continuous improvement, which will be our key to sustainability and which will move us into the future. And I will go back into what I mentioned in the last technology week, That's the previous edition. That there is a shift in the perspective globally as it concerns energy transition. The global energy industry is looking at energy technology solutions that will reduce the GHG emission and the adherence to environment, social, and governance ESG principle as part of energy transition. Speaking specifically to the theme of this technology week, which is technological innovation in energy transition, the interplay between economic policy and sustainability, I will be referring to a technology that from a perspective is not common in the Nigeria oil and gas industry that somewhat speak to the theme, which is carbon capture utilization or storage, referred to by, in the acronym, CCU or CCS. CCU or CCS will enable operators to capture that carbon from the atmosphere for manufacture of petrochemical, synthetic fuel, and etc., and for storage in underground reservoirs. The carbon can be captured from a multitude of industrial facilities. Once the CO2 is captured, it is then separated from other waste gases using technologies such as solvent and solvents and membranes, and subsequently, the CO2 is compressed, transported. But when you consider about the corrosivity of the CO2, then you compress it, you liquefy it before transporting it, which is cheaper. However, the CCUS market size today, the growth and timing strongly depend on incentive and policies. The related costs that cut across the value chain and cross-industry effort to deploy the appropriate CCUS infrastructure at scale. The challenging economics and the lack of commercial uses leave the development of the CCUS market reliant on appropriate support policy. So, within this technology week team, we must be talking about the sustainability, the future, and that comes at the right time. So this technology week actually come at the right time for us to have a team in looking at what we have for the future. Having said that, it is also important to know that with respect to energy transition and application of technologies, such as CCU, there is no single transition path at the global level. Countries are starting from fundamentally different positions and will be following different transition paths, depending on their starting point, financial endowment. So, energy transition will not proceed with the same speed in most countries. To this end, let us all be open to have engaging and incisive discussion and explore areas in our discussion that are classified as unconventional and blind spots. Let our voice where necessary, and by doing that, I'm certain of a high chance that we'll find a pathway for local development of this and other similar technologies in Nigeria and in Seplat. On that note, I'm most elated to be here and welcome you all again. And I thank you for the privilege to speak. Just the way you know, I'm equally a participant because I'll be learning and be taking notes from each and every body that is speaking from this section that will be applicable to my assets and to Seplat as a whole. I'll say thank you very much, and I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, Managing Director, Seplat West Limited. Thank you for also laying the charge down as to the areas you would require technological support to optimize operations. It's up to those who are innovators and tech experts to take a cue from that and begin to profile solutions where necessary. Thank you again. From Seplat West, we're moving over now to Seplat East. And this time we're listening to Managing Director, Seplat East Onshore Limited. Let's welcome Madam Ibi Ada Itotoy.
All right. Good morning. And I stand on existing protocols, but I must welcome our regulators and our senior partners in the business. My talk today has been made very easy because so many people have made comments about various sections. I'm supposed to be speaking about the role of transformative technology, but you've already had snippets of this coming in, so I think you will relate very well to what I'm about to say. If we look at the world today, most nations are pursuing GDP growth. Every time you hear the outlook at the beginning of the year, there's a GDP target. And GDP growth is tied to production. There's no way you grow GDP without growing production. What that means for us is that the demand for energy, which is what feeds into production, will continue to increase. Oil and gas will continue to play a very prominent role, at least in the immediate term, in feeding that energy need going forward. We've had, as an industry, very traditional ways of doing business, but we know that in the recent past, we've come under a lot of pressure. One of them is the pressure on climate and global warming. Another of them is price fluctuations. It moves up, it moves down, depending on the political scenario at the moment. Many of us are also operating in aging fields. These all come with their own challenges, which means that we need to begin to think of new, fresher, more innovative ways, cheaper ways of getting at these resources. So companies like Seplat were forced to reevaluate these traditional ways of doing business. I'm talking today about transformative technologies, and sometimes when we think about this, our minds go to something far-fetched in the realm of science fiction. But a lot of us, from old to young, have actually lived through this phase of transformative technology. Growing up, my dad used to have punch cards in the house. That was what a computer looked like. At some time, we started going to computer class where we were using floppy disks. We went to compact disks. We went to, later on, you have your flash drives, you have your desktops. And at this point, we're at the point where we're doing cloud storage. You listen to music on Spotify. You don't have CDs in your car anymore. And so each and every one of us have actually lived through a gamut of transformative technologies. And this is really also very applicable in our own industry. There are a couple of key technologies that came out maybe in the last 50 years that really have a big impact on many industries, including oil and gas. Although oil and gas has been a little slow to catch up and fully maximize the potentials, and I'll name a few of these. We have the Internet of Things. The potential of this is just basically to aggregate large volumes of data and interconnect many people, many systems. It just gives you that great interconnectivity, which my colleagues have spoken about. We have AI, artificial learning and machine learning. It basically gathers historic data, finds a trend among it, and helps you to be more predictive in a quicker way with your decisions. Cloud storage and computing, we're already reaping the benefits of that. It gives you a lot of speed in terms of some of the computations that we need to make, and it also helps you reduce your physical footprint, particularly with data storage. We've spoken about automation a bit. You remove the manual element of doing tasks. That has an impact for you, especially when we talk about safety. And then the latest one, which is trending world over now, is big data and data analytics. How do we cluster together massive amounts of information, find trends in that information, and use it to make informed decisions going forward? Now, all these technologies that I've mentioned, including others like blockchain, they all have a lot of application in addressing both the efficiency and the sustainability side of what we're talking about today. When we talk about efficiency, it's about how do we get the most output out of the least input. That reduces your cost, increases your profitability. And transformative technologies is really an obvious way that can enable you to do or to improve on this. So I'll then begin to link that. I'll be very brief because many have spoken about some of these specific technology. And the first of this is data management. Oil and gas is extremely data intensive. Every aspect of data that you can think of, from pressures to production rates to costs to the payments that you make for your vendor, they are all interlinked in one way or the other. And traditionally, we have had this fragmented in various sections of the business. If you are able to aggregate this data and link them across different units, then you can see that you introduced a great variable of efficiency in the way that you do and deliver your work. Even data from the field, remote areas, because you're able to then collect that data, it helps you a lot. Surveillance next. Surveillance, because we have fields scattered around different places, you are able to remotely gather this data, reduce the exposure of your staff. We know how the country is at the moment. And also be able to detect, for instance, leaks as they happen and prevent environmental damage. Integrated field planning is another area where this finds great applicability, and this spans right the entire gamut from your EMP to your supply chain management to finance. If we look at in the subsurface section, when you find ways to do automatic history matching, if you're a reservoir engineer, or automatic seismic interpretation, these are technologies that are beginning to become possible to us, even in this part of the world. All of them make your speed of delivering your work, the speed of getting to a decision-making point much, much faster, reduce the amount of personnel that you also need for delivering all this. And so we see a big application of machine learning, of AI, cloud computing in this particular area of the business. Production operations I'll also touch on. It has been spoken about much. But if you are able to combine, again, AI, cloud computing, data analytics for a lot of this data, from your pipeline data to your sensor data from the wells, and even for the equipment that you have in your gas plants and your flow stations, what that does for you is that you get into a realm that is predictive, meaning that at every point in time, you are seeing the performance of your equipment, and because of past data, that machine, that process, is able to tell you, okay, this is the time that you need to maintain me, this is what I need to keep you up. And immediately we see that connection to reliability and availability. And that, of course, plugs into your efficiency and profitability. I'll talk also briefly about supply chain. We link supply chain using blockchain and AI, and that goes into your logistics, your materials management. And then imagine if you are able to then link your end-to-end contracting process. From the time you send out your tenders, you're able to link that process fully to the time you're sending out a PO for that job, to when the invoices come in, and then to when the vendor gets paid. Imagine the clarity of the audit trail around that process and how much time and energy and human resources that will save you. So that's a bit of the picture we see of what is possible in the industry using technology. Touching quickly on the sustainability side of these transformative technologies, a lot of my colleagues, particularly MD West, spoke about carbon capture. That is one area where technology will feed into sustainability. But another is around carbon offsetting. We now have platforms that actually warehouse the carbon credits that different companies have, and on those platforms you can then buy carbon credit. That creates that interconnectivity using the Internet of Things as well as blockchain to make that possible. We talk about the lowest hanging fruit, which is flare out, reducing the carbon footprint. And that's where we come to associated gas gathering facilities, converting from oil to gas. And we talk about the incineration technology that was also shared just now. Emissions monitoring, of course, something Seplat is very active on, having detectors, and that way you are able to monitor real time what you are emitting, you're able to see the trends, you're able to see the impact of the interventions that you're doing on your fields. That is a very, very powerful tool, even for regulators and for international investors as well. So I'll say it is not debatable that transformative technology is something that we need to imbibe into our businesses. But one aspect I may then mention is that, in my mind, if we have a wholesale adoption of these technologies, there may be a social impact which we should not overlook. Once we go into these technologies that are, in a sense, light years ahead of where we are as a nation, you then begin to bring a lot of people into a competence obsolescence. We will not have a large number of people that will be able to maintain, service and machineries, maintain these equipment. We begin to talk about unemployment, even for the graduates that you have, because education has not caught up with that level of advancement that we're seeing. We begin to talk about capital flight, because when you need to maintain these equipment, you might have to fly somebody in from outside or get some other kind of support that will translate to capital flight as well. You then also outsource, possibly outside the country, your software and your maintenance system. And in a sense, that then kind of takes away from the true meaning of sustainability, one of which key pillars is social sustainability. So we also need to look at that side. And then thinking about that, I will then begin to look at some of the nations that got to this point. And it is clear to see that there has been a big impact of government and industry, even in creating these technologies. Two in particular come to my mind. One is the Rockefeller Foundation, and the other is the National Science Foundation in the US. These two organizations are responsible for some of the discovery of and development of pharmaceuticals like penicillin, the yellow fever vaccine that we know of, the meningitis vaccine that we know of, are all researches funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. And in the National Science Foundation, even the Google that we know of, the two founders used to work at that institution, your MRI technology. So many of these technologies need that amount of collaboration, that amount of funding to get to where they are. And that is why I think that one area which as an industry, Seplat alone cannot do it, but if we collaborate as an industry, together with strong input from government, we need to begin to make direct funding into science education and research in Nigeria. We need to begin to endow chairs in research. We need to begin to set up institutes where we'll be able to attract the best of our people that are abroad. We have people in every top scientific area abroad. Attract them abroad where we'll begin to grow the capabilities that will allow us to use and maintain all these technologies, will allow us even to copy these technologies, because that is what a country like China uses. We need to be able to copy them. We need to be able to adapt them to our own setting. And I think in closing, I would say that technology is something we cannot run away from. We continue to embrace it. As a company, Seplat has been embracing it. And for our industry, it is still early days. If you look at all these technologies, I think there are clearly a lot of deeper ways we can continue to make the best of these technologies. And there are boundaries that together, I believe, will continue to push, both with the collaboration of industry and with support from government as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You not only kept to time, you were transformative in your timekeeping. So you were talking transformative technology and you were transformative in your timekeeping. Thank you so very much. Let's give her and all the other speakers one more round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, we're just almost getting there. You know, the last point you made about having like an institute where we'll train people, maybe send them abroad and bring them back. A Chinese man was asked, how come China has been developed as it is? He said, answer is ABC. So this is Nigerian friend thought to himself, ABC is simple. Turned to walk away, the Chinese man called him back and said, no, I know you're thinking I mean it's simple. I don't mean it's simple. China was developed by American-born Chinese, ABC. So very in agreement with your point. So we need to have NBC, right? How was that? Nigerian-born. Why was that? What would be our own ABC? Nigerian what? American-born. Interesting. So we really need to, I mean, listening to her again, you then see why. I used to think that I used to look at JAPA from the negative point, but it was here, I think here in Abuja, that the ES of NCDMB tweaked it, and it's akin to what you're saying now. If we look at JAPA as another way we can achieve what you're saying, yes, people would go, they will go to Canada, to UK, they will go. But ultimately, someday, somehow, if we get it right in 1 year, just 1 calendar year, the number of experts, technocrats that will troop back here and that will trigger the kind of development we're talking about will be alarming. I mean, some of them might stay back to become the next Prime Minister of the UK or maybe the President of the US. If a Kenyan can do it, why not a Nigerian, right? But we really need to start looking at JAPA from that kind of perspective, that they would go, bring back technology, bring back expertise, and will grow this industry. Because ultimately, oh yes, thank you. Ultimately, the technology that is driving the industry today, we don't own anyone. Whether we're doing core oil and gas business, whether we're moving over to renewable, we don't own anyone. I was at OPEC a few weeks ago where I moderated a panel. Part of what was discussed is the fact that we need to, as oil-producing countries, especially in Africa, we need to start owning technology. If we don't, the day somebody wakes up and says, I'm done selling to you, we're done for. During the early days of the Boko Haram war, we were stuck for a long period where they were not selling weapons to us for whatever reason. If we were manufacturing our own, we will not care. So we really need to start working in that direction. I really commend Seplat for what you're doing with this. I remember back in the day, a particular IOC used to do something like this, and I still stand to be corrected. I do not think there's any independent that does this at this level, you know, to bring in technology experts, bring in vendors, bring in subject matter experts in the company, and interface and interact with one another and look for what the solutions are to the many challenges you have in your operations. Remarkable. I think Seplat deserves a round of applause, please. Yes, yes. So we are getting ready to get into lunch, but before we do that, I just a quick rundown what has happened here. I'm not giving you a summary of everything, of course. We began this morning with our CEO's speech, who was represented by the COO, who walked us through very succinctly on the theme of the event, what we're to expect. They really looked at the interplay on his merit, what Seplat is doing, and how this will help Seplat attain the next level of that business. Of course, the technical director was represented by the man who consulted the local AI, and the local AI brought him a message for us, quite an exciting one. We listened to him at that point. We moved on from there to a partner speech from the managing director of NEPL, where Madam Aditutu spoke to us, gave us certain instances as to what they are doing, and did express, of course, their delight in the partnership with Seplat. The regulator spoke to us, albeit briefly, by way of an opening regulator speech at the time, and assured us he was going to come back and talk to us, which he did a few minutes ago. Our Director New Energy took center stage and gave us quite a detailed conversation around what the theme of our conversation is, what we're doing with technology, where the technologies have been deployed, and how they are helping stimulate the business and optimize value for the business. You know, walked us through a lot of those things and spoke to us about some of the successes and the big wins that Seplat has been able to attain using these technologies. For instance, categorically stating that Seplat will end flare by next year, and that's quite remarkable. Some international operators have not been able to achieve this, but to make those huge dollar investments, he said, and getting ready to achieve that. He also spoke to us about some partnerships going on by way of collaboration with IFC and Halliburton, that is trying to create clusters where they can deploy carbon capture and sequestration and usage, of course. So Seplat really is waiting for that to happen, according to him, and take advantage in capturing carbon and making the process cleaner and safer. Okay. He did also remind us that the company is a Toknadu company and a forward-thinking company. I always say to people, regardless of what you think about Seplat, if 30% of all those licensed at the time Seplat was licensed or before are doing what Seplat is doing, we will not be panicking that IOCs are divesting. We will not be panicking. There's a bit of panic around IOC's divestment, but if the independents get it right and continue to do so, Seplat is pushing the envelope continuously, the panic, I think, will really drop, because you find competent hands that will take up these assets that are being divested for the interest and benefit of our people. Okay, so we're reminded by our sustainability general manager that transition should not be seen as one very novel or scary thing. It's something that happens again and again. We keep transiting as a human race, whether from coal to where we are today, or from one technology. I think it was the GM projects who spoke about how he's so archaic when it comes to computing these days. And how computer has gone way beyond his day and time, right? So Madam Amadi was reminding us that we should see transition, as that. And she gave us certain timelines, global energy transition timelines, and made it categorically clear that Seplat is not lagging behind. Seplat is moving with the train, whether it be towards the environment, towards the host community, or even the people who work with the business. Seplat is definitely ensuring that they have the right pathways to energy transition. She also touched on the CCUS and, of course, many other renewable sources, and how that requires a lot of tech and funds. Funding is something that we cannot overemphasize. Nothing happens, whether it's transition or whatever you call it, without the right amount of funding. She also gave us like a sneak peek into some of the things that Seplat is doing around natural gas, some of the technologies that has been deployed to detect leakage and trap fugitive gas and all of that, and how renewable has become a mainstay in the transition conversation. The beautiful thing about renewable is that we have it in abundance, but what we lack is that technology. I mean, is it sun? I was in Maiduguri with NNPC Limited a few months ago. At 2 p.m., the AC in my room, I told the hotel reception that it was faulty. I thought it was faulty, like it's just faulty. At 2 a.m., I ran to switch it off. Extreme weather, right? It was very hot. I think it got to Maiduguri that day. It got to somewhere around way above 35 degrees. So whatever solar you want to put out there can work. You have wind. Later in the day, it became a bit windy. So we have hydro. We have it all. We just need to invest. And it is the oil and gas. The oil and gas industry is the future of renewables, because we have the people, we have the process, we have the technologies, and we can develop more. So if we need to do any kind of transition, we need to be allowed to develop to a certain, someone said it here today, I can't remember who now, we need to be allowed to develop to a certain level where we can take process from here and develop what we need to develop here. It was in OPEC, the former Spanish foreign minister, a lady who said, I'm paraphrasing her now, she said that it is a crime to mention energy transition and Africa in one sentence as some in the West want it to be. Like, abandon this now, leave your gas now, leave your this now. She was the opinion that it shouldn't be that way. Anyway, we'll continue some more later in the day with a recap of what has happened today. We'll get some more. But we're going to go on our lunch break now. I've been informed that lunch is ready and served. By my time, it is 12:47. I would just approximate that to 12:50. and I want us to do lunch in 40 minutes, meaning at 1:30, we're requested to please be back here and take our seats and continue with the presentations. Lunch is served this way. Enjoy. 1:30, be back. We'll have more presentations and more technologies to talk about. Thank you very much. See you shortly. another brief stop with the exhibitors, and that's it, we're done. And that's it, we're done. So please, kindly make your way back. Let us please make your way back in from the lunch area. If you are still eating, not a problem, carry on. If you're done eating, come back this way. We should have enough time to do some networking and chit-chatting at the end. Please come back and take your seats. Thank you very much. Those who are still eating, enjoy lunch. Mr. Emeka. So please, let's make our way back into the room. Thank you. Daptem Engineering, Alpha Designs Nigeria Limited, Prime Atlantic, Upland Consulting Nigeria Limited, COA Custodian Nigeria Limited, UISPE, LASU SPE Student Chapter, Cypher Crescent Limited, SLB Compression and Power Systems Limited, Aviva Select, Austin Limited, World's View Autodesk. These are the exhibitors and vendor partners for this year's Technology Summit. We will interact with them at some point, learn what their offerings are and what solutions they're bringing to some of the challenges or some of the pain points that had been highlighted earlier by previous speakers. So when it's time for the panel session, as they begin, if you have any question you would like to ask them, please do well to note those questions on your writing material. For those of you who've joined us virtually, feel free also to leave your questions in the Q&A box. If you're having difficulty doing that, if you can raise your hand, and we'll do something about it. Technical, if you find any questions for the panel session while it is on, call my attention to it. I'll join you there and read the questions out to our moderator and panel members. Technical, I hope we're on the same page on this one. So welcome back. If you would give us your cooperation as you've been doing since morning, I'm assuring you that we would have enough time for pictures, networking, friendly banters, long time no see you chats, and the whole 9 yards. But please for now take your seats so that we can fulfill our promise of an early end to today's sessions. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Welcome back. If you are still eating, please do not rush your food. Take your time. However, hurry up so you can join us as we start. Authority, I hope we are suspending the presentation for now of those prizes. We suspended it, right? Thank you very much. So let's leave it. Okay. They can go and come. Come whisper to me. All right. Thank you, Algo. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. We're making good progress and we're moving swiftly now to the presentation on navigating the energy transition. But please, can the movement just reduce a bit? Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Please, thank you. Let's kindly reduce the movements. It will be a bit distracting for our speakers when we are moving a lot like that. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you. This is just a 15 minutes presentation. 15 minutes presentation, navigating the energy transition and operational perspective. And to take us through this presentation, please, those in the dining area, can you please simmer down a bit? Thank you very much. Those in the dining area and those in the exhibition area, please let's cut the noise a bit. Thank you. We're about to take a presentation. Thank you kindly. Thank you. Thank you. To take us through this presentation is a production operation manager for Seplat West Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Ishmael Yahaya. Yeah, feel free. It's not only models that walk wrong way, even intellectuals walk wrong way, so feel free. Take the walk. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, okay. Okay, that's right. I think I can even see this.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. It's always difficult to get people back after lunch, but we still have to do this anyway. I've been asked to speak on navigating the energy transition and operational perspective. I don't know why they chose that topic for me. Maybe because I'm operations manager, so they want to know the perspective. We'll do this in maybe 10 minutes. Next slide, please. Okay, so from the start of this event, I know we've heard a lot about energy transition and energy evolution. So primarily, what do we mean by energy transition or evolution? Is practically means the same thing. It means where we are in the energy journey. And if you agree with me, this started with the primitive age, And after that, we've had the transitions to the Industrial Revolution. So can you hear me now? Wow, okay, that's a big difference. Then we've witnessed the development of the oil and gas industry. Also, we've witnessed the nuclear technologies, which is not for everyone. And of course, now we're in the era of renewables, which is a big deal. I'm sure some people will be thinking, are we not gradually going back to where we started from? Back in the day, I think the most expensive people were the ones that had a lot of muscles that can generate a lot of motion for us. But thankfully, we are not going back to those ages. We're just looking for an alternative to where we are now, which is the fossil fuels. So basically, we will talk about the transition journey. Please, if you can go to the next slide. Like I said before, the goal also is to ensure that we move away from fossil fuels and generate energies that are, number one, sustainable and also clean for the environment. So what are the drivers for this energy transition? Climate change. We all listen to the news almost on a daily basis, and we can see the impact of climate change. A lot of flooding almost everywhere on the globe. We have people suffering from heat strokes and all that. So those are some of the drivers of the energy transition. Energy security as well. I think the only reason why reservoir engineers still have jobs is that they threaten us. You have 2 million barrels left. Tomorrow is 1 million barrels. You get what I'm saying? So energy security is key. We need to be sure that we will still be able to continue to get the required energy for day-to-day activities. Economic opportunities are there as well. I won't speak too much on that because it's either there or neither here nor there. We have technology developments which has pointed sites in traditionally areas where we did not focus on. Public health benefits, we all know what could arise if we continue to focus mainly on fossil fuels. You have a lot of diseases that can impact our ability to function. Asthma, you have heat stroke, and all sorts. So we need to be able to make sure that our existence we eliminate all these issues. Technological advancements, solar, and the likes of it, wind technology as well, and hydroelectricity is being kind of developed further than traditionally was. Policy support and international agreements, we all hear about SDGs, ESGs, even the Nigerian authorities, we have our own policies, the flares down or flares out policies, the same thing. So those are some of the drivers. I think primarily the SDG goals. SDG 7 is making sure that we have affordable and clean energy. Yes, it has to be affordable, but at the same time clean. And more importantly, SDG 13, I think, speaks to the need for climate action. Next slide, please. Impact on our operations, changing demand dynamics. A lot of people are moving away from oil into gas, which is a bit more cleaner. We're also seeing people relying more on solar technology. I think it's becoming cheaper, and the efficiency is improving as well. Wind technology is there as well. Financial risk. No one wants to put their money in oil and gas again because it's obvious that the focus is shifting away from there. So we need to do more to get investors to put money in the business. So that's quite key. Market volatility and uncertainty, it's very clear. And transition to low carbon technologies. A lot of the previous speakers have said one or two things on the net zero and the need to achieve that within the next 25 years. I think by the middle of this century, the aim is to achieve net zero. Diversification efforts, we don't all want to slip in and face one direction. We need to do things a bit differently. Reputational considerations, you don't want to be flagged as the one responsible for not being able to achieve the global goals, and also you want to be seen as, not only be seen, you have to act and make sure that the environment is sustainable for us. So what are the strategies that have been applied globally? Embracing diversification. There's actually no option to that. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Okay, embracing new technologies, reducing emissions, fostering collaboration, and then supporting the workforce transition. So we'll now focus on what our own strategies are in Seplat. So you can shift this slide now, please. Okay, so we have 4 pillars which we've hinged our sustenance on. One of the strategies that we have to deliver the energy transition. That means we have to consciously move away from fossil fuels, but we don't just drop the ball and move. You have to make sure that it's done in a sustainable way. And the PIA bill has made it very necessary for us to spin up the midstream business. And also, as part of our own strategy is the development of the new energy department that are looking at other areas where we can invest apart from the traditional fossil. Next slide, please. The next strategy, again, is emission management. So while we walk the talk in moving towards energy transition, we still have to make sure that the current business we do, we're able to do it in a way that we pay a lot of attention to sustainability. And I think when Effie spoke this morning, he had a timeline for 2024 for us to achieve zero flaring in our business, and this speaks to that as well. So currently we've installed some new AG compressors. We're installing some new screw compressors that will enable us gather the low pressure gas systems. And hopefully by the mid of 2024, we should have the incinerators and all the later-end technologies that will help us move in the right direction. Also, we're doing a lot more on leak detection and repairs. Our maintenance manager is saying it does not sleep again because of fugitive leaks. But that's to tell you that we're doing more to make sure that we're safe. We're also doing a lot more reporting so that if you report it, you focus on it. Can you shift this slide, please? Asset integrity is a big deal for us as well, because where do these leaks come from? If your assets are not integral, then you risk the chances of polluting the environment. We also have a zero spill plan, although it's a bit more challenging to navigate that space. Of course, we know the key reasons why we have a lot of spill in the Niger Delta is because of activities of vandals. So it's a space that we need a lot of support from the government agencies, and also our day-to-day interaction with people. We need to let them know the hazards that are related to spill. We also, in Seplat now, we were able to get ISO 55001 certified, which means there are other people, apart from us, looking at the way we run the business and making sure that we do it in a sustainable way. Resource management, we try to make sure that we don't waste resources. Water is a key resource, and we're doing a lot to make sure that we do not just waste what we have. And hazardous waste generation and reduction is key for us as well. So we're doing a lot in that direction. So finally, just to conclude, we don't get through a single day without having the impact of the world around you. So it's very clear that you have to decide consciously to make a difference. And in Seplat, we have a clear path in navigating the transition space. And also, it is quite rewarding that we feel that we will be able to continuously keep tab with global trends, which is one of the reasons we are here. And hopefully the world will be able to achieve the net zero ambition in 2050. That's all I have. I've saved you 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Thank you. So you saved me 2 minutes and 30-something seconds. I like that. I wish every speaker would save me some time. And at the end of the day, you will all benefit from that time saving, because we'll finish in good time and you can retire to do some other things. Let me not waste the 2 minutes that he has saved me. Let me just go swiftly to the next item on my agenda, which is the panel session on decarbonization of the energy industry, opportunities and challenges for Nigeria and Africa. I will just invite the panel moderator who will take us through who will invite the panelists and take us through the session. She is the Sustainability Manager for Seplat Energy Plc. Let's welcome Florence Nwabweze.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So, decarbonization has become a global phenomenon, and it's a reality of our times. We are here because we are an energy company in the business of oil and gas, and the operation in its very nature is quite pervasive and capable of, polluting the environment and disrupting flora and fauna. And this has, caused quite some impact to people, the planet, and animals. But in spite of this impact, the reality is that the oil and gas industry continues to account for a significant portion of the world's economy, especially that of Africa. I mean, our GDP, our income is heavily reliant on proceeds from oil and gas. And however, the drive is to create the balance. How do we continue to earn that, generate that value without compromising the ability of future generations to cater for themselves? And all of this has led us to the direction of decarbonization. And so in this session, we will understand what decarbonization means, the opportunities and challenges that may be encountered as we travel through the decarbonization path, and some of the opportunities that can be leveraged to achieve decarbonization. So as I was introduced, my name is Florence Nwabweze. I'm the Sustainability Manager in Seplat, and it is my honor to moderate this session. I'm doubly honored because on this panel session, we're going to have some Amazons in the industry, people with cognate knowledge and experience. When you listen to them, you understand why they're on this session discussing this really important topic. So the session promises to be really educative and interactive, and because it's very topical, I would imagine there will be lots of questions that you have. So at the end of the session, we'll have opportunities for questions, for comments. Just note them down and we'll take them at the end. And for our audience attending virtually, you're not left behind. We will call you to we will take on your questions as we go on. So, Without further ado, let me quickly introduce our panelists. I would like to start from Mrs. Adetutu Olaoye Olukomi, who is Executive Director, Planning and Commercial in NMPC Exploration and Production Limited. She is the ED with her experienced team are entrusted with the responsibility of charting the strategic direction for NEPL in line with corporate goals and objectives to ensure improved business processes, amongst other things. She has worked across 3 different NMPC business units and job functions since 1991, including in the defunct Research and Development Division, NUIMS, and now NEPL. And she has won the coveted GMD's award in COMDP batch 065. She possesses the oil and gas business knowledge and astute leadership skills required to build and sustain a highly resilient and performing team to deliver and exceed on the company's mandates. Mrs. Olukomi is a scientist and a graduate of the University of Lagos with a BSc in microbiology. She's also an alumna of the Said Business School, University of Oxford, and a member of the World Commerce and Contracting Association. She is married with very lovely children. Please welcome Mrs. Olukomi. Let me also welcome Amin. I'm a woman, so I favor welcoming all the women first. And so it gives me pleasure to welcome Eloho Iboni. Eloho, you might not know this, but you are our role model. Eloho is the Managing Director, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited, with over 20 years of work experience in the industry. Prior to her appointment, Eloho was the asset manager, Bonga FPSO, responsible for overseeing end-to-end production delivery from the Bonga Deepwater field. She's also held several roles, both locally and internationally across production operations, asset management, and assurance. She's a graduate of the Great University of Benin with a degree in chemical engineering and holds a master's degree in integrated environmental management from the University of Bath in the United Kingdom. Eloho is a registered member of the Council of Regulation of Engineers in Nigeria, and she also sits on several boards in the oil and gas industry, including the Women in Energy Network, WIEN. She is passionate about developing talent and building an inclusive workforce, and leads a diverse team that leverages on technology to simplify work processes and drive continuous improvement. Eloho is happily married to Sam Iboni and enjoys watching sports and playing tennis. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Eloho Iboni. And last, or definitely not the least, let me welcome Effiong Okon, our own Effie. If I say Effiong Okon, a lot of might not know him. Our very own Effie, as we fondly refer to him. Effie joined Seplat in February 2018 as Executive Director and was appointed Director New Energy in July 2022. Effie started his career with Shell in 1992 as a reservoir engineer and has worked in various capacities locally and internationally during his 26 years career with Shell. And so, before joining Seplat, Effiong Okon was also appointed Vice President, Cost Leadership and Continuous Improvement for Royal Dutch Shell. There are quite a number of them, I could go on and on. But the important thing is, in the over 30 years extensive experience he's had, he's covered upstream and integrated oil and gas operations in Africa, Europe, US, and the Middle East. He is primarily a petroleum engineer with an extensive experience across all aspects of the exploration and production business, and dear to his heart are things like safety leadership, strategy, operational excellence, as we very well know in Seplat, having been involved in the SBIP that he brought on board. And he has successfully led multidisciplinary teams, leading change and innovation, talent identification and development. Effie is a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers and is an alumni of the IMD Business School and the Harvard Business School. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Effie. All right.
Thank you.
I might not look it, but I'm quaking in my boots now, just looking across these faces and hoping to God I can do justice to this session. So, we will start off with, we've heard what the topic is. The topic of this session is decarbonization of the energy industry, opportunities and challenges for Nigeria and Africa. And this topic gives us the opportunity to really deep dive into this topic and take out the opportunities and learnings we can take from it. I will start with Eloho. How would you define decarbonization of the energy industry, and what are the key opportunities it presents for the region? But before you answer, just a little background. So, Nigeria has an estimated 37.1 billion proven crude reserves. Nigeria is also the 9th largest oil exporter in terms of value, and the oil and gas industry accounts for 9% of our GDP and almost 90% of all export value. Now, the second part of the question for you is decarbonization a realistic goal in Nigeria, given the fact that we are heavily reliant on revenue from fossil fuels? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And it's my pleasure being here with you today. I'll first of all start by talking about global warming, right? The world is under pressure, as you all know, to reduce the amount of CO2 emissions we have in the atmosphere. And it is absolutely critical that we do that, mainly because we want to curtail the temperature. So if you look at the Paris Agreement that was signed a couple of years back, right, we all have a goal to keep it below a certain limit. And we've got to do that with so much attention. And if I look at where we are today, everyone is shifting into making sure we have a carbon neutral energy source. So, where are we today and how are we faring? It cuts across every country in the world. And if you look at the countries, we're all at different pace. And that's why you hear us talking about just transition. Every country cannot be at the same pace. Civilization differs from country to country. Africa, we contribute just about 4% of the emissions in the world today. And we all want energy transition to happen, but it certainly will not be at the same pace. The countries that we call developed countries, they have done a lot with respect to contributing to CO2, and now they are doing a lot with respect to addressing it. It will be unfair to think that we would all move at the same pace. So for us, what does decarbonization mean? If you look at decarbonization, the oil and gas contributes about 42% of the global emissions, directly or indirectly. The remaining 52% comes from various other activities, and we play strongly in the oil and gas space. So it is critical for us to also participate in decarbonization, considering the amount we contribute. So what is decarbonization? It's aimed at addressing the climate change challenges we have today by reducing the amount of CO2, methane, and other gases that contributes to it, right? And for us to be able to do that, it is about us using lower carbon fuel It's about us switching to renewable. It's about us improving energy efficiencies of existing facilities. And it's implementing technology that would help us capture and store carbon dioxide. What will that perfect mix be? To be honest, it changes from time to time. There's no perfect mix, and it will vary from country to country. The mix in US is not something we can copy and paste and implement in Nigeria or any other African country. Even the mix in US is not what you can copy and paste in Europe. So every country would have to define what that mix will be. But it's absolutely clear that we require a mix to be able to meet the Paris Agreement of being carbon neutral by 2050. So what are the opportunities there for us in Nigeria or the African region? In life, for me, I see every challenge as an opportunity. And this is also another opportunity for us. It is an opportunity for us to improve the policies that we have today, work on our regulatory framework that would enable us improve or get the right energy mix we need to run our country. It's also an opportunity that would help us with our economic growth. If you look at Nigeria today, the ease of doing business in Nigeria it's a challenge. Imagine what's happening now with fuel has gone up, diesel is expensive, our grid is not stable. So how do businesses run? So energy transition creates that opportunity for us. Right, it's also another opportunity to create job opportunities in the country. The renewable would help us upskill, reskill, create more job opportunities for young people so they can have meaningful employment. So is it a myth for us? To be honest, from where I sit, I do not think it's a myth. If you look at us in Nigeria, we've set our own roadmap, and we have said that by 2060 we want to be carbon neutral. Is it impossible? I don't think so. Is it doable? I believe it is doable. Years ago, we knew nothing about fintech. And when we embraced it big. Nigeria is one of the top countries when it comes to fintech. So imagine if we embrace energy transition in the true sense of it. Today, almost about 40 to 45% of our population lack electricity. So if you do 40 to 45%, that's almost over 80 million. Guess what the population of Germany is? That's about the population of Germany. So that's saying the whole of Germany don't have access to electricity. So just to put some perspective to it. So for us in Nigeria, it would involve us having the right strategies, the right investment, the right partnership, the right collaboration for us to be able to progress our decarbonization journey. Do we have the capacity to do that? I do believe we have the capacity. A nation of over 200 million people, we've got people that are well educated. But what we require is the enabling environment to be able to make that decision and move fast. And that's where our regulatory framework and our policies come into place. We also have got to embrace renewable energy. And I'm sure one of the questions we talk a lot about renewable energy is, we're blessed in Nigeria with natural resources. So we've got to embrace renewable energy. We've got wind, we've got solar, we've got hydro. We've got quite a number of renewable opportunities that can help us. We've got to work on improving access to financing, because some of this business, it requires the right capital. So we've got to make it easy for people to access finance and use for that purpose. And then we've got to build the capacity we've got in country. Training comes in, reskilling, upskilling. We've got to do a lot of that. So for me, energy transition is real in Nigeria, but it's just critical that both us as Nigerians and our leaders, we embrace it and we put the right attention to it.
Thank you very much. So many things you said buzzing in my head already. Partnerships, enabling environment, dealing with climate change, operational efficiency. But in all of this, I hear you when you say decarbonization is achievable and it takes concerted effort and it will take a mix of several things and lots of partnerships. But while that is going on, and I also hear you when you say we're not at the same pace with other countries. Even though we're not at the same pace, we are actually undergoing quite a lot of pressure to decarbonize at the same pace that they are. And more so as fossil fuel, lots of these economies build their economies on fossil fuel. And now there's pressure for Africa that is heavily reliant on fossil fuel to begin to decarbonize. And so there's a lot of pressure. There's regulatory pressure. There are global frameworks that are trying to force companies into that decarbonization space. And of course, there's also divestment. You have lots of financial institutions committing to divesting from fossil fuel-based companies. So my question now to Effie is, how does the oil industry perceive and respond to the increasing global pressure to decarbonize at their pace?
Okay. How do I, Sean, come help me. How do you do this? Oh, can I talk? Oh, I didn't know it was off.
You're good.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Again, thanks for joining our session. Also, thanks, Elo, for taking our time out of Shell. Thanks, Madam's NEPL. So, I think for me, the first reflection is I really like the conversation we're having now that is about decarbonization, right? Before it was as if we'll have to jettison oil and gas and then pivot to renewable energy. I think the reality has been clear now that that ain't going to happen like Americans will say. So, but the focus is how do you minimize that challenge regarding the impact of our business on the environment? I think that's a real focus. And at Seplat, I think we pride ourselves in everyone in the organization. I mean, you heard Ismail spoke earlier on, Demola at the back. Everybody is really committed. I have some of our engineering folks here, the guys who run the plants. This whole issue around decarbonization is number one on the list. So we don't put any fugitive emission into the atmosphere. Any investment decision we're making, it's very clear that people take that at the core of their decisions we make and the choices we make. So the question here is around, Florence.
So the question is, how does it...
We have a lot of questions. I need to be sure which one I respond to. My head is hot, so go ahead.
So your question is, how does the oil industry perceive and respond to the increasing global pressure to decarbonize?
Okay. I think it's a very tough one, I must say, because initially, I'm always excited about this sort of session, and I have my head in so many things. So the question is, how does the industry perceive? First one, right? And how do we respond? I must confess that there was some kind of denial in the oil industry for quite a while. But I must say now that the uptake is now strong in the sense that, and what's driving that now is we've discovered that, so if you look at a lot of the major resource countries, whether it's Africa or Middle East, the initial view was no, why are we wasting our time on all this? But the problem now is, investors are asking very difficult question around investment. So if you can't demonstrate, especially on ESG goals or performance, you're not going to get cash. You don't get money. Nobody wants to invest. So I think I must say, in terms of perceiving, there was a bit of a denial initially. Now there's to be a very strong uptake in terms of pressure coming out of the global investment community. The sector announces that we must respond to that requirement, otherwise nobody is going to actually come and invest. If you go back before COVID, just tracking back, I'm sure some of you remember that nobody wanted to come into oil upstream business because a lot of people lost money. I don't know some of you. I mean, I lost a lot of money if you invest in oil and gas upstream. All these companies tanked by 2021. Most companies have lost about 70% of their investment. If you go check, Royal Dutch Shell went to almost 8 euros from 30 euros. ExxonMobil went down by 70%. So there was a whole lot of, because the mindset before was oil and gas is bad, it's dirty, let's get out. COVID struck. There was destruction in demand from 100 million barrels per day to about 30. And then everyone thought we're now in the peak oil. And then after COVID, what happened? The economy started opening up. China opened up Australia and world thought. And we had all kinds of forecasts by McKinsey then. So it's doomsday. And then Ukraine got invaded by Russia, right? Although they call it special military operation, according to Putin. And then all of a sudden we discovered that there was no excess capacity in the world to respond to the huge hole created by Russia being put on embargo and boycott. So that led to all the oil price increase you see, and now you see a lot of investment is coming. But my belief is the energy transition is going to happen. That's a one-off kind of disruption, and then you're going to go back to the trend we were prior to COVID. So clearly, I think the response now has changed over time. I can see investment now. If you look at the presentation by Grace earlier on, for the first time in the history of the industry, investment in energy transition opportunity matches fossil fuel. That already is a signal to say, guys, you can't really live in denial again. The change is happening faster than we think. So that was one of the key points that I'll mention here. And now there's huge investment in startups. IOCs are looking at their portfolio, they're rebalancing. They've always been in the lead. Independents like ourselves or Cosmos or Fair, we're much smaller. We don't have the kind of big pockets this people like my dear LO here from the Shell stands. They're investing massively in hydrogen. The biggest hydrogen plant being built today is in the Netherlands, right? And Germany. So you can see that IOCs are responding, although I know that while Taiwan also pulled slightly a little bit back on this renewable energy space, and you can saw the reaction in the market. So, but for independence, what are we doing? We have started looking at how can we also get into renewable energy. There's also the different in trajectory regarding travel. The Western Europe is a lot more bullish on renewable energy with the whole desire for low carbon intensity fuel. America, on the other hand, was pretty much on the same side as well under Trump, but when Trump left, Joe Biden came in and they're pretty much redirecting the US now towards being aggressive in terms of the need to decarbonize and invest in a lot of new energy. I talked about the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act passed by the Parliament with $362 billion to encourage investment in this new area. So overall, what you see is different countries that are going in different directions. Investment, I always tell people, the money will chase where the value is and where the business is. In Nigeria, I think you heard from a lot, Nigeria is no longer a destination for investors. It's really, really tough. I think that's the first thing this government is going to really work very hard on. How do we make Nigeria becoming an attractive destination for investors again? We were the darling of the globe. If you go back 10, 20 years ago, that's how the IOCs have made so, invested so much, develop all the fields you see today, 20, 30 years. Everybody, any company, multinational who wanted to make a mark had to be in Nigeria, whether it's Unilever, Heineken, but all that has changed now. And we're hoping that investors can come back. The new government is to create an environment, and that way you see a lot of response to how businesses then reinvent themselves to try and manage this global pressure, and everybody needs to decarbonize, not just the only oil and gas company. It's going to be all industry, and we know that we'll have a big role to play there. We still have to supply energy to the world, so it's not about abandoning oil, but it's how do you reduce the impact of oil, and we use that cash from that upstream business to accelerate investment in midstream gas and also the new energy or renewable space. And that's the strategy which Seplat is actually pursuing now. And this has been driven both from the board level to the management level and the entire organization across our footprints. Thank you.
Thank you, Effie, for reinforcing how important the oil and gas industry continues to be. So for us, the focus is not to jettison oil and gas, but to reduce our impact really in terms of our emissions. And so, Ms. Adetutu, I'll come to you with this question. How can we address the environmental impact and carbon footprint of our operations, not just in our operations, but through our supply chain?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and Seplat, thank you for this opportunity. So for us in the oil and gas business, just like the other panelists have also mentioned, we cannot, especially in our country, Nigeria, and in Africa as a whole, yes, we will transition, but at our own pace, because we need the energy. In Nigeria, we have so much oil and gas reserves. Yes, we are still poor in supplying energy and making it available, affordable, in a sustainable manner to the citizens of this country. So what do we do? Even as we go ahead with our oil and gas business, one of the things we need to consider is to ensure that we involve in gas flare elimination, number one, because you did talk about reducing the environmental impact. So gas flare elimination and monetization is very key. Since 2016, we have been even before then, we've been talking about gas flaring. There have been penalties, by the regulatory bodies, just to ensure that people, to serve as a deterrent, so that companies will not be flaring gas. Initially, it was much cheaper. I think before 2018, July 2018, it was increased to $2, per 1,000 scoff. It was much cheaper to just pay, I think it was 10 naira or thereabouts before then, and just continue to flare. But of course, pressure on the environment, environmental pollution, so many environmental litigations that we had, again, the regulatory bodies came in, increased the price. But we still found out that we are still flaring and we are still paying the monies, right? If you quantify, there was a time we tried to do a kind of study and to gather data, and we saw that the amount of monies we had paid, even the different companies, in terms of gas flare penalty, was huge, and is still huge till now. So one of the things we need to do to eliminate, to reduce environmental pollution and the environmental impact is to ensure that we invest in projects, gas flare elimination projects. And once we know that we are going to drill a well, whether it's a gas well or oil well, we should ensure that we put into the, well planning. At the end of the day, we know we are going to flare gas, right? Whether it's routine gas flaring or whatever. So we should put a plan and a mitigation in place to make sure that we have a plan to eliminate the flare. Now, another way, in trying to reduce environmental impact, and let me say the second part of the question, and carbon footprints. If we have said that gas is the transition fuel, so if we need to drill, we know that when we drill our oil wells, of course we have associated gas, but we need to also invest more and see how we can drill more non-associated gas wells, real gas wells that, we can, I've attended some conferences and I found out that there are a lot of people, there are a lot of off-takers waiting to take this gas. Someone are in the LPG business, they're just waiting, but they don't want to invest in the upstream sector. They just want you to go spend the money, just bring the gas to them. So I believe that oil and gas companies, we can commit to ensuring that we drill more gas wells, make the gas available. That is the transition fuel for us now, and then some other off-takers are there in the midstream and downstream to take off this gas, abundant gas resources, and make use of them. We need to commit to investment in renewable source of energy, solar energy, solar power, wind power energy. We are blessed in Nigeria, honestly speaking. We have crude oil, we have gas, we have the topography of this country, the geological locations, where in different parts of Nigeria, the north, the east, the west, and the south, we can invest in projects, renewable energy and sustainable projects. Also, we can commit to biofuels. I also have a friend that is from Japan, and she told me about a biofuel project, which a renewable source of energy that they're doing that produce biofuels, and they've been able to use it to fly one of their planes. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. We are still here struggling with crude oil theft and how to get our crude to the terminals and all that. And some people, and we were asked to do a particular kind of project. And while everybody was still thinking of 2023 and maybe the next 5 years, this girl brought up a project of Japan in 2050. I said, wow, that's really interesting. So we need to be forward thinking, So again, using, like I've talked about, using gas to power, using gas to power turbines, in our field locations, instead of having to spend so much money buying diesel and all that, we can ensure that we put in place facilities and equipment that would help us to use to use gas to power our turbines. Again, I'd like to talk about optimizing existing gas processing facilities that we have. Some of us have gas processing facilities that we need to optimize so that we can process this gas into LPG that will be more useful and will also benefit Nigerians as a whole. We also need to support gas infrastructure projects. It's important. Yes, gas infrastructure is quite expensive, it's capital intensive, but I think one of the things we need to do is to commit to it because we need the gas infrastructure. Most people don't want to invest in it because they are thinking of their return on investment and they are wondering how much is gas, how much is crude. It's faster to make more money, from crude oil. Again, creating awareness. Looking at it, you want to reduce environmental impacts in your community, in your area of operations. You need to create awareness in the host community, awareness, on social media. Let people know the damage that is being done to the environment. And then, stakeholder management is very important, giving people the sense of belonging. I think all this will help. Safe operations at all our field locations is also important in reducing environmental impacts and also the carbon footprints. And then, of course, most of the companies do what we call environmental compliance monitoring. We have the EGASPIN regulations there. So I think this is something we need to continue to do so that we ensure that we keep our environment whole. At least we reduce the negative impact on the environment. And if we collect, somebody made presentation and talked about data collection is very important when we have baseline studies, when we have, baseline data, and then we collect data maybe over a 10-year period, 20-years period, 30 years period. We can see where we were before and where we are now and where we are going to. I think all this would help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adetutu. You've given us a lot to think about, a lot. And I'd like to piggy off on one of the things you mentioned around eliminating gas flare and just go to FU very quickly. I know we said we were going to achieve end of routine gas flaring by end of 2024. And in the light of that, can you also maybe give your input as to how we can manage environmental impacts and the decarbonization effort, not just in our operation, but across our value chain? Because, and just before you respond, reporting around ESG now shows us that, especially when you're reporting your scope 1, 2, and 3, especially scope 3, you're not only held to task on your own emissions, but the emissions from activities that occur from sources not owned or controlled by yourself. And that's where the scope 3 comes from. So we sell oil to someone in Singapore, and somewhere along the line, we begin to own some of that emission. So how do we manage this decarbonization efforts in the line of the fact that we are now being held responsible for, especially scope 3 emissions?
Thanks, Florence. I think it's a conundrum it's quite difficult because if you look at the journey we started, in terms of installing compressors, we're actually lucky in Seplat that we do have a gas business. So it's not like some companies don't have that sort of luxury. Because if you look at how the oil assets work in Nigeria, if you produce gas, either you flare or you send it somewhere, either you send it like Shell goes to Bonny terminal for the LNG market. And then, so if you're not in that sort of space, it becomes very, very difficult. What you do with your stranded gas, which is why the whole Nigerian flare gas commercialization program didn't work. It collapsed. If you're producing a field, you think somebody will come bring some kind of modules to your flare and take your gas and make it work. When you can't make it work, it doesn't work. So for me, it's a very complex setup because you need technology, you need the issue of around how can you finance it. And I know there are a lot of modularized, you don't have to bring in large modules. Now there are small modules that come in. But what's the guarantee that that gas flare is going to be there for the next 5-10 years for the investor to make that investment? Because flare gas is dependent on your oil production level. So if you go back to the question then from the Seplat point of view, I think we've been lucky that we have a business at Oben where we put gas into the Alps infrastructure. We had an asset before in Sapele, but we're building a new gas plant now that will put gas into the Sapele Power, which helps with the Eurafric power generation. And then there's also the Sapcom project, which gives us that option to also put gas into the Alps if Sapele Power is down, like we see that erratic offtake in the Western asset. So that focus around driving the flares now has moved more not to installing big compressors, but screw compressors and VRUs that will take off what they call off gas, either from avoid venting or gas from your surge vessel. All this very low pressure gas system where you're looking at a 0.5 bar, less than a bar to get into the very low suction side of the compressor, and then you boost that up to much higher level full compression that then makes it possible for you to deliver gas into that massive system. Because the problem is, if you can't get your gas pressure to a level that can enter the existing infrastructure, then you don't have a gas business. Our injection point at Oben into the Alps, gas needs to be in that line about somewhere between 50 to 60, 70 bar. It's quite massive requirement. So that's our very first focus. But the point you then raised, which is quite interesting, and some of you may ask that, okay, you sort out your flare gas, you've taken out 80% of your greenhouse gas emission, and then we're doing tree planting to sequester some of the residual CO2 in the atmosphere, either through CSR or whatever we call it. We're fixing all these fugitive leaks from flange to flange connection, all sorts. And then we're acquiring new assets, right? Hello? We're buying new assets. Seplat is going to grow. MPNU, which you all seen in the paper, which ideally we should have closed now. We're going to close. We're very optimistic we'll close it. MPNU comes into our portfolio with another massive gas asset base. MPNU flares a lot of gas, and that's the question we've been getting. So you're going towards net zero, but you're buying more assets, which bring more gas in. So how do you deal with that challenge? Again, it's still going to follow the same strategy that we will decarbonize that asset. We'll take out all the flares, we'll install compression, put that gas in there. Interestingly, that asset comes with a massive gas, almost 12 TCF of gas. So we're looking at all kinds of concepts, FLNG, a lot of power plants again around. And that's my state. We're talking to the Senate President that, look, Aquabom is a setup, So let Aquabom build a lot of power plant in there so Aquabom can begin to also deliver power to that region. The entire eastern region, if you look at, is one of the most disadvantaged region, let's be very honest. Our investment in Arsenal today will take gas from Imo, put the gas in OB3 to Oben and goes to Alps. So that region is lacking in terms of investment in infrastructure on gas to power, and we're looking at that portfolio very closely. Again, don't get me wrong, there's enough gas to go everywhere, whether to the north, AKK, to the west, you have the Alps line, the looped Alps line, and then even going all the way to the West African power pool. And then you see this new initiative, which coming back to the point Saditi made, that government has been, NNPC Limited, you all know, it's become a real commercial enterprise now, and they're driving massive investment in how you unlock gas. No independent can make such investment in those massive infrastructure, right? Because those are multi-billion dollars investment. If you follow the challenge of just even crossing River Niger over the past 1 or 2 years, you can see what a mega project is. It's been very difficult to cross River Niger. Multi-billion dollars still spent in there. They're grouting, they're tunneling. So these projects cannot be embarked on by small companies. So that massive investment is where we see the GCO driving investment in that space, while other companies can then begin to develop CNG off the backbone of that massive infrastructure to deliver gas to where you don't have pipeline. Biggest problem is we don't have pipeline to our homes, right? Like Europe. So you have that big divide. You have all this massive infrastructure. So you have industry around the Alps, like Dangote refinery. Of course, the petrochemical or fertilizer, you can take gas, right? You have Geregu, Azura, they're close to the Alps infrastructure or NGIC. But you don't have the rest of the country where there is no infrastructure. So for us, we think that's one area we're looking at. How do we get into that space, move towards that last mile, you get a lot of investment there, and that way we are driving the whole carbon intensity across our investment portfolio.
Thank you, Effie. So, and you're right. I mean, there's a lot of pressure to decarbonize, but we must keep growing and we must keep investing. And if you must grow, you must acquire new assets. And any new asset you acquire will automatically add to your emissions and, even to what you need to decarbonize. So, Eloho, to you now, how can we effectively balance the need for continued investment in fossil fuels with the increasing global pressure to decarbonize and reduce carbon emissions?
Thank you very much, Florence. We already talked about the energy mix, right, and how it keeps changing, and how no single solution can meet the world's energy demand. And it's important that as we grow with a combination of the energy mix that we see in the world today. So if I look at it from our own perspective as Shell, right, our strategic direction remains to become net zero by 2050, in line with the Paris Agreement. But we have looked at the levers that would help us do that. And we've got about 6 of them that helps us both on short term, medium term, and long term. The first one is pursuing operational efficiency, right? For assets that already exist, how do we make them more carbon efficient? And for us in Shell, we have a goal that by 2030, right, we would have reduced our emission from scope 1 and scope 2, reduce them, if you compare them to what you see in 2016 levels, we would have reduced them by half of it. And that work is already ongoing. We already have talked about transition, gas being the transition fuel. So most of our projects you see, we're investing heavily in gas projects across the world. But we're also investing in deep water, because with the deep water assets, you're able to capture the gas and you're able to use the gas to support a lot of businesses across the world, right? So we're investing in natural gas and deep water projects. We're also growing our low carbon power business across the world. We are providing low carbon fuels such as biofuels and hydrogen, Effie spoke about. We're building one of the biggest plants in Europe. And then we're developing carbon capture and storage in various locations across the world and using natural sinks. But if you then bring that back to Nigeria, what are we doing in Nigeria? So in Nigeria, the first thing for us is operational efficiency. So if I look at the asset I run, for example, the asset today flares the best that we've ever seen since 2015 when we started. Since 2005. It flares the best. Our flaring is as low as 0.2 million scuff. Very tiny flare that's happening there. We've got a long-term goal to completely take out the flare, but that's a long term because the facility wasn't built like that. You've got to do some engineering work around it. We are also monitoring the methane level. Methane is one of the gases that contributes significantly to climate change. So we're continuously monitoring our methane level in all our facilities in Nigeria. That is currently ongoing, and it helps us with managing the quality of air in all our facilities. As we go by through the years, the equipment we use, we face obsolescence. So rather than replace with like for like, our engines, we are now looking at all the engines we use. As we want to replace them, are there more energy efficient ones in the world today that we can use? So we are looking at all that and replacing some of our engines that are due for replacement with new engines that are energy efficient. And then for growth, we are growing our business. Natural gas and deep water is our focus in Nigeria. We've got several projects coming on stream in the next couple of years, medium term, long term, focus on gas. But if you look at it, right, for gas, you look at the terms that we have. We've got good terms for the associated gas, which is what we call wet gas. But the dry gas, we don't have the right physicals for it. And Nigeria is hugely blessed with natural gas. So we've got to look at how we unlock that space so more and more companies can do big projects when you talk about gas, natural gas in Nigeria. But even having said that, in the onshore space, we are looking to add another 1 billion scuff in the next couple of years, between now and 2030, coming from the wet gas that we see. But if you already mentioned it, that if you look at the world today, right, people would only invest in projects that give you the highest value. And one of the factors being considered is how much carbon comes with those projects. So if your project has a low carbon footprint, you attract investment. And we're all competing across the globe. I've got companies that I'm competing with across the world. So I've got to demonstrate that the projects I'm coming in with, they've got lower carbon footprint. And then for us in Nigeria, we're also looking at the power business. We recently acquired Daystar, which is we acquired it in December 2022. It's an energy company that is focused on integrated solar across West Africa. So we are now playing in that space. In addition to Olon, which we have in Nigeria, Olon is already providing off-grid access to various places in Nigeria. So far since the start of Olon, we've done over 75,000 connections off-grid, and we are still growing. So it's a lot of work going on in the lower carbon power business for us as Shell in Nigeria. Another thing that would help us in Nigeria is natural carbon sink. Our vegetation is blessed. So we've got to talk about reforestation. Today, if you go to the northern part of Nigeria, coal has become big business. People are cutting down trees just to be able to make ends meet. So we've got to begin to think about that natural carbon sink. How do we begin to put in more trees, reforestation and conservation initiatives to help us in this space to remove carbon dioxide we see in the world today. And Nigeria holds a huge reserve, significant reserve of mangroves and forest ecosystem. It's one place that we've all got to begin to think about playing in, not just the oil industry, the whole of Nigeria, to help us as we diversify our portfolio when it comes to energy mix.
Great. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. And while you were speaking, I remembered something I came across about what investors are looking at now when thinking of investing in fossil fuel-based companies. And so there's quite a lot of divestments now. So about 1,593 institutions have committed to divesting, guess what, a whopping $40.5 trillion from fossil fuel businesses. And you have all manners of funds that will fund only green businesses or businesses that they deem to be sustainable. So, Madam Eloho, thanks for all of the comments you have made. So at this point, we've seen the advantages and the need for the decarbonization. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. And we've also heard of some of the ways, or the pathways of achieving decarbonization. So my question to you, Effie, will be, what are the main, now that we've accepted that we must do this, what are some of the main challenges that we'll face as we go on this path?
Okay. I think there's quite a lot of challenges, I must say, but let me start with so there's challenges around how do we transit, but there's also, I want to start with the strengths we have. So if you think about how the energy industry, oil and gas, has evolved over time, we have major capability. We've gone to the most remote part of the world and drilled wells, whether it's in the jungle of Africa or it's in the deep water of whether Nigeria, like a lot talk about, Bonga is in, if I remember, is it 3,000 feet or meters? My memory is failing me now. Or you go to Brazil, the ultra deep, massive, or Gulf of Mexico. So we have capability, right? We've got financial muscle. What's happening now is, in terms of opportunities, is how we're now reskilling and applying all that capability to now drive investment into the new world which we now have to face. I always start first with that advantages. And again, this is not just operators, it's also working with all service providers, whether it's Schlumberger, Halliburton, whatever, a lot of technology helping us in that space. I was in Florence in February this year, looking at the new wave of turbo machinery, machines coming into the market with very low NOx and SOx and all this future emission, and running at very, very high efficiency. So if you then look at the challenges and how we transit, I'll run through them very quickly because we have that edge on our side as oil and gas company. There's a bit about the technology development and maturity. It is a challenge. If you look at solar today, do you know why solar hasn't really gone wide in Nigeria? Because the grid doesn't work. If you look at where solar has made a huge difference, Mozambique, South Africa, Egypt, they're investing in 500 megawatts, 1,000 gigawatts, because the grid works. So in my current role, I've been looking at how can we actually invest in solar. And one of the biggest learning I've made in the past 6 months to 1 year is a very highly fragmented business with so many, everybody looking at solar in very small pockets. It doesn't work when you look at our own kind of investment. We want to come and invest, bring scale, and be able to return a sustainable business over the long term. So there is a challenge around the maturity of the technology and also the market. The other one is about how do you make this investment bankable? Seplat has been doing a lot of work around. If you take Lagos has a power deficit of over 4 gigawatts. We have done a lot of work around where can we take a chunk and close that gap. And you see that's changing now with the new electricity bill that was passed this year, that every state can now generate, transmit, and distribute power. And you see the new announcement, but I think $1 and African Development Bank, they've taken position. Electron just did a $50 million investment, captive power. But one of the things we discovered is, coming back to the challenges, is from an oil and gas mindset, you need return on average capital employed of at least double digits, so somewhere between 10 to 15, 20%. But in this new energy space, in terms of transitioning to low carbon world, those investments are not giving that kind of return. When we did the generation power analysis here in Lagos, you're looking at ROACE of somewhere around between 5 and 10%. It is utility business. So that's another big challenge. Again, remember, oil and gas will explore oil, export oil, get dollars overseas, right? Because our refineries don't work. You're now in a business where you have to raise finance in the international market, you're selling power in the local market, you get paid in Naira, and then you face the Naira convertibility issue. So how do you pay your investors back overseas? Big issue around how do you make those investments bankable, how do you make them commercially attractive, and how do you actually attract the right kind of investors to come in with single-digit return? Because I one day I was in a conference, I said, if you look at all of you here, how many people here are willing to invest with a zero return in the next 5 to 10 years? Is anybody else willing to invest or you get 2%? No, because you all want 10%, 20%, and if like me when I was much younger, you want to invest in a company that can double your money over 1 year. And it doesn't happen unless you're investing in Yahoo. So that's a big part. So big challenge, coming back, Florence, to your question is, as we look at investing in power generation, distribution, which has another flurry of issues, people don't want to pay for power. People in Nigeria will rather buy a beg you generator and go buy petrol than to say, let me get power from the grid and pay. Lots of issue. People bypass meters. So that revenue collection part on the DISCO side is very, very complex when you look at moving to low carbon energy. And the last one is about infrastructure. It is hard. National grid doesn't work. There is no infrastructure. You have to pretty much build, even within the eco-disco space sub-franchise model we looked at, you got to reinforce the entire transmission distribution network. If you're bringing, like we're looking at bringing about 235 megawatts of power into Lagos. So there's a whole multitude of issues, colleagues. So, and finally, the challenge again faced by our industry is people are always going to look for the cheapest source of energy. Today, we're all crying because petrol is 600 and something naira per liter, right? Until the day the new energy world, whether you're looking at hydrogen or wind or solar, is able to beat that price and people can afford it, which is a trilemma around energy. So it's sustainable, it's affordable, there's also security. The oil and gas companies will keep having a run for their money. So it's a whole lot of challenge, but I think it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time because we don't have an option, really. Thanks, Florence.
Yes, thank you, Effie. I mean, it helps that we don't have an option, so we must do it. I've received a signal that we are fast running out of time, and I'll go one more round. Please permit me to combine some of the questions I want to ask, but if you can respond in maybe 2 minutes each, so that in the next 10 minutes we are done. And so I come to you, Mrs. Adetutu. We've heard the challenges, we've heard the opportunities, and there are quite many. The challenges are not insurmountable, and the opportunities are good. How can innovative financing and partnerships help us to achieve the decarbonization objective?
Yeah, innovative financing. Of course, which means that they're innovative and they're not conventional. So if they're innovative, which means the financial bodies or, the investors, they would have some checklists, parameters that they're looking at. They want some basic requirements and prerequisites before they can give you their funds. But basically, for the green bonds, these are some of there are a few innovative financial mechanisms now, such as the green bonds, which just means that this is monies called, what's the word now? That you have channeled to say, yes, I'll commit this monies, but they have to be projects that are green, projects that are sustainable, projects that will impact the environment positively and not negatively, projects that are, they will make impacts. You talk about impact investing in projects around ESGs that you're sure that they will make good impact in the environment, to the people, and because now we talk about CSRs, not just doing CSRs, corporate social responsibilities, but impactful CSRs, that people not just doing whatever you think you should do just to clear your conscience that you're doing something for the community, but is it impacting them? Is it something they appreciate? Is it adding value to them? So the question is, how can these innovative financing mechanisms support decarbonization projects? Yes, they will. But I think, the financial investors, they should be considerate. they should be intentional. And I think even in Nigeria and in Africa, we need to come together, pull funds together in this regard to support us, because if the international world is not planning to support us and they want to force us to go into transition energy or projects, we have to support ourselves, knowing fully well that we can't move at the same pace. So what are the banks in Nigeria doing? What are the banks in Africa doing to support the oil and gas industry to ensure that we transition at our own pace, yet we are still making profits and we are still, driving value in the economy of this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now come to you, Eloho. So we've heard what Grace Amadi said before when she talked about the investment in renewable energy, matching investment in fossil fuel for the first time in 2022. So my question to you is, in 2 minutes, if you tell us what role renewable energy will play in the decarbonization efforts and what the untapped potentials are in the sector.
Thank you very much, Florence. Renewable energy has earned their space in the energy mix. If you look at the last couple of years, they've been able to crush their cost and they've been able to improve their reliability. So with that, you find renewable energy mix growing in any country's global mix of energy. And what does it bring to the table? What role does it play? The first thing first for me is the reduction in emission, right? With renewable energy, you find out that we have low to zero emission coming from that space. So it helps us in our energy transition journey. The second thing that renewable energy does for us is it promotes sustainability. If you look at where we sit today, right, you find that our energy mix doesn't give us the sustenance that we need. We've got solar abundant in several regions. In our own country, if you look at our country, we've got solar. We're richly blessed. We've got wind energy readily available. And we've got, I can go on and on counting some of the things we have. It helps us, they're abundant. The reason they are renewable is there's no end to it. So they are readily available. So it helps us sustain our energy source in country. And then, if you already talked about access to the grid, we don't have access to the grid. Our grid is not as stable as we want it to be. So what renewable energy does is it bridges that energy gap that we see today, particularly in the rural areas. So if you look at the rural areas for us in Nigeria, there are some places that don't even have light. Last week we were in Abuja, and in one of the panel, we heard Professor Yinka Omoregbe, the work she's doing in one community that has never seen light before. So you find a lot of such communities there. So renewable energy helps us with supplying off-grid solar energy to those areas. And if you look at the work we do with our own company, Olon, it's some of those type of work that you see, places that are completely off-grid. Renewable helps us get there. And then it also has a role in developing the economy, right? It creates job opportunities. It helps us with lower cost of living. So renewable energy helps us in that space. What potential exists? Untapped potential exists. Nigeria has a very large economy. I believe it's the largest in Africa, right? And if you look at our position where we are with respect to countries that have been able to provide electricity to their people, almost about 40 to 45% of our people do not have electricity. So renewable still remains hugely untapped in our country, Nigeria. So for example, solar, right? If we invest in solar, it's off-grid. It can be off-grid, but if we have a grid that is stable, it can also supplement in there. So imagine what it will do to our economy, right? And no wonder why a company like us, we're already looking at investing more in solar in Nigeria. If you then look at hydro, hydro is hugely untapped. We are blessed with rivers, we are blessed with water bodies across the states in Nigeria. How many dams do we have in Nigeria and how many functioning? We are building some that hasn't come to life. That area still remains hugely untapped. We can do more in that space. There's also geothermal. Geothermal energy is beginning to gain its place, and Nigeria is beginning to look at that. Yes, the cost of exploring it and drilling it is high, but with technology, we may be able to crush some of this cost, and it will become another mix that will be extremely viable for us in Nigeria. Who knows? And then you had biomass, what people are doing with biomass. Biomass is also another untapped area that we need to begin to look into. And then the last one for me is wind. We've got to keep an eye on it. It is presently capital intensive, but if you see what's happening with solar today, technology may come in and make that less capital intensive. I watched a video just at the beginning of this week, and I saw solar panels being produced. It reminds me of if you go to tissue factory, you see the way they are producing it, and that's how this factory was. And that's because of technology. Technology has really helped in that space. So technology can help us in wind, it can help us in geothermal. So it's something that we've got to keep an eye on. It remains really untapped. Keep an eye on it and see how it helps us in our energy mix in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Effie, I think on that note, I will ask you to maybe make your final remarks. They're now waiting for us down there. But in making your final remarks, maybe you just also chip in a little something about technological innovations.
Okay, I think technology, we really cannot transit without technology. If you look at where we are today, even in the traditional fossil fuel business, whether you're in mining or you're in oil and gas, technology is really, really at the core. So I think for us in Seplat, coming back to my earlier points, just to pretty much wrap up, we are driving that transition already. Today we do roughly like 300 million scope of gas to help, and it's not about gas, just to put it in context, is when you generate power from gas, it doesn't mean it's clean, because I know there are some green people here today, so don't quote me wrong. The difference is when you use diesel or petrol or oil, if you use gas comparison, you can take out about 30 to 40% of the carbon intensity, so it's not clean. So I'm sure if you go to Kyoto Protocol in Abu Dhabi in November, December, there will be that big debate around gas transition. So, but I think the way we're looking at it, which is I think what most people are going to be looking at, is oil is still going to be relevant on the medium to long term. If you look at the OPEC outlook, they still see oil growing till 2045, 2050. That's clearly, it's all over the internet by Birol, who drives that part of OPEC. But our strategy in Seplat is, we want to do more investment in gas, taking your cash from your upstream business. And that's why we're investing $700 million with our partner NGC on Arsenal. Arsenal brings 300 million scope of gas to the market by end of this year, and a lot of LPG. So if you put all that together, Seplat will be doing roughly in all the operated assets, something like 700 million scope of gas per day. That's massive. It's biggest in Nigeria. So our own is not just talking, but we're following a capital allocation to those investments. So then how we see it as well play out is, look, you really cannot raise finance now in the renewable energy space because you need to be able to generate some decent returns. But what we're doing is, with our investment in upstream, we can borrow against that balance sheet and heavily leverage your weighted average cost of capital on the pillar 3, which is the renewable energy. What I mean is, if you can get single-digit financing, coming back to what Madam Adetu mentioned, like getting green bonds, But at the same time, you can go to the market, raise heavy leverage, say you take 10% equity and 90% debt, leveraging on your balance sheet from your traditional business to drive down cost of capital in that, whether it's solar, wind, and that way, as that business grows, then you can begin to increase the return on investment. So that for us is our strategy, which is where we have three pillars: the upstream, the midstream gas, and the new energy space that will use funding from borrowing from on the balance sheet of the traditional business to heavily leverage the new energy sector space where you have low cost of capital. That way you can then blow up that business. For us, we believe without investment coming in, it's not going to work, just to be very clear. And it's not just about policies. Government has done a lot in terms of policies, which is nice. But if you can't get cash, which is why I like the American model. Joe Biden is putting $362 billion out there, a part of the IRA. They have all the policies, you have cash, then you can deliver on that outcomes where new energy becomes a bigger part of the portfolio. And finally, for me, oil will still be relevant. It's not just about driving a Tesla car around, but you still need a lot of things you see here today is going to be made from oil, right? Petrochemicals. So there's still a huge future, but it's how do we decarbonize and how do we create that new future so we don't heat up the world to the kind of temperatures you're seeing today in California or Europe of 55 degrees Celsius, heat wave all over the place. Thank you very much, Florence.
Thank you, Effie. Mr. Adetito, I'll come to you. Any last words in 1 minute?
Yeah, last words in 1 minute. Energy transition, we need collaborative efforts. We need to be intentional about it. Even as we want to drive the economy of the country and we want to make profit, we shouldn't be left behind. However, we shouldn't subject ourselves to the external forces that would want to deny us of finance so that we can transition by force. So I think in Nigeria, the banks in Nigeria and also in Africa, they need to come together, pull resources together, be intentional, commit to this. It's not just about making profits alone, but we have to be strategic. We have to be strategic, and they have to be very supportive. The regulatory bodies as well, the provisions in the PIA to support gas infrastructure projects. I believe we need to go further than just talking about it. There has to be implementation. So I think these are just a few words for now. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Eloho, I come to you. Last words, 1 minute.
Energy transition is here to stay, and the right mix is what is required to be able to help us deliver the Paris Agreement come 2050. Nigeria will play her part, but we will play our part using our own pace. That doesn't mean we will not be focused on meeting our commitment. We will, but we would use the right mix that we have today to deliver it. Starting with our transition fuel, which is gas. We are richly blessed with gas. We would use that to transit. You need the funds for renewable. Something has got to generate that money, and that's where the transition fuel comes in. So it's important that we make the right decisions with respect to developing our gas resources and generate the funds required to help us with renewable energy. Renewable has picked up. Companies are playing in that space. But we would work together to ensure that the right mix is what gets us to meeting our goal, which is being net zero neutral in Nigeria by 2060.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is a good point to end. And in ending, let me just quote the words of Dr. Fatih Birol, who is an executive director at the International Energy Agency. He says every part of the industry needs to consider how to respond. Doing nothing is simply not an option. And so on that note, we have heard it all from our panelists. Thank you very much. They have told us all we need to know, and they have told us that all hands must be on deck, and not just all hands, all monies too. So as we work towards decarbonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florence. You can please just rise and take a quick family photo with your panel members. Thank you, thank you. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. So we're going to visit with our exhibitors at this time for the next, say 9, 10, 15 minutes thereabout. We'll take 3 now and 3 at the end of the day's sessions. Once we return from that exhibit, everybody remains seated where you are, but you can, while the picture is going on, you can just rise and stretch your body a little bit, kill the boredom, increase assimilation, burn some calories from lunch, just move your body, do something, right? Okay, so I'd like to call on Agogo and Ayoma. Agogo and Ayoma will be walking us through the exhibition. Where are you beginning? You need a wireless microphone? You sure should need one. Where's my cordless mic? Technical. Technical, can I get my cordless mic, please? Okay, yeah, she has one there. So just keep your eyes on the screen. Let's interact with our exhibitors. Ayoma and Agogo, is over to you.
Okay.
We're doing this in, let's see if we can finish at 20 after 3. Otherwise, an extra 5. Well,
all right.
After 3 will work.
Thank you, Richmond. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests seated here and esteemed viewers online. My name is Oyoma, and with me here is Agogo. We are part of the Seplat Technology Week team. So it's great to be here again, in this event, and we have come to an exciting time of the program.
Ayoma, sorry, 1 second. Please, the event has not ended. What they are doing is part of the event. If we can please just reduce the noise, we can interact with one another, but please reduce the noise so that we can hear what they're saying, and let's give them attention, please. We have not ended. Thank you. We're coming back to sit here for 2 or 3 more presentations after this. Back to you, sir.
All right, thank you. So I said it's exhibition time. We want to see some of our vendors and, see what they have to showcase to us, especially as it relates to our theme for this year, which is technological innovations in energy transition, the interplay between economics, sustainability, and policy. So we will just start with vendor over there, Cypher Crescent, if you would come with me. Okay. Let him have a mic. All right, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Firstly, could you just introduce yourself? Tell us about you, tell us your company generally and what you do.
Okay, my name is Colin Salaka, so I lead the development of this technology, or the technology I want to show you in my company. So, next slide. So, our company, Cypher Crescent, is a fast-growing energy and technology company. We're 100% Nigerian. Everything we do is in-country, right in Port Harcourt. We provide energy solutions that meet global standards. We are involved in E&P services, technology innovations, which is what I'm going to be talking about today. We do human learning and development, and we also do technology energy services. We have a couple of clients, close to about 15 of them. Our focus and most of the thing we do is towards increasing production, reducing costs, improving efficiency, HSE, and reduction of carbon footprint, most of the discussion we've been having today. Next slide. So I will start by being specific about 2 technologies that we've developed. 2 of them are for Seplat, and have been used by other people. So we have a statement wanting a tools that does forecasting, economics, evaluation, and then that was one of the statement of problem. And then we have the other one, a tool that will be able to do good monitoring and approach about well integrity management. So for the first one, we developed a tool called Sepal BFS, Business Forecasting Solutions. And for the other one, we developed a tool called Eagle Gaze Win. So I'm going to talk about the tools quickly. Next slide. So for the one Business Forecasting Solutions, what this tool does is that You have an input deck where you input a lot of information, and then you get forecasts that you use for planning, and then you can now use, it does economic analysis that take into consideration the new PIA and all the terms that's in it. So if you have that, you just flip the buttons and it tells you your contract and it gives you. And then what you can do with that is quality decisions. So management wants to make quality decision. You pass all your stuff, you have your focus, you have your input deck, and it gives you the economic analysis, and then you make quality decisions. That's one of the things it does. The next slide. So this is about well integrity management. Typically, our wells have close to about 40 or more than parts, where you can have leaks. So your potential is that you are going to have leak and integrity issues. Currently in Nigeria, like we know, most of our wells are above the design span life of 30 years. So probability of having well integrity increase. So this tool, we're approached with Seplat that they want to do effective, proactive well integrity management, and we had all the discussions. So what this tool help you do? Well integrity management help you to ensure that you don't have loss of life or assets. You don't have a lot of shut-in wells, because if you have well integrity problem, you're going to shut them in, and your environmental issues, you don't have environmental pollution, and you don't have litigation and liability that come with well integrity problem. So these tools, these were two issues put together by Seplat, our company. We sat down together, we reviewed together, we put all our R&D people to work. And currently, this tool is being used by Seplat and some other companies in Nigeria. So we have these tools and some other ones that we've done. So basically, what's in conclusion about our company is that we're 100% Nigerian. Everybody that does everything that we do, we don't represent every company. We do everything in-house, right from the concept proving, using everything, all done in Nigeria and right in the city of Port Harcourt. And what we focus in, we have a R&D team, research and development team, that focus on discussing with people, providing innovative solutions that meet global standards to ensure that we increase production, reduce costs, improve efficiency, ensure efficiency, and reduce carbon print. So that's exactly what we do. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. Due to time, we'll have to go somewhere else. But I think it's really great considering that our theme this year considers policy. I can see that one of your solutions has ways, in which you can be compliant to the PIA and other regulations.
And
so
profitability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to SLB. Okay, so good day. Yeah, it's good to see you again. I think you people were here last year, so thank you for coming again today. So can you just introduce yourself for the sake of our viewers and those of us here?
Absolutely. So my name is Edwin Okebwe, in the production of digital and integration of SLB. Here are my colleagues, Emeka and Sofian. So we are SLB, formerly known as Schlumberger. We rebranded last year to make a bold statement and say that we're a global technology company driving the energy innovation for a balanced planet. And that bold statement is reflected in our logo. So the logo is portraying what we are trying to achieve. That we intend to take the emissions from the current level, bring it down to zero, and even take it to sub-zero. That means working with partners and with operators to achieve that goal. And how do we intend to do that? As you can see, we have our carbon capture concept, carbon capture sequestration and utilization. We've been involved in over 75 projects across the globe. We have developed a software used to simulate carbon capture and sequestration that is called Symmetry. It does that from scratch and is able to simulate the capture and the injection of CO2 into the permanent storage underground. So that's on one hand. On the another hand, we've had the technological gas to liquids being implemented across the globe. That technology is able to convert flare gas into meaningful fuels, synthetic gasoline, diesel, and kerosene. So that is gas that would have been otherwise wasted, that is being converted into meaningful energy. And then just one more point before you stop me, please. So we have our beloved IoT device called Agora. This device is basically a device that brings your assets from the field to your office. It's able to interface with multiple equipment, be it your pumps, compressors, separator, captures the data, transmits it. It's capable of doing machine learning, artificial intelligence, and in line with sustainability, right, it helps you to minimize travel to site, frequent visits. You sit down at the comfort of your office and you're able to visualize data from the field, and that kind of aligns with this whole sustainability discussion that we are talking about today.
All right, so thank you very much. I know if we leave you, you go on and on and on, but unfortunately, so we have seen that they have, various solutions, especially as, decarbonization. You don't only want to reduce it. I like the concept, you want to take it to sub-zero. So it's great having you guys. Hopefully by next year, we'd like to have you around and you share more technologies with us. So thank you. We'll move on to Capsule now.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a good day, Femi.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know you, but maybe the viewers don't. So just introduce yourself. You tell us about your company. And quickly, if you can just, tell us, even if it's just one thing out of the many solutions that you provide that ties to what we are doing today, innovations, technology, economics, policy, sustainability. So
okay, thanks for this opportunity and welcome to Compression and Power Systems Limited stand, Capsule. My name is Femi Boro and I'm going to be representing us in our display today. We understand the importance of gas in the energy mix, and gas compression plays a major role in that energy mix, in utilizing our gas. And we discovered that you can also reduce emission by optimizing the performance of your compressors. And so as Capsule, we've moved ahead to deploy a technology to ensure that your performance is optimized, you have better monitoring of your compressor, and that solution is called the CABS iCompo solution. Yeah, this solution, it has different features. It's specifically designed for gas compressors. You can monitor over 30 compressors, transmit and analyze those data, and make you carry out maintenance by exception, get accurate data in terms of reporting also, and performance analysis. The benefits are enormous, include data transparency, reduction in maintenance intervals, reduction in maintenance costs. Those are the advantages of the iCompo. So I'm going to move straight, because of time, to see a live dashboard of this technology. Okay. So this technology has different parts to it. We have the monitoring part. This is a live dashboard of a running compressor. So you are able to get real-time data from that compressor right from the field, remotely. Like I said, you can monitor through various devices, mobile phones, your tablet. If you have a workstation, you can also see those data. So you are getting real-time data of the performance of your gas compressors. And this is specifically designed for gas compressors. Also, on this same module, we have the ability to see existing availability of your compressors. The alarms, related alarms, and shutdown of your compressors. You can be able to determine what the availability is over a period of time. You can backtrack more than 6 months prior to the time you're looking at the report. This is also an availability report. Now, this helps you, make decisions based on information. What are mechanically related shutdowns and non-mechanically related shutdowns. So this is an overview of your availability report. Like what I have on the screen is from the 1st of July till date, and this is telling me that I have a runtime of 82% of that compressor, and the reason for shutdowns are also listed. So when it's process related, when it's mechanically related, On this technology also, it has reporting module, just few seconds. It has reporting module to analyze your compressor performance. So you work based on information, and it directs you straight to whatever throw or whatever cylinder in your compressor that has an issue. So you maintain based on information, reduce your mid time to repair, and also helps your inventory. You can also see the vital signs of your compressors, based on their cylinder utilization, running speed. This software also has the ability to simulate. Yeah, I'm winding down now. That's the ability to simulate.
Thank you very much.
You can
Thank you very
build a
much.
digital twin and simulate to get better performance.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So you can come back for more for us.
All right, thank you
then I
very
explain
much.
this
And
technology.
for the viewers, like he has said, this is for a live equipment. So we are not just talking about technologies in terms of concept. We are talking about, what are currently being deployed. And like our panelists have said, gas is a major resource. So it's great to know that we have technologies that can help us utilize this gas as a transition fuel, and also, of course, not breaking the bank doing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we've come to the end of this session. We'll continue after the technical presentations.
Thank
Over to you, Richmond.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ayoma and Agogo. Thank you so much. Let's give our technology exhibitors and Seplat committee members, please give a round of applause if you want to. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Let's take our seat now. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can't possibly be taking technical presentations with a lot of us still standing and moving around like this. Kindly take your seats. We're almost there. Kindly take your seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please take your seats, please. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right. Technical presentations. What technologies? Are we going to be learning about today? Where will they be deployed? Or where should they be deployed? How much optimization will they bring to bear? And how much cost reduction will they trigger? I'm certain the solutions that we're about to listen to would have answers to some of those questions that I am asking. We'll have 3 of them, after which we'll complete the second half of our vendor exhibitions for today. And that will be it for today. First off, I'd like to invite the Digital Transformation Lead, Sub-Saharan Africa Process Automation for Schneider Electric. Please welcome Elijah Daniel, our first presenter.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be here today to speak to you about decarbonization. No one can deny that it's important. And, so my name is Elijah Daniel, like he introduced me, and I lead digital transformation in Schneider Electric. And for those that don't know Schneider Electric, we're the global leader in energy management and process automation. And to start off my presentation, I'll give a brief intro as to what we have done as a company within our ecosystem and what we're doing for our partners. And then we'll then look at some of these technologies. I'll share with you a framework we use for decarbonization. So for today, let's look at decarbonization from a sustainability and efficiency angle. So next slide, please. Just go next. There's some things there. Who's controlling this? Okay, so like I mentioned, we lead by example as a company. So we are committed to the 1.5 degree centigrade ambitions, where we are looking at, having carbon neutral operations by 2025. And then going down the line, we're looking at supplier decarbonization, so that our entire supply chain is carbon neutral by 2030. And then eventually by 2050, we're looking at having net zero CO2 supply chain end to end. And now for our customers and for our partners in industry, we have done something similar. We've implemented strategies, helped them digitize, and supported their decarbonization journeys. And since 2018, we have enabled over 800 megatons of CO2 in emissions saved and also avoided. Now, to this industry, without a doubt, the oil and gas industry today is responsible for 55% of the demand of energy demand in the world. So, you see, if the oil and gas industry is such an important player in the energy mix, next slide, please. It's important that they consider decarbonization seriously. All around the world, oil and gas operations, that's in both oil and gas, energy and chemicals, is responsible for over 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. And it's necessary that responsible companies decide to take this carbon pledge seriously and look to decarbonize their operations. And there are a lot of opportunities beyond just decarbonization for the sake of it. It also helps your business profitability. It empowers your people, develops the workforce, makes them more efficient. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, go past this. Okay, so briefly, I'll talk about, before we go into the technologies, before we go into talking about the various technologies that you can implement, I would like to just talk about the framework that we have developed and we use to approach achieving this decarbonization for companies. And if you go to the next slide, you see we start first by developing a strategy, right? And then with this strategy, we're able to, at this point, what happens when you're setting the strategy, what you really want to do is you want to measure the enterprise rate line, you create a decarbonization roadmap, create a structure, create a program, and a governance structure for this to be followed. And then you also communicate what this, what your commitments are. And once you've developed that, then we go into the digitizing phase. Because with digitizing, you are then able to start, measuring. Because, if you can't measure it, you can't begin to make the required changes, right? And what we're measuring in this case is you deploy technology to help you monitor your energy usage, to identify opportunities for you to report your current conditions, where you are right now. And then this combination of this strategy and your digitizing would enable you to then begin to decarbonize. Because if you don't go through this process, it's very difficult to just jump right into decarbonizing, because then you do not have a strategy or a roadmap you're following. Secondly, not having the right investments, deploying. It's possible to deploy technologies across the board. It's very easy. You could buy software for several companies. Different people in different departments can come up with initiatives. But unless this is all guided by one strategy and then you have properly measured, right, your energy users, your emission sources, that is when you can now decide to say, okay, when I'm decarbonizing, what am I going after? Am I focusing on energy efficiency? Am I looking to reduce the energy consumptions, replacing my energy sources? And then what part of the value chain are we looking to, improve? So, like I said, next slide, please. So yes, like I said, the first step is for you to define your climate strategy, for you to, develop and then set this enterprise baseline, develop this roadmap. And then the second step, like I discussed earlier, is for you to be able to monitor your energy usage, look at, identify opportunities. And then thirdly, you execute a decarbonization strategy focused around 4 key levers. That's where you electrify your operations, look to reduce your energy usage, replacing your energy sources, and engaging the entire value chain. So if you go to slide 8, please. Just skip to slide 8. So from my experience, what we've seen that energy efficiency is the cheapest option to begin, because this is where you're able to quickly identify opportunities and start to look at your current operations and then see, okay, how can I deploy digital technologies to help make my machines more, run at a more optimized level, to reduce some of the waste you have. And really, so in the next slide, you see an example on how energy efficiency on a current operation can be handled. This can be right from your planning and scheduling, looking at your compressor performance, replacing with a focus on variable speed drives, looking at electrification of some of your furnaces. Now, you see, this, once you've been able to deploy the technologies that enable you to measure your energy, your emission, the part of your system with the most energy, with the most emissions, then you're able to start optimizing. On the next slide, please, you'll see another concept of the lifecycle digital twin. And what this does is end-to-end, it looks at your entire asset, right from, from your feed gas to, this is an example from an LNG, right? It looks at end-to-end, connecting various systems of your assets and your operation. And this goes beyond just your assets. This goes beyond the equipment in the field. It also looks at your human resource system, your ESG system, your financial systems, and connects end-to-end. And what it does is creates this unified operations center for the entire organization. So the connector worker right in the field to the operators in the control rooms to decision makers at the enterprise level. So it ensures that you have, what the digital twin does for you is it basically makes a replica of your asset and your operation, right? I'm making a clear distinction between, what this digital twin means. It's not just, because when people hear digital twin, they think about the 3D rendering of a plant, but it goes beyond that, right? It goes beyond the asset. It's looking at your people, right? Their day-to-day operations. How do we move this into, a digital twin so that you're able to better plan, better track, to see where your losses are coming from. On the next slide, another technology angle that we could look at is in your design. And I mean, if you go around, you can see some companies already Exhibitor. We have Aviva, which is a Schneider company. And really in the design phase, there are opportunities for you being efficient, because if you're able to cut out waste from that, if you already start thinking at the project phase with, carbon reduction in mind, it helps you to achieve your, ultimately, the end goal of cutting these carbon emissions. If you go to the next slide, I have another example, which is, now for this one, it's a compressor, where we use the, artificial intelligence technology using data inputs from the machine's operating parameters, getting input from the machine, and then put all of this large data into a machine learning model, and then you're able to solve for, for inefficiencies in the machines. And now, what this helps is it really helps you prevent downtime. You don't want a downtime. So in trying to achieve decarbonization or energy efficiency, you're also protecting your business. You are creating a scenario where you are having savings. And beyond that, even on the people side, right, these new technologies and tools are empowering your people to approach work differently. So you're having a complete change in how people, people in your organizations approach your day-to-day operations. Next slide, please. I see I have 3 minutes. So this is an example of a technology based on AI. So in this case, we have flare and ECD monitoring, where we use cameras to capture this, and then we have machine learning models to help you determine your flare runtime, flare grading, combustion efficiency, and it still ties back to the digitizing part of the architecture to help you to be able to develop this robust decarbonization plan. Next, please. So I still have more examples here. Here's gas detection and quantification. It's something similar to the other one. You still develop the machine learning models. It's still based on AI. And typically, people, imagine trying to do this with the existing technology prior to this. It was very difficult to do that. So now we have to take advantage of AI and new technologies that digital transformation offers for us to be able to develop this. And if you go to slide 16, please, I still have less than a minute, so we just cap up there. Slide 16. So, based on our experience, right, we've seen that across the different value chains from upstream, downstream, midstream, and even looking at your buildings. These are the immediate, low-hanging fruit and savings that can be discovered across the various industries across various segments of the industry by applying these digital technologies, which is with a focus on energy efficiency first. So we see on the upstream side, we have up to 30% savings. We go to the midstream, about 20%, downstream 15%, and surprisingly, when you look at your building, you can have up to 40% savings in your carbon emissions there. So I'm running out of time now. However, if you go to the last slide, there is a QR code that you can scan to help you access, all of this asset I've shared. Maybe you could scan it now before I leave. It will provide you with all of the, it lays out our framework for approaching decarbonization, and also provides you the assets both as an operator or, if you're an EPC company, you trying to support the end users. It provides you with the right tools to approach decarbonization. So I have less than 20 seconds, and I don't think there's any time for some questions, or I can leave now.
Well, you've done your best to speak within your time.
Yes.
And I said if you do that, you will get a reward. Your reward will be that if there's one question, we can take one quick question for you. If there's none, we'll just move on. That's a good reward, right?
Yes.
To deepen the interaction.
Yes.
I keep my words. Thank you very much. Okay, in the absence of that, thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, from Schneider Electric, we're moving on swiftly to Mudonzagal Limited. Let's welcome their co-founder and chief executive officer, Chidi Amudo. Chidi, you're welcome. Please give him a warm applause as Chidi takes the mic to talk to us about their own solutions. You're welcome.
Can you guys hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not here to discuss any particular product, but essentially to share with you my thoughts on this very important topic about sustainability. So, my understanding, this Technology Week, I think this is my third time of coming here, and I'm extremely proud of what Seplat is trying to do to encourage local talents in the industry. So rather than talk about all the technologies that people are saying today, I'm going to focus on the human face. If you are talking about technology, innovations, and so on and so forth, ultimately, how does it affect us human beings? So if you go to the next slide, if I'm going to define this, I think what I want to talk about energy innovation, essentially, it is central to climate change mitigation. And in the context of that, you see a lot of companies, the government, a lot of policy ambitions, extremely aggressive, and also this is happening in the face of technology, changes in the technology landscape. You've seen the presentation of my last presenter here, a lot of amazing technology that they are working on, and all this are happening in the face of addressing the policy changes that we are seeing worldwide. If you go to the next slide. So this is the interplay. When you look at this topic we are looking at, you have the economics, you have the sustainability, and you have the policies. But at the middle of this are the people themselves. And in all of this space, the people are also equally represented. And whether you like it or not, there's a lot of anxiety around all these technologies from an individual perspective, and sometimes also from an institutional perspective. And I'll also discuss that in a bit more detail. So the next slide, this is something that, irrespective of the technology you're going to have, there's going to be resistance to change. This resistance can sometimes be organizational, sometimes it can be from individuals, but it's a combination of both. From an organizational perspective, I was listening to presentations by the people at the booth, and you see companies that are fully indigenous. And I can assure you that when they first started, there were many people that doubted their capacity. And this kind of is a challenge that they also have to overcome. So this kind of organizational resistance to embrace something that they're not familiar with is always a challenge that every innovator has to encounter. Now, within that context, that resistance from the top also permeates itself to the individuals. So when you see companies telling you that, oh, where have you done it before? Automatically it's telling you that irrespective of the fact that we want innovation, we also don't want an innovation that is going to fail. But in reality, the reason why Silicon Valley has been so successful is the concept of fail fast, fail forward. They have an appetite to take risks, they have an appetite to fail, but for every failure, they are learning and moving it forward. Unfortunately, for oil and gas companies, we are so averse to failure. We are so averse to not getting it right the first time. Of course, you have to do this thing within the parameters of your business metrics, but this is one of the biggest problems you face in innovating within the oil and gas space. Now, when you now leave the organization, and perhaps you then get a project with the individuals themselves, when you start working with individuals, then you start to realize that there are people that feel threatened by the solutions that you are bringing to the table. Am I going to be engineered out of my job? Do I have a job tomorrow? And do I have to learn new skills? These issues are foundational if you are going to adapt innovation. Now, for those of you who are coming into the industry for the first time, or who are just coming in at early stages, you are more open to changes in technology, you embrace it, you welcome it. But for some of us that are at the other side of the spectrum, there's a bit more resistance. But unfortunately, the knowledge of the industry resides in those of us that are exiting. So there's always this issue about, people try to kick me out of the industry. So if you are going to innovate, you have to be mindful that this resistance will always be there. Now, so let's go to the next slide. And I'm going to say something here that may appear controversial, but it's actually a fact. At least for us in Moodos and Girl, we believe that AI doesn't innovate. We don't believe it innovates. For you to innovate, you need two essential ingredients. First is the technology itself, and the second thing is the domain expertise. So for us, we believe a lot in hybrid intelligence. This is the power that allows you to innovate, to have the right mix of technology plus domain expertise to provide the solutions that actually meet your need at the right time. What I have seen many times when people sell me software, when I was on the other side of the fence, people sell you software that you probably use only 20% of its capacity. And the remaining 80%, you are just paying for redundant capacity. So for us in hybrid intelligence, what we try to do is to understand what is the problem you are trying to address and give you a framework that addresses that problem immediately and the opportunity to scale up as your business grows. This is a different mindset from, I have a beautiful software that can do A, B, C, D, but as an independent, my problems are different from an IOC. And even among independents, we have different parts of the journey. So for us, therefore, we try to encourage those that we try to work with or work for, that it is not necessary for you to buy an existing software. It's more important that you have somebody who has the capacity to get the right technology, bring in your domain expertise, and provide a solution for you that actually meets your need. So if you go to the next slide. Now, people talk a lot about innovation within let's look at the trends within this energy transition. The reality is that where is Nigeria on this map? 91% of all of the innovations that take place within the energy transition mix are happening in Europe, Japan, US, Korea, and China. The remaining 9% are for the rest of the world. And what are they even innovating? Are they innovating on things that we can actually embark upon immediately? They are working on things like wind, railway, solar, and so on and so forth. So for every country, they are leading the charge in areas that actually affect them. All right? So you cannot expect someone to be innovating in Europe for a problem that affects you in Africa. It's not going to happen. So the question then becomes, for us who are now in an environment where to attract investment is very difficult, the IOCs are essentially moving out of Nigeria. We're no longer the darling of the market like we used to be. What can we truly do? What is within our means for us to do within the context of our own, these limitations? So if we go to the next slide. The first thing we shouldn't do is to bury our head in the sand like a ostrich and pretend as if the problem does not exist. The reality is that the problem is there. even though we do not contribute much to the carbon footprint in the world, we are still impacted by the fact that if you want to raise capital, somebody is going to ask you, what is your plan for sustainability? So nobody wants to give you money. So, but what do we have that we can use to our advantage? Fortunately or unfortunately, because of the mixture of COVID and what has happened in Ukraine, gas that was pre-COVID seems to be dirty fuel is now considered to be transition fuel. That is the nature of reality. So at least there are people now who are interested in seeing your journey from gas to something else. Now, within the gas resources, at least we have the largest reserves in Africa. We are one of the top 10 largest reserves in the whole world. And we have about 200 TCF of proved gas reserves. Now, it's one thing for gas to be proved, it's another thing for you to actually harness it. And that's the problem we are talking about infrastructure. You can talk about decarbonization for all you like. At the end of the day, people are in business to make money, first and foremost. And that's why when you look at the talk for today, it has to do with sustainability. It has to also do with economics. If it is not viable, nobody's going to put money in it. Sometimes you can lean forward for tomorrow, but ultimately you have to see a pathway to making profit. Otherwise, you don't do it. So in that regard, therefore, the question then becomes, what do we do in Nigeria in order for us to move forward to harness this gas? Next slide. First and foremost, policies do matter, and there are a lot of policies out there. The first one that we have to focus on is that somebody cannot be investing money to generate, no one can invest money in gas, and then you are now fixing the price for him. So if somebody tells me you can sell your gas for $2, why would you tell me that? The first thing the government has to do is to completely deregulate the market. When you deregulate the market, then the market determines what is the actual price for these products, and it can make a case whether it is profitable for you or not. Now, in terms of infrastructure and all of those things, we know that this is a huge challenge. But we hear a lot of things about off-grid solutions. And there are a lot of people in that play that are doing a lot of off-grid solutions that are applicable for gas use. Fiscal policy is also a very important thing that the government can work on. And I think recently, there's a lot of angst around the issue of Naira having multiple exchange rates. But coming to one that allows you to stabilize and plan effectively is going to be something that's going to be very useful for the market. Now, let me now go to the area in which, as a company and as a person, we think we can also contribute to something that is very meaningful. So on the last slide, if you go to the next slide. Now, I'm going to speak about integrated gas management system, not because I want to tell you what the solution is, but the reality is that when you look at gas, for you to harness gas, there are a lot of things that are involved. I have seen people talk about solutions that are purely meant for engineering purposes, and they're mistaking that to be suitable for a business like integrated gas management. That is wrong. So if somebody tells you I'm doing an integrated gas management solution, and I'm looking for an engineering tool like some of the leaders in the industry like Olga, like IPM, and so on and so forth, it will definitely fail. Because the reality is that the time you have to respond to operational issues for integrated gas management is so short that engineering tools cannot provide you any meaningful answer within that time frame. That is just your reality. So that is one. Then when you look at the players within this, I've looked at 3 institutions here. You have the gas irrigation company. They talk about things about gas exchange platform, the trading platform. They focus on that. Then you have the gas processing system, which is basically the pipeline operator where the gas is actually being aggregated into. Then the MDGIF, I put that in there because the money paid for flaring goes to this infrastructure development for the host communities that are involved. But when you look at all of this, there are a lot of challenges. First and foremost, these challenges are being addressed by manual methods. So you see people having their Excel spreadsheets, developing one solution or the other, trying to solve these problems. It doesn't work. I was with a client the other time, and they told me, oh, I have a solution for my gas nomination, which is a very important thing. Between your off-taker and your producer, you need to have a gas nomination process. But the reality is that even though you nominate the gas, there's also the other problem with the people in the commercial space. If the gas does not meet a particular quality, it's called off-spec, and there are penalties for it. So the system they developed does not address the issue of the quality of the gas. And as the market grows, you are going to have a mixture of different providers of the gas. You are going to have different utilization for the gas, different quality requirements. So how do you bring these things to bear? This requires a solution that brings together business processes, operational issues, in a way that can address these issues in a very timely manner. So today, this is a huge gap because there is no commercially available solution for integrated gas management anywhere. So the big boys like your Shell, like your ExxonMobil, and so on and so forth, are built things that they use. But can you imagine the independents trying to build something similar? It is usually very prohibitive. And typically, so what is the answer for this? Fortunately, we live in a country where we have a lot of exceptionally brilliant Nigerians, brilliant software developers, and so on and so forth. But the missing thing is not just ability to develop a solution, but understanding the business part of it. To do that, you also then need the input of the players, of the operators. And that's where the hybrid intelligence comes in. To build a solution that works for you, you as the operator must be willing to contribute your domain expertise into the solution building process. Too often, operators are expecting you to just give me a software that works and walk away. When you get a solution like that, usually they don't meet your full spec and they are not ready for further growth. So the scalability of your solution, the flexibility, and your ability to innovate require also that you just don't rely on buying something off the shelf all the time, but sometimes look for creative ways to collaborate with vendors and bring your domain expertise to provide solutions that genuinely meet your needs. Thank you so much. Does anybody have a question?
Oh, yet again, you are within your time. So yes, we can take if anyone has. If they don't have, we'll make progress. But if there's someone, you're within your time, we'll take just one question. That's how much time you have. They understood you. Okay. Thank you. Since you understood him, please one more round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And finally for today, before we go back to the second phase of our exhibition tour for today, we're moving over now to the technical and business advisor for Halliburton Landmark Software and Services. Let's welcome Chukwuemeka Achilike. Chukwuemeka, let's give him a warm welcome. I understand we're presenting with Amit. Amit is the technical advisor for Halliburton Barrett Fluids. You both are welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to be talking to the... Do you want to put it up? Yes, it's coming.
Can we have Halliburton slide, please?
Right, so I'm going to be talking today about the digital technology that Halliburton has around well construction. The aim of this digitalization is to reduce carbon footprint, increase efficiency, use predictive analytics to solve operational problems, ideally mitigating problems before they actually occur. Do you want to go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. All right, so currently Halliburton has a drive that we'll call the Well Construction 4.0. It has different pillars. So we'll have the digital well program, we'll have the digital well automation and digital well operations. My presentation today is going to center around the digital well operations and specifically the technology called the real-time well engineering. So what's the real-time well engineering? Well, it's a cloud application. That means it's on the cloud. That means you really just need internet and your laptop or your phone and you're good to go. It's able to see the data from the sensors and is able to give you intelligence from that information. So before I continue, I need to differentiate between what you call data, what you then call information, and what you call actionable intelligence. So data is just raw data, essentially, so raw bits and pieces of information. What use is that data? Well, some people can say I can get information from that data. Well, information is good. And then what? So actionable intelligence is I'm able to let the data be sieved in a way that makes sense. I can then make direct decision from that. That is what the real-time well engineering does for you. Do you want to go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this was the well construction thing I was talking about. So we have the well construction 4.0. It has 3 pillars. Digital well program. The digital well program is a solution that digitalizes your well program. What that essentially means is put a few data, allow the data to connect to themselves, and generally give you a basis of design without you needing to do much. It's encoded and designed in such a way that it looks at your business process management and has gate checks in between. So all the engineer needs to do is enter a variety of information, allow the solution to look at all the data sets available to it, and automatically generate a design within the confines of your company policy, and then gives you results. We have the digital well automation. It's not completely live yet. Some of it has been deployed, but we're still testing and working on this, right? So what the digital well automation does is I finish a well program, and I key it into an automated rig. And the rig will make sure that it operates within the confines of my well program. Brilliant, right? But in between this, we have the digital operation. So this is on a moment-to-moment basis, tracking what I'm doing and how I'm performing compared to what the initial design is. Next slide, please. All right, so this is a little bit of a setup. If you want the real-time well engineering to work, this is how you set it up. It's been designed in such a way that it's open, right? So we're not really so bothered how you get your data from the rig. So you have sensors, you have your vendor providing directional drilling MWD data, you have your mod logging folks. We will ideally like, because we're Halliburton, we will ideally like for this data to be collected by Sperry, so that's fine. But if it's not Sperry, if it's Blue Brothers or anybody else really, we don't mind. So long as they are aggregating the data, that means they're putting the data together from both mod logging and MWD, and they are sending that data to a place that is online, whichever database is online. We can get that data, and then we can display the real-time well engineering for you. So when we get that data, we'll send it to our global RTS, and then we can make the visualizations available to you wherever you are. Next slide, please. Going to rush through this because this is a lot. So this is some of the sub-modules that are sub-useful components of the real-time well engineering, things that are directly useful to you. So we have the well intelligence. What's the well intelligence? So it does 2 things. So, and I have a 3-dimensional representation of my well, as well as the data that is coming in as it is coming in. But far more importantly, I have what I call a digital drilling stability map, or a trip stability map, which tells me how efficient I'm performing, especially regards all the drilling parameters you can have, RPM, weight on beat, ROP. So it can tell me how I'm doing. So if I'm in the red zone, I want to go back to the green zone and make sure I'm efficient, right? And when you're efficient, you are drilling the fastest that you can drill without introducing any problems. That's the idea. Or you're tripping the fastest that you can trip without creating any problems for yourself. We'll have I'll just stay on the previous slide. We'll have the torque and drag analysis. And for the torque and drag analysis, what it's doing is checking your torque and drag analysis, the ability to drill or run something into the well without damaging the components and staying on course, essentially is what it's doing, right? But we'll have this deconvoluted. So in reality, what most people do is very manual. So pick up, slack off, take what you're seeing, and then compare that to the model, and then do broomsticks and all that. So this technology has evolved beyond that. It will simply just do the calibration automatically without anybody needing to take any pickup or slack off. It's seeing the raw data. It's going to just do your calibration for you. And further than that, it's not just the friction factor it's going to calculate for you now. It's actually going to tell you what is driving the friction factors, especially if there's a departure between your model and actual real-time data. It's going to tell you what is it, hole cleaning that is driving this thing, or your well path has changed or something like this. So it's able to, on the fly, tell you what's going on. It has MSE, so it's tracking the energy with which you are drilling the well, so how efficiently, again, they're drilling. So targeting efficiency and optimization. We'll have the bit well prediction, again, one of a kind in the industry. So we're able to track the rate at which your bit is wearing. It's considering a couple of things, the compressional strength of your formation, your drilling parameters, and such like. And it's telling you how the rate at which you're wearing your bit. Imagine a scenario whereby I'm at 12,000 feet and I have to trip out to check if the bit is worn or not because I'm seeing low rate of penetration. That's crazy, right? So imagine how much that's on a subsea well, right? Offshore. That's going to cost me half a day to a day of rig, right? That's a decent amount of money. Imagine I can tell you, hey, your low ROP is not because your bit is one, let's check something else, and I'll be accurate, right? And imagine if you are 500 feet from where you're going, I can quickly tell you whether it's more efficient to pull your bit, or to pull your bit and run a new one, or to go ahead and manage to get to TD. And a few other things. We'll have one that's able to predict if you're going to take a kick or if you're going to take losses. We'll have a solution that tracks articulation. That's the mildest one because most people have that technology. Next slide, please. We'll have stuff tracking hydraulics, checking how efficiently you clean your well, if you have a plug nozzle, all of that. It will tell you, right? You won't need to do any interpretation. It will literally read it and let you know what's happening. If you're going to run your casing, while you're drilling, it's going to tell you how well or how easy it will be for you to run your casing while you're drilling, right? This is how predictive and how good this stuff is. The ROP optimization is part of the 3D visual intelligence, and right now we're also able to tie in your key performance indicators and run those analytics. How long are you taking in making connections? How long are you actually drilling if you wanted to be drilling? How long are you stationary? What's your MPT, or what's your invisible loss time? All of that. Next slide, please. All right, so the gentleman that spoke to me, that spoke just before me, mentioned this. A lot of people, when you're talking about new technology to them, especially if it's digital, but something nobody around the area has tried, the first thing they always ask is, where have you tried it before? So that's really true. For us, for this particular technology, we've deployed it for the companies you've seen on the screen, actually, and more, but are focused on pure successes that is agreed upon by both the company and us, right? So these are the companies that have deployed the real-time well engineering, deployed / currently running the real-time well engineering. Right, next slide, please. All right, so real quickly, I want to go through some of the value we've actually already seen deploying this technology here. So we'll have a multinational company, operator, and they're operating in deep water. So we did a couple of wells for them, and yeah, the first well that we did for them was, we warned them, hey, you're going to have a problem. And they said, no, we're good with the old technology. The traditional technology that simply transfers the data from the sensors and puts that on the screen. That is data. That is neither information nor actionable intelligence. And we told them from the actionable intelligence we're getting from the real-time well engineering, with the same data that you're getting, you're going to get stuck, and it's serious. Please don't run anything. Do you want to go back and clean up the hole? And they said, no, we are fine. And they got stuck and buried a tool that cost them about $760,000. That is just the price of the tool they buried in hole. By the time you check the wastage of the hole and having to drill another sidetrack, it cost them about $2 million. And naturally, in the next whole section, the next sidetrack they drill, they say, hey, you mentioned something about one technology. I say, hey, you can have it. And they deployed it and we're good, right? So that was fine. Next slide, please. That was fun. And this is what we get from most companies. I say, hey, this application is predicting that you're going to have this problem. Most people go, hey, we don't see it, or no, yeah, this is a lot of techie, IT stuff. We are fine. And then they get the problem, and then they start listening or paying attention to technology. So yeah, another deep water well, really deep water well. Had a bunch of issues, realized that they were doing a lot of things manually. We say, hey, this can automate a couple of things for you, save a lot of time for you. They were having a lot of mechanical issues on the hole and wanted to sidetrack the hole. And we say, hey, no, we can watch. We'll have this predictive capability, so we can see problems before they occur. So if a problem is about to occur, I will let you know, hey, this is happening. You can solve a problem that hasn't yet happened. This is like using a crystal ball, right? We have this saying for those that are in operations, that the well speaks to you. If you listen enough to the well, you'll be able to avoid a lot of problems. So what this does is it listens to the well better than you ever could. Sieves a lot of the well talks too much, right? Sieves a lot of the talk and gets what is useful and important to you to make quick decisions on the fly. So this doesn't resolve every problem in the world. It gets rid of boring work and lets you focus on interesting work and takes care of all the boring stuff for you. just to real quick wrap this up, for the third well that we deployed this thing for, it was the fastest well they had drilled in the field. That simply is simple, right? I tell you have a problem, before you have a problem, you solve a problem you don't already have, right? Brilliant. Next slide. Next slide, please. Let's skip this. There's a lot of benefits, right? I don't want to go through all of them. It's quite a lot. Next slide, please. All right. Quick summary. First of all, it's an open architecture, so whoever you have getting your data, we can get that data from the person and deploy the solution. You can focus on decision making rather than having to run your engineering by yourself. And we reduce the uncertainty, basically. So what you have is essentially a solution that has machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning, sitting on top of and confined by physics-based and well engineering algorithms and calculations, which also sits on top of uncertainties that tell you where the gray areas are and where you have certainty that you want to be. Basically, that's next slide. I think I'm basically done. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Emeka. And I'm taking over to one of the very important aspect of the drilling, so where we can have an improvement in the drilling efficiency. So this is something related to the drilling fluids, which in the industry is considered as a blood in a body. So without having an impure blood, you can have an reduced efficiency, etc. So this is what. How important this is, and the challenges what currently the industry is facing, which is a day-to-day, like in the drilling activity, is like, yeah. Can you go to the okay, yeah. So day-to-day, this the pressure-related NPTs. This is what and some of the invisible lost times. This is what hampering the drilling efficiency in the current operations world. So this was really needed to have some sort of a digital solution where we can make some data-based informed decision making, which can help reading what is going on offshore rig through surface measurement equipments, controlling the hydraulic through the hydraulic softwares, and then make some sort of a predictive analytics to make some informed decisions going forward. So this is what the real-time well engineering, which you have just now heard from my colleagues. So this is where it is further integrated into digital solution towards the drilling fluid side of it. So what's the service dynamics of it? It is having like a Barralogics, name of the unit is Barralogics. It's a density and rheology measurement unit which is kept on the rig site, which takes into account the real time what is going on in your flow line, the measures density, rheology, and send those data across to the town for the endpoint detection response center. And then like it makes a predictive analytics on drill ahead, like it sees further ahead what is going on after 1,000 feet of drilling if we continue to maintain the current drilling and mud parameters. So you can make those decisions far ahead, and it will give you events like the green, amber and yellow kind of scenarios, that which way you need to make some informed decisions so that you can control the ROPs, flow rates, etc., to improve your drilling efficiency. This will help you in the tripping as well, and what the maximum ROPs you can have, what are the maximum flow rates you can have. And next slide. So this is how the unit looks like. It can sit on the rig site, as I mentioned. So this is anywhere. It's a very small unit, and it sits next to the suction or an active pit, and that takes directly samples from there and send the data across to the town to make those decisions. The power requirements is there, so and it's very easy to install, less than an hour installation time. So that's what it is. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Halliburton, we're gradually coming to the end of today's event. That was Chukwemeka Achilike and Amit Saxena. Okay, can we have our exhibition team come back and finish the good work they started? Let's take the remaining 3 for today. Where's Ayoma? Okay. So let's take the remaining 3. That's the last activity we'll have for today. So don't take any more of your precious. Is it this way or this way you're doing? This way. Okay, it's 3 here, 3 here. Yeah. Balancing the equation. It's necessary.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we're in the second phase of the exhibition, and we'll be looking at some of the technologies that we have on play today. We're coming straight to DAPTEM. We've seen the theme of the technology week this year, and it's technological innovations in energy transitions. So we want to see some of the technologies that you have that's going to help us balance that interplay between economics, policies and sustainability. I'm sure you have something for us. So can you just tell us some of your innovative technologies that you have on show today?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Oladapo. I'm the CEO of DAPTEM, and I have my team here. We've been on for like 12 years, and we've been working with Seplat. Part of the innovative technology we have is the flare metering flare meter to capture and for them to know the rate of emission so that they can control and monitor their emission. And also we have some new technology also for carbon capture and also gas to liquid, and also to convert like produced water to ammonia solution in partnership with some of our foreign partners. We also have a solution on wireless technology to capture data from the field to the office, from the field domain to the office domain, whereby decisions can be made about what is happening in the field. So these are the solutions that we have, and we have deployed some of it in Seplat already, especially the flare gas meter. So those are the things that we have.
Great one. I think I recall clearly that Fluenta meter is one of the meters that we've seen, that we've deployed, and of course improved reliability in terms of flare readings. So we see you have a suite of technologies from metering to data capture. Is there anyone you want to spend just one more minute to give us a little more detail about how it works and how it's contributing value? Just one more minute.
Okay. For the flare meter, what we have here is the transducer. It uses the principle of ultrasound, using the principle of time of flight to calculate the volume of gas and also some of the composition of the gases as well. So how it works is as gas is flowing through the spool piece, the transducers, they capture, they use the time it takes for signal to get to the other send and receive to measure the volume of gas. And then you are compensating with the PT pressure transmitter and also compensating with the temperature transmitter. And this is the flow computer that does the algorithm. So there are algorithms in this flow computer that measures and calculates based on all the parameters here. And then this reading can also be sent to the DCS or any control system in the field. So there are about 4 outputs in this. You can do current loop, you can do 4 to 20 milliamps, you can do mode bus. So those are the outputs that we have in this as well.
All right, thank you very much. Great technologies you have. Thank you very much. So at this point,
Yeah, for the carbon capture, we have GTL, gas to liquid technology. If you need more details, we can, because of time. And also we have produced water to ammonia solution.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. This is prime time, so we'll have to move to the next booth. Okay, so I think, guys, you can engage them for more details. Thank you very much. So we're coming over to Upland Consulting. Upland Consulting, yeah, so you guys have always been with us. I think you've been with us in previous technology weeks. We are excited to have you, and we would like to see what cutting-edge technologies you have that's really going to help us balance this interplay between policies, sustainability, and economics. So over to you. Let's see what you have.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wahid Olanikpekun, and I'm the General Manager, Project and Network Support for Upland Consulting. I'll be taking us through the spectrum of different services that Upland Consulting has, specifically for the digitalization, which Seplat has taken over, and we are glad to be part of it. So this shows, you can go back to the previous slide. This shows a spectrum of different solutions and services that we provide: the IoT, the telecom, the marine service, renewable energy, which is in line with the theme of this current program. Then the IT system, construction, and others. Go to the next slide. So our IoT technology, I think this is not new to Seplat. We've been part of the story of digitalization, and we've deployed a couple of these for most of the Seplat field, so I won't dwell too much on that. Then for other technology, here are some of the pictures of what we deployed. The downhole gauges. Prior to this period, collecting data from downhole gauges has become a problem, and the other solution that have been in existence using fiber cable to connect, and you know how difficult the terrains of Niger Delta, where most of these fields are. So, but Upland has to come up with a wireless solution, deploying its RTU to be interfacing with weather for the surface unit, and it collect the data wirelessly. And I think we've deployed that for Seplat and a couple of other IOC. As we can see, these are some of the pictures of the feed where we did deploy the solution. Also, as part of
time, just one more because of time.
Okay,
just
so
take
maybe
one more.
it's good I come to this. So here's one of the technology that will come to our stream, the leak detection system. Most of the leak detection system in the market have problem of false alert and detecting the line break detection. But our solution based on Chrome technology has all these problems tackled in one unit. So it addresses the issue of leak detection, theft, and line break detection. So this technology is one of the newest in the market, and Upland already has it, and we are ready to deploy it in the market.
Wow, that's great. So we have some technologies that we are looking forward to deploy across our operation. So for the first time in the Technology Week, we have students, from the University of Ibadan and Lagos State University. They have some technologies or innovations that they are bringing to the table. So if you don't mind, you can come with me. Let's see what these students have to offer. You see, we're trying to catch them young, so we want to start to engage these students at a very young age. You can see these guys are all 4.9ers, sharp students, and they have something to offer to us today. So I would like us to listen to them. Just one school. So we'll take UI, students from the University of Ibadan. So we'll take them today and see what they have to offer. So over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Alexander, and I'm with Tokwe. So we are students from the University of Ibadan. And we're here to exhibit the project we've been working on, and we're currently working on. It's an equipment monitoring platform for predictive maintenance. So, but for this gathering, we scheduled it, or like we try to frame it around pumps. So what this platform does is it provides a platform by which you can get probabilistic forecasts for failure tendencies for ESP, And you can also visualize the performance of your ESP with respect to certain periods in time. So we got data. There's an open source data set housed by competition with SLB and SPE. So we got that data set and we built an AI algorithm on it. We built a long short-term memory network model. And we have connected this application to a database that contains the pump details. So operational parameters of the pump are being measured over a specific time period. And we have trained the model to be able to give 3 months probabilistic forecast of the failure tendencies of that pump. So by analyzing the performance, we can get a GIF, like an animation that shows how the probability for the pump, how that probability fluctuates over a 3-month forecast, right? With 0 representing 0% of a failure occurring and 1 representing 100% of a failure occurring. And midway of the cycle, that's 1 month and a half, we have like a visualization that shows the different parameters that contributed to that prediction at that period in time. So this is telling us that there is a 79% probability that the pump is at within normal conditions 1 month and a half when we started our forecast. So there's also a configuration for which you can specify the operational limits for your pump. So we understand that different equipment, they have different operational settings. So that is the reason why we have designed this particular tab here. So for instance, you could have a number of parameters. In our case, we're looking at mechanical properties of the pump, right? And let's say, for instance, for pressure intake, for our specific pump, our own operational limit is we want 100 PSI, right? So we can define our upper control limit as 100 PSI. So we have upper control limits, lower control limits, upper specification limits, and lower specification limits, corresponding to your safety limits and the design limits for that pump, respectively. And we have updated it, showing that the new upper control limit for this pump is 100 PSI. So if we go to the control chart dashboard, this gives us like a visualization of the performance of the pump, historical performance of that pump, right? It's feeding from the database. And then we'll start to monitor it. So this chart is called a steward process. And we're making use of our predictive model with statistical analysis to understand how the parameters are varying with time, right? And then, with respect to the upper control limits, the upper safety limits, the lower safety limits, and the lower control limits, we understand which of these parameters are going out of control. The pie chart here shows which of those parameters are spiraling out of control. If you go to the pressure intake, you would see that from our pressure intake, the pressure is going out of the operational limits, which is giving us an indication that this particular pump is failing. And the reason why it's failing is because the intake pressure is exceeding our design limits. So this gives the operator the ability to understand which of the parameters of the pump are going out of control, and then they know how to diagnose and how to proceed with maintenance. Thank you.
I appreciate these guys. It's not easy. So these are students from the University of Ibadan. They need to put up this machine learning algorithm to actually just measure pump parameters, predict failures, and this is what we want to showcase, and that's what the Technology Week is all about. So we want to say thank you very much for what you're doing. So these are historical data. Have you deployed this on any real-life pump to get real-time data to actually see how it works in deployments, not in like a prototype like you have?
Okay, so currently what we did was, the data set we had, we split it into 2, right? The first portion was quite large, like 80%, and we split that further into 2. So we used the first portion to train the model. We used the second portion of data set to then test the model performance and go back and forth, iterating and improving the performance. Now, the first portion we've left out is what we are using to now simulate. We know what the failure tendencies is, we know the operational parameters, we know how it's being faring currently. So what we are doing is using that as a metric, right, and looking at the data we already have. So it's that portion that we are visualizing, and we have looked at it, we've assessed that the model actually does well on that holdout data set. Yes.
All right, let's just give a round of applause once more. So tomorrow we're also listening to another set of students from the Lagos State University, right? So thank you very much. We look forward to collaborating, engaging with young people like you, and so I think that's about it. That comes to the end of. So guys, I think we can engage them outside now. Let's engage them, learn about their model. I can assure you that this did not come cheap. It didn't come easy. They put a lot of work into this. So we can engage them and learn more about what they've been able to put together. So thank you very much, everyone. Do I hand over back to Richmond?
Thank you very much, Ayoma. And that brings us to the end of day 1 of this Technology Summit. We'll see you tomorrow bright and earlier. Be seated by 8:45 at least, so that at 9 a.m. we'll start. Today we started at 9 on the dot. Tomorrow will not be an exception. Tomorrow morning we'll begin with a recap of what has happened here today. See you at 9 a.m. bright and early. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and please be punctual. I cannot say that enough for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Come up stage for a group photograph. All of you, yes. Everybody, yes. Everybody, please come up for a group photograph. Everybody. Every member of the Tech Summit team, please come up for a group photograph. All of you. All of you. Oga, if he gave you your flowers in the morning.
Please, we want to take a photograph, end of day photograph, please. If you don't mind,
please
come
up
to the...
stage, come up stage, come up stage.
Please, if you're still in the hall, you can come for a photograph.
Not too bad. That's why I didn't do that.